Book 1, Chapter 1 of the History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 1, Introduction, View of the Aztec Civilization. Chapter 1. Ancient Mexico, its climate and its products, its primitive races, Aztec Empire. The country of the ancient Mexicans, or Aztecs as they were called, formed but a very small part of the extensive territories comprehended in the modern Republic of Mexico. Its boundaries cannot be defined with certainty. They were much enlarged in the latter days of the empire, when they may be considered as reaching from about the 18th degree north to the 21st on the Atlantic, and from the 14th to the 19th, including a very narrow strip on the Pacific. In its greatest breadth, it could not exceed 5 degrees and a half, dwindling as it approached its southeastern limits to less than 2. It covered probably less than 16,000 square leagues. Yet such is the remarkable formation of this country that though not more than twice as large as New England, it presented every variety of climate and was capable of yielding nearly every fruit found between the equator and the Arctic Circle. All along the Atlantic, the country is bordered by a broad tract called the Tierra Caliente, or hot region, which has the usual high temperature of equinoctial lands. Parched and sandy plains are intermingled with others of exuberant fertility, almost impervious from thickets of aromatic shrubs and wild flowers, in the midst of which tower up trees of that magnificent growth which is found only within the tropics. In this wilderness of sweets lurks the fatal malaria, engendered probably by the decomposition of rank vegetable substances in a hot and humid soil. The season of the bilious fever, vomito, as it is called, which scourges these coasts, continues from the spring to the autumnal equinox, when it is checked by the cold winds which descend from Hudson's Bay. These winds, in the winter season, frequently freshen into tempests, and, sweeping down the Atlantic coast and the winding Gulf of Mexico, burst with the fury of a hurricane on its unprotected shores, and on the neighboring West India islands. Such are the mighty spells with which nature has surrounded this land of enchantment, as if to guard the golden treasures locked up within its bosom. The genius and enterprise of man have proved more potent than her spells. After passing some 20 leagues across this burning region, the traveler finds himself rising into a purer atmosphere. His limbs recover their elasticity. He breathes more freely, for his senses are not now oppressed by the sultry heats and intoxicating perfumes of the valley. The aspect of nature, too, has changed, and his eye no longer revels among the gay variety of colors with which the landscape was painted there. The vanilla, the indigo, and the flowering cocoa groves appear as he advances. The sugar-cane and the glossy-leaved banana still accompany him, and when he has ascended about 4,000 feet, he sees in the unchanging verdure and the rich foliage of the liquid amber tree that he has reached the height where clouds and mists settle in their passage from the Mexican Gulf. This is the region of perpetual humidity, but he welcomes it with pleasure, as announcing his escape from the influence of the deadly vomito. He has entered the tierra templada, or temperate region, whose character resembles that of the temperate zone of the globe. The features of the scenery become grand and even terrible. His road sweeps along the base of mighty mountains, once gleaming with volcanic fires, and still resplendent in their mantles of snow, which serve as beacons to the mariner for many a league at sea. All around he beholds traces of their ancient combustion, as his road passes along vast tracts of lava, bristling in the innumerable fantastic forms into which the fiery torrent has been thrown by the obstacles in its career. Perhaps at the same moment, as he casts his eye down some steep slope, or almost unfathomable ravine, on the margin of the road, he sees their depths glowing with the rich blooms and enameled vegetation of the tropics. Such are the singular contrasts presented at the same time to the senses in this picturesque region. Still, pressing upwards, the traveller mounts into other climates favorable to other kinds of cultivation. The yellow maize, or Indian corn as we usually call it, has continued to follow him up from the lowest level, but he now first sees fields of wheat and the other European grains brought into the country by the conquerors. Mingled with them, he views the plantations of the aloe, or maguey, agave americana, applied to such various and important uses by the Aztecs. The oaks now acquire a sturdier growth, and the dark forests of pine announce that he has entered the tierra fria, or cold region, the third and last of the great natural terraces into which the country is divided. When he has climbed to the height of between 7,000 and 8,000 feet, the weary traveller sets his foot on the summit of the Cordillera of the Andes, the colossal range that, after traversing South America and the Isthmus of Darien, spreads out, as it enters Mexico, into that vast sheet of tableland which maintains an elevation of more than 6,000 feet, for the distance of nearly 200 leagues, until it gradually declines in the higher latitudes of the north. Across the mountain rampart, a chain of volcanic hills stretches, in a westerly direction, of still more stupendous dimensions, forming, indeed, some of the highest land on the globe. Their peaks, entering the limits of perpetual snow, diffuse a grateful coolness over the elevated plateaus below, for these last, though termed cold, enjoy a climate, the mean temperature of which is not lower than that of the central parts of Italy. The air is exceedingly dry. The soil, though naturally good, is rarely clothed with the luxuriant vegetation of the lower regions. It frequently, indeed, has a parched and barren aspect, owing partly to the greater evaporation which takes place on these lofty plains, through the diminished pressure of the atmosphere, and partly, no doubt, to the want of trees to shelter the soil from the fierce influence of the summer sun. In the time of the Aztecs, the tableland was thickly covered with larch, oak, cypress, and other forest trees, the extraordinary dimensions of some of which, remaining to the present day, show that the curse of barrenness in later times is chargeable more on man than on nature. Indeed, the early Spaniards made as indiscriminate war on the forests as did our Puritan ancestors, though with much less reason. After once conquering the country, They had no lurking ambush to fear from the submissive, semi-civilized Indian, and were not, like our forefathers, obliged to keep watch and ward for a century. This spoliation of the ground, however, is said to have been pleasing to their imaginations, as it reminded them of the plains of their own Castile, the tableland of Europe, where the nakedness of the landscape forms the burden of every traveller's lament who visits the country. Midway across the continent, somewhat nearer the Pacific than the Atlantic Ocean, at an elevation of nearly 7,500 feet, is the celebrated Valley of Mexico. It is of an oval form, about 67 leagues in circumference, and is encompassed by a towering rampart of porphyritic rock, which nature seems to have provided, though ineffectually, to protect it from invasion. The soil, once carpeted with a beautiful verdure and thickly sprinkled with stately trees, is often bare, and in many places white with the incrustation of salts caused by the draining of the waters. 5 lakes are spread over the valley, occupying 1/10 of its surface. On the opposite borders of the largest of these basins, much shrunk in its dimensions since the days of the Aztecs, stood the cities of Mexico and Tezcuco, the capitals of the 2 most potent and flourishing states of Anahuac, whose history, with that of the mysterious races that preceded them in the country, exhibits some of the nearest approaches to civilization to be met with anciently on the North American continent. Of these races, the most conspicuous were the Toltecs. Advancing from a northerly direction, but from what region is uncertain, they entered the territory of Anahuac, probably before the close of the 7th century. Of course, little can be gleaned with certainty respecting a people whose written records have perished, and who are known to us only through the traditionary legends of the nations that succeeded them. By the general agreement of these, however, the Toltecs were well instructed in agriculture and many of the most useful mechanic arts, were nice workers of metals, invented the complex arrangement of time adopted by the Aztecs, and in short, were the true fountains of the civilization which distinguished this part of the continent in later times. They established their capital at Tula, north of the Mexican Valley, and the remains of extensive buildings were to be discerned there at the time of the Conquest. The noble ruins of religious and other edifices, still to be seen in various parts of New Spain, are referred to this people, whose name, Toltec, has passed into a synonym for architect. Their shadowy history reminds us of those primitive races who preceded the ancient Egyptians in the march of civilization, fragments of whose monuments, as they are seen at this day, incorporated with the buildings of the Egyptians themselves, give to these latter the appearance of almost modern constructions. After a period of 4 centuries, the Toltecs, who had extended their sway over the remotest borders of Anahuac, having been greatly reduced, it is said, by famine, pestilence, and unsuccessful wars, disappeared from the land as silently and mysteriously as they had entered it. A few of them still lingered behind, but much the greater number, probably, spread over the region of Central America and the neighboring isles, and the traveller now speculates on the majestic ruins of Mitla and Palenque as possibly the work of this extraordinary people. After the lapse of another 100 years, a numerous and rude tribe, called the Chichemecs, entered the deserted country from the regions of the far northwest. They were speedily followed by other races of higher civilization, perhaps of the same family with the Toltecs, whose language they appear to have spoken. The most noted of these were the Aztecs, or Mexicans, and the Acolhuans. The latter, better known in later times by the name of Tezcucans, from their capital, Tezcuco, on the eastern border of the Mexican lake, were peculiarly fitted by their comparatively mild religion and manners for receiving the tincture of civilization which could be derived from the few Toltecs that still remained in the country. This, in their turn, they communicated to the barbarous Chichemes, a large portion of which became amalgamated with the new settlers as one nation. Availing themselves of the strength derived, not only from the increase of numbers, but from their own superior refinement, the Acolhuans gradually stretched their empire over the ruder tribes in the north, while their capital was filled with a numerous population, busily employed in many of the more useful and even elegant arts of a civilized community. In this palmy state they were suddenly assaulted by a warlike neighbor, the Tepanecs, their own kindred, and inhabitants of the same valley as themselves. Their provinces were overrun, their armies beaten, their king assassinated, and the flourishing city of Tezcuco became the prize of the victor. From this abject condition, the uncommon abilities of the young prince, Nezahualcoyotl, the rightful heir to the crown, backed by the efficient aid of his Mexican allies, at length redeemed the state, and opened to it a new career of prosperity, even more brilliant than the former. The Mexicans, with whom our history is principally concerned, came also, as we have seen, from the remote regions of the north, the populous hive of nations in the New World, as it has been in the Old. They arrived on the borders of Anahuac towards the beginning of the 13th century, some time after the occupation of the land by the kindred races. For a long time they did not establish themselves in any permanent residence, but continued shifting their quarters to different parts of the Mexican Valley, enduring all the casualties and hardships of a migratory life. On one occasion they were enslaved by a more powerful tribe, but their ferocity soon made them formidable to their masters. After a series of wanderings and adventures, which need not shrink from comparison with the most extravagant legends of the heroic ages of antiquity, they at length halted on the southwestern borders of the principal lake in the year 1325. They there beheld, perched on the stem of a prickly pear, which shot out from the crevice of a rock that was washed by the waves, a royal eagle of extraordinary size and beauty, with a serpent in his talons, and his broad wings open to the rising sun. They hailed the auspicious omen, announced by an oracle as indicating the site of their future city, and laid its foundations by sinking piles into the shallows, for the low marshes were half buried under water. On these they erected their light fabrics of reeds and rushes, and sought a precarious subsistence from fishing and from the wild fowl which frequented the waters, as well as from the cultivation of such simple vegetables as they could raise on their floating gardens. The place was called Tenochtitlan, though only known to Europeans by its other name of Mexico, derived from their war god Mexitli. The legend of its foundation is still further commemorated by the device of the eagle and the cactus, which form the arms of the modern Mexican Republic. Such were the humble beginnings of the Venice of the Western world. The forlorn condition of the new settlers was made still worse by domestic feuds. A part of the citizens seceded from the main body, and formed a separate community on the neighboring marshes. Thus divided, it was long before they could aspire to the acquisition of territory on the mainland. They gradually increased, however, in number, and strengthened themselves yet more by various improvements in their polity and military discipline, while they established a reputation for courage as well as cruelty in war, which made their name terrible throughout the valley. In the early part of the 15th century, nearly 100 years from the foundation of the city, an event took place which created an entire revolution in the circumstances and, to some extent, in the character of the Aztecs. This was the subversion of the Texcocan monarchy by the Tepanecs already noticed. When the oppressive conduct of the victors had at length aroused a spirit of resistance, its prince, Nezahualcoyotl, succeeded, after incredible perils and escapes, in mustering such a force as, with the aid of the Mexicans, placed him on a level with his enemies. In 2 successive battles these were defeated with great slaughter, their chiefs slain, and their territory, by one of those sudden reverses which characterize the wars of petty states, passed into the hands of the conquerors. It was awarded to Mexico in return for its important services. Then was formed that remarkable league, which indeed has no parallel in history. It was agreed between the states of Mexico, Tezcuco, and the neighboring little kingdom of Tlacopan, that they should mutually support each other in their wars, offensive and defensive, and that, in the distribution of the spoil, 1/5 should be assigned to Tlacopan, and the remainder be divided, in what proportion is uncertain, between the other powers. The Tezcucan writers claim an equal share for their nation with the Aztecs, but this does not seem to be warranted by the immense increase of territory subsequently appropriated by the latter, and we may account for any advantage conceded to them by the treaty on the supposition that, however inferior they may have been originally, they were, at the time of making it, in a more prosperous condition than their allies, broken and dispirited by long oppression. What is more extraordinary than the treaty itself, however, is the fidelity with which it was maintained. During a century of uninterrupted warfare that ensued, no instance occurred where the parties quarrelled over the division of the spoil, which so often makes shipwreck of similar confederacies among civilized states. The Allies, for some time, found sufficient occupation for their arms in their own valley, but they soon overleaped its rocky ramparts, and by the middle of the 15th century, under the first Montezuma, had spread down the sides of the tableland to the borders of the Gulf of Mexico. Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, gave evidence of the public prosperity. Its frail tenements were supplanted by solid structures of stone and lime. Its population rapidly increased. Its old feuds were healed. The citizens who had seceded were again brought under a common government with the body, and the quarter they occupied was permanently connected with the parent city, the dimensions of which, covering the same ground, were much larger than those of the modern capital. Fortunately, the throne was filled by a succession of able princes, who knew how to profit by their enlarged resources and by the martial enthusiasm of the nation. Year after year saw them return, loaded with the spoils of conquered cities and with throngs of devoted captives to their capital. No state was able long to resist the accumulated strength of the Confederates. At the beginning of the 16th century, Just before the arrival of the Spaniard, the Aztec dominion reached across the continent from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and under the bold and bloody Huitzilopochtli, its arms had been carried far over the limits already noticed as defining its permanent territory, into the farthest corners of Guatemala and Nicaragua. This extent of empire, however limited in comparison with that of many other states, is truly wonderful, considering it as the acquisition of a people whose whole population and resources had so recently been comprised within the walls of their own petty city, and considering, moreover, that the conquered territory was thickly settled by various races, bred to arms like the Mexicans, and little inferior to them in social organization. The history of the Aztecs suggests some strong points of resemblance to that of the ancient Romans, not only in their military successes, but in the policy which led to them. End of Chapter 1 from Book 1 of the History of the Conquest of Mexico. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox, Fall 2007. Book 1, Chapter 2 of the History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dennis Sayers. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 1, Chapter 2. Succession to the Crown. Aztec Nobility. Judicial System. Laws and Revenues. Military Institutions. The form of government differed in the different states of Anahuac. With the Aztecs and Tezcucans, it was monarchical and nearly absolute. I shall direct my inquiries to the Mexican polity, borrowing an illustration occasionally from that of the rival kingdom. The government was an elective monarchy. 4 of the principal nobles, who had been chosen by their own body in the preceding reign, filled the office of electors, to whom were added, with merely an honorary rank, however, the 2 royal allies of Tezcuco and Tlacopan. The sovereign was selected from the brothers of the deceased prince, or, in default of them, from his nephews. Thus the election was always restricted to the same family. The candidate preferred must have distinguished himself in war, though, as in the case of the last Montezuma, he were a member of the priesthood. This singular mode of supplying the throne had some advantages. The candidates received an education which fitted them for the royal dignity, while the age at which they were chosen not only secured the nation against the evils of minority, but afforded ample means for estimating their qualifications for the office. The result, at all events, was favorable, since the throne, as already noticed, was filled by a succession of able princes, well qualified to rule over a warlike and ambitious people. The scheme of election, however defective, argues a more refined and calculating policy than was to have been expected from a barbarous nation. The new monarch was installed in his regal dignity with much parade of religious ceremony, but not until, by a victorious campaign, he had obtained a sufficient number of captives to grace his triumphal entry into the capital, and to furnish victims for the dark and bloody rites which stained the Aztec superstition. Amidst this pomp of human sacrifice he was crowned. The crown, resembling a mitre in its form, and curiously ornamented with gold, gems, and feathers, was placed on his head by the Lord of Tezcuco, the most powerful of his royal allies. The title of king, by which the earlier Aztec princes are distinguished by Spanish writers, is supplanted by that of emperor in the later reigns, intimating, perhaps, his superiority over the monarchies of Tlacopan and Tezcuco. The Aztec princes, especially towards the close of the dynasty, lived in a barbaric pomp, truly oriental. Their spacious palaces were provided with halls for the different councils, who aided the monarch in the transaction of business. The chief of these was a sort of privy council, composed, in part, probably, of the 4 electors chosen by the nobles after the accession, whose places, when made vacant by death, were immediately supplied as before. It was the business of this body, so far as can be gathered from the very loose accounts given of it, to advise the king in respect to the government of the provinces, the administration of the revenues, and indeed on all great matters of public interest. In the royal buildings were accommodations also for a numerous bodyguard of the sovereign, made up of the chief nobility. It is not easy to determine with precision, in these barbarian governments, the limits of the several orders. It is certain there was a distinct class of nobles, with large landed possessions, who held the most important offices near the person of the prince, and engrossed the administration of the provinces and cities. Many of these could trace their descent from the founders of the Aztec monarchy. According to some writers of authority, there were 30 great caciques, who had their residence, at least a part of the year, in the capital, and who could muster 100,000 vassals each on their estates. Without relying on such wild statements, it is clear from the testimony of the conquerors that the country was occupied by numerous powerful chieftains, who lived like independent princes on their domains. If it be true that the kings encouraged, or indeed exacted, the residence of these nobles in the capital, and required hostages in their absence, it is evident that their power must have been very formidable. Their estates appear to have been held by various tenures, and to have been subject to different restrictions. Some of them, earned by their own good swords, or received as the recompense of public services, were held without any limitation, except that the possessors could not dispose of them to a plebeian. Others were entailed on the eldest male issue, and in default of such, reverted to the crown. Most of them seem to have been burdened with the obligation of military service. The principal chiefs of Tezcuco, according to its chronicler, were expressly obliged to support their prince with their armed vassals, to attend his court, and aid him in the council. Some, instead of these services, were to provide for the repairs of his buildings, and to keep the royal demesnes in order, with an annual offering, by way of homage, of fruits and flowers. It was usual for a new king, on his accession, to confirm the investiture of estates derived from the crown. It cannot be denied that we recognize in all this several features of the feudal system, which, no doubt, lose nothing of their effect under the hands of the Spanish writers, who are fond of tracing analogies to European institutions. But such analogies lead sometimes to very erroneous conclusions. The obligation of military service, for instance, the most essential principle of a fief, seems to be naturally demanded by every government from its subjects. As to minor points of resemblance, they fall far short of that harmonious system of reciprocal service and protection, which embraced, in nice gradation, every order of a feudal monarchy. The kingdoms of Anahuac were, in their nature, despotic, attended, indeed, with many mitigating circumstances unknown to the despotisms of the East. But it is chimerical to look for much in common, beyond a few accidental forms and ceremonies, with those aristocratic institutions of the Middle Ages, which made the court of every petty baron the precise image, in miniature, of that of his sovereign. The legislative power, both in Mexico and Tezcuco, resided wholly with the monarch. This feature of despotism, however, was in some measure counteracted by the constitution of the judicial tribunals, of more importance among a rude people than the legislative, since it is easier to make good laws for such a community than to enforce them, and the best laws, badly administered, are but a mockery. Over each of the principal cities, with its dependent territories, was placed a supreme judge, appointed by the crown, with original and final jurisdiction in both civil and criminal cases. There was no appeal from his sentence to any other tribunal, nor even to the king. He held his office during life, and anyone who usurped his ensigns was punished with death. Below this magistrate was a court, established in each province, and consisting of 3 members. It held concurrent jurisdiction with the supreme judge in civil suits, but in criminal an appeal lay to his tribunal. Besides these courts, there was a body of inferior magistrates distributed through the country, chosen by the people themselves in their several districts. Their authority was limited to smaller causes, while the more important were carried up to the higher courts. There was still another class of subordinate officers, appointed also by the people, each of whom was to watch over the conduct of a certain number of families, and report any disorder or breach of the laws to the higher authorities. In Tezcuco, the judicial arrangements were of a more refined character, and a gradation of tribunals finally terminated in a general meeting or parliament, consisting of all the judges, great and petty, throughout the kingdom, held every 80 days in the capital, over which the king presided in person. This body determined all suits, which, from their importance or difficulty, had been reserved for its consideration by the lower tribunals. It served, moreover, as a council of state, to assist the monarch in the transaction of public business. Such are the vague and imperfect notices that can be gleaned respecting the Aztec tribunals from the hieroglyphical paintings still preserved, and from the most accredited Spanish writers. These, being usually ecclesiastics, have taken much less interest in this subject than in matters connected with religion. They find some apology, certainly, in the early destruction of most of the Indian paintings, from which their information was, in part, to be gathered. On the whole, however, it must be inferred that the Aztecs were sufficiently civilized to evince a solicitude for the rights both of property and of persons. The law, authorizing an appeal to the highest judicature in criminal matters only, shows an attention to personal security, rendered the more obligatory by the extreme severity of their penal code, which would naturally have made them more cautious of a wrong conviction. The existence of a number of coordinate tribunals, without a central one of supreme authority to control the whole, must have given rise to very discordant interpretations of the law in different districts, an evil which they shared in common with most of the nations of Europe. The provision for making the superior judges wholly independent of the crown was worthy of an enlightened people. It presented the strongest barrier that a mere constitution could afford against tyranny. It is not, indeed, to be supposed that in a government otherwise so despotic, means could not be found for influencing the magistrate. But it was a great step to fence round his authority with the sanction of law, and no one of the Aztec monarch, as far as I know, is accused of an attempt to violate it. To receive presents or a bribe, to be guilty of collusion in any way with the suitor, was punished, in a judge, with death. Who or what tribunal decided as to his guilt does not appear. In Tezcuco this was done by the rest of the court, but the king presided over that body. The Tezcucan prince, Nezahualcóyotl, who rarely tempered justice with mercy, put one judge to death for taking a bribe, and another for determining suits in his own house, a capital offence also by law. The judges of the higher tribunals were maintained from the produce of a part of the crown lands, reserved for this purpose. They, as well as the supreme judge, held their offices for life. The proceedings in the courts were conducted with decency and order. The judges wore an appropriate dress, and attended to business both parts of the day, dining always, for the sake of dispatch, in an apartment of the same building, where they held their session, a method of proceeding much commended by the Spanish chroniclers, to whom dispatch was not very familiar in their own tribunals. Officers attended to preserve order, and others summoned the parties, and produced them in court. No counsel was employed. The parties stated their own case, and supported it by their witnesses. The oath of the accused was also admitted in evidence. The statement of the case, the testimony, and the proceedings of the trial were all set forth by a clerk, in hieroglyphical paintings, and handed over to the court. The paintings were executed with so much accuracy that, in all suits respecting real property, they were allowed to be produced as good authority in the Spanish tribunals, very long after the Conquest. A capital sentence was indicated by a line traced with an arrow across the portrait of the accused. In Tezcuco, where the king presided in the court, this, according to the national chronicler, was done with extraordinary parade. His description, which is of rather a poetical cast, I give in his own words. In the royal palace of Tezcuco was a courtyard, on the opposite sides of which were two halls of justice. In the principal one, called the Tribunal of God, was a throne of pure gold inlaid with turquoise and other precious stones. On a stool in front was placed a human skull, crowned with an immense emerald, of a pyramidal form, and surmounted by an agate of brilliant plumes and precious stones. This skull was laid on a heap of military weapons, shields, quivers, bows, and arrows. The walls were hung with tapestry, made of the hair of different wild animals, of rich and various colours, festooned by gold rings, and embroidered with figures of birds and flowers. Above the throne was a canopy of variegated plumage, from the centre of which shot forth resplendent rays of gold and jewels. The other tribunal, called the King's, was also surmounted by a gorgeous canopy of feathers, on which were emblazoned the royal arms. Here the sovereign gave public audience, and communicated his dispatches. But when he decided important causes, or confirmed a capital sentence, he passed to the Tribunal of God, attended by the 14 great lords of the realm, marshaled according to their rank. Then, putting on his mitred crown, encrusted with precious stones, and holding a golden arrow by way of scepter in his left hand, he laid his right upon the skull, and pronounced judgment. All this looks rather fine for a court of justice, it must be owned. But it is certain that the Tezcucans, as we shall see hereafter, possessed both the materials and the skill requisite to work them up in this manner. Had they been a little further advanced in refinement, one might well doubt their having the bad taste to do so. The laws of the Aztecs were registered and exhibited to the people in their hieroglyphical paintings. Much the larger part of them, as in every nation imperfectly civilized, relates rather to the security of persons than of property. The great crimes against society were all made capital. Even the murder of a slave was punished with death. Adulterers, as among the Jews, were stoned to death. Thieving, according to the degree of the offense, was punished by slavery or death. Yet the Mexicans could have been under no great apprehension of this crime, since the entrances to their dwellings were not secured by bolts or fastenings of any kind. It was a capital offense to remove the boundaries of another's lands, to alter the established measures, and for a guardian not to be able to give a good account of his ward's property. These regulations evince a regard for equity in dealings and for private rights, which argues a considerable progress in civilization. Prodigals who squandered their patrimony were punished in like manner, a severe sentence, since the crime brought its adequate punishment along with it. Intemperance, which was the burden, moreover, of their religious homilies, was visited with the severest penalties, as if they had foreseen in it the consuming canker of their own as well as the other Indian races in later times. It was punished in the young with death, and in older persons with loss of rank and confiscation of property. Yet a decent conviviality was not meant to be prescribed at their festivals, and they possessed the means of indulging it in a mild fermented liquor called pulque. The rites of marriage were celebrated with as much formality as in any Christian country, and the institution was held in such reverence that a tribunal was instituted for the sole purpose of determining questions relating to it. Divorces could not be obtained until authorized by a sentence of this court after a patient hearing of the parties. But the most remarkable part of the Aztec code was that relating to slavery. There were several descriptions of slaves: prisoners taken in war, who were almost always reserved for the dreadful doom of sacrifice; criminals, public debtors, persons who, from extreme poverty, voluntarily resigned their freedom, and children who were sold by their own parents. In the last instance, usually occasioned also by poverty, it was common for the parents, with the master's consent, to substitute others of their children successively as they grew up, thus distributing the burden as equally as possible among the different members of the family. The willingness of freemen to incur the penalties of this condition is explained by the mild form in which it existed. The contract of sale was executed in the presence of at least 4 witnesses. The services to be exacted were limited with great precision. The slave was allowed to have his own family, to hold property, and even other slaves. His children were free. No one could be born to slavery in Mexico, an honorable distinction, not known, I believe, in any civilized community where slavery has been sanctioned. Slaves were not sold by their masters unless when these were driven to it by poverty. They were often liberated by them at their death, and sometimes, as there was no natural repugnance founded on difference of blood and race, were married to them. Yet a refractory or vicious slave might be led into the market with a collar round his neck, which intimated his bad character, and there be publicly sold, and, on a second sale, reserved for sacrifice. The royal revenues were derived from various sources. The crown lands, which appear to have been extensive, made their returns in kind. The places in the neighborhood of the capital were bound to supply workmen and materials for building the king's palaces, and keeping them in repair. They were also to furnish fuel, provisions, and whatever was necessary for this ordinary domestic expenditure, which was certainly of no stinted scale. The principal cities, which had numerous villages and a large territory dependent upon them, were distributed into districts, with each a share of the lands allotted to it for its support. The inhabitants paid a stipulated part of the produce to the crown. The vassals of the great chiefs also paid a portion of their earnings into the public treasury, an arrangement not at all in the spirit of the feudal institutions. In addition to this tax on all the agricultural produce of the kingdom, there was another on its manufactures. The nature and the variety of the tributes will be best shown by an enumeration of some of the principal articles. These were cotton dresses and mantles of featherwork exquisitely made, ornamented armor, vases and plates of gold, gold dust, bands and bracelets, crystal, gilt and varnished jars and goblets, bells, arms and utensils of copper, reams of paper, grain, fruits, copal, amber, cochineal, cocoa, wild animals and birds, timber, lime, mats, etc. In this curious medley of the most homely commodities and the elegant superfluities of luxury, it is singular that no mention should be made of silver, the great staple of the country in later times, and the use of which was certainly known to the Aztecs. Garrisons were established in the larger cities, probably those at a distance and recently conquered, to keep down revolt and to enforce the payment of the tribute. Tax gatherers were also distributed throughout the kingdom, who were recognized by their official badges and dreaded from the merciless rigor of their exactions. By a stern law, every defaulter was liable to be taken and sold as a slave. In the capital were spacious granaries and warehouses for the reception of the tributes. A receiver general was quartered in the palace, who rendered in an exact account the various contributions, and watched over the conduct of the inferior agents, in whom the least malversation was summarily punished. This functionary was furnished with a map of the whole empire, with a minute specification of the imposts assessed on every part of it. These imposts, moderate under the reigns of the early princes, became so burdensome under those of the close of the dynasty, being rendered still more oppressive by the manner of collection, that they bred disaffection throughout the land, and prepared the way for its conquest by the Spaniards. Communication was maintained with the remotest part of the country by means of couriers. Post houses were established on the great roads about 2 leagues distant from each other. The courier, bearing his dispatches in the form of a hieroglyphical painting, ran with them to the first station, where they were taken by another messenger and carried forward to the next, and so on, till they reached the capital. These couriers, trained from childhood, travelled with incredible swiftness, not 4 or 5 leagues an hour, as an old chronicler would make us believe, but with such speed that dispatches were carried from 1 to 200 miles a day. Fresh fish was frequently served at Montezuma's table in 24 hours from the time it had been taken in the Gulf of Mexico, 200 miles from the capital. In this way, intelligence of the movements of the royal armies was rapidly brought to court, and the dress of the courier, denoting by its color that of his tidings, spread joy or consternation in the towns through which he passed. But the great aim of the Aztec institutions, to which private discipline and public honors were alike directed, was the profession of arms. In Mexico, as in Egypt, the soldier shared with the priest the highest consideration. The king, as we have seen, must be an experienced warrior. The tutelary deity of the Aztecs was the god of war. A great object of their military expeditions was to gather hecatombs of captives for his altars. The soldier who fell in battle was transported at once to the region of ineffable bliss in the bright mansions of the sun. Every war, therefore, became a crusade, and the warrior, animated by a religious enthusiasm like that of the early Saracen or the Christian crusader, was not only raised to a contempt of danger, but courted it for the imperishable crown of martyrdom. Thus we find the same impulse acting in the most opposite quarters of the globe, and the Asiatic, the European, and the American each earnestly invoking the holy name of religion in the preparation of human butchery. The question of war was discussed in a council of the king and his chief nobles. Ambassadors were sent previously to its declaration to require the hostile state to receive the Mexican gods and to pay the customary tribute. The persons of ambassadors were held sacred throughout Anahuac. They were lodged and entertained in the great towns at the public charge, and were everywhere received with courtesy, so long as they did not deviate from the high roads in their route. When they did, they forfeited their privileges. If the embassy proved unsuccessful, a defiance or open declaration of war was sent. Quotas were drawn from the conquered provinces, which were always subjected to military service, as well as the payment of taxes, and the royal army, usually with the monarch at its head, began its march. The Aztec princes made use of the incentives employed by European monarchs to excite the ambition of their followers. They established various military orders, each having its privileges and peculiar insignia. There seems also to have existed a sort of knighthood of inferior degree. It was the cheapest reward of martial prowess, and whoever had not reached it was excluded from using ornaments on his arms or his person, and obliged to wear a coarse white stuff, made from the threads of the aloe, called nequin. Even the members of the royal family were not excepted from this law, which reminds one of the occasional practice of Christian knights to wear plain armor, or shields without device, till they had achieved some doughty feat of chivalry. Although the military orders were thrown open to all, it is probable that they were chiefly filled with persons of rank, who, by their previous training and connections, were able to come into the field under peculiar advantages. The dress of the higher warriors was picturesque, and often magnificent. Their bodies were covered with a close vest of quilted cotton, so thick as to be impenetrable to the light missiles of Indian warfare. This garment was so light and serviceable that it was adopted by the Spaniards. The wealthier chiefs sometimes wore, instead of this cotton mail, a cuirass made of thin plates of gold or silver. Over it was thrown a surcoat of the gorgeous featherwork in which they excelled. Their helmets were sometimes of wood, fashioned like the heads of wild animals, and sometimes of silver, on the top of which waved a panache of variegated feathers, sprinkled with precious stones and ornaments of gold. They also wore collars, bracelets, and earrings, of the same rich materials. Their armies were divided into bodies of 8,000 men, and these again into companies of 300 or 400, each with its own commander. The national standard, which has been compared to the ancient Roman, displayed, in its embroidery of gold and featherwork, the armorial ensigns of the state. These were significant of its name, which, as the names of both persons and places were borrowed from some material object, was easily expressed by hieroglyphical symbols. The companies and the great chiefs had also their appropriate banners and devices, and the gaudy hues of their many-splendored plumes gave a dazzling splendor to the spectacle. Their tactics were such as belong to a nation with whom war, though a trade, is not elevated to the rank of a science. They advanced singing and shouting their war cries, briskly charging the enemy, as rapidly retreating, and making use of ambuscades, sudden surprises, and the light skirmish of guerrilla warfare. Yet their discipline was such as to draw forth the encomiums of the Spanish conquerors. A beautiful sight it was, says one of them, to see them set out on their march, all moving forward so gaily and in so admirable order. In battle they did not seek to kill their enemies so much as to take them prisoners, and they never scalped like other North American tribes. The valor of a warrior was estimated by the number of his prisoners, and no ransom was large enough to save the devoted captive. Their military code bore the same stern features as their other laws. Disobedience of orders was punished with death. It was death also for a soldier to leave his colors to attack the enemy before the signal was given, or to plunder another's booty or prisoners. One of the last Tezcucan princes, in the spirit of an ancient Roman, put 2 sons to death, after having cured their wounds, for violating the last mentioned law. I must not omit to notice here an institution, the introduction of which in the Old World is ranked among the beneficent fruits of Christianity. Hospitals were established in the principal cities for the cure of the sick, and the permanent refuge of the disabled soldier, and surgeons were placed over them, who were so far better than those in Europe, says an old chronicler, that they did not protract the cure in order to increase the pay. Such is the brief outline of the civil and military polity of the ancient Mexicans, less perfect than could be desired in regard to the former, from the imperfection of the sources whence it is drawn. Whoever has had occasion to explore the early history of modern Europe has found how vague and unsatisfactory is the political information which can be gleaned from the gossip of monkish annalists. How much is the difficulty increased in the present instance, where this information, first recorded in the dubious language of hieroglyphics, was interpreted in another language, with which the Spanish chroniclers were imperfectly acquainted, while it related to institutions of which their past experience enabled them to form no adequate conception. Amidst such uncertain lights, it is in vain to expect nice accuracy of detail. All that can be done is to attempt an outline of the more prominent features, that a correct impression, so far as it goes, may be produced on the mind of the reader. Enough has been said, however, to show that the Aztec and Tezcucan races were advanced in civilization far beyond the wandering tribes of North America. The degree of civilization which they had reached, as inferred by their political institutions, may be considered, perhaps, not much short of that enjoyed by our Saxon ancestors under Alfred. In respect to the nature of it, they may be better compared with the Egyptians, and the examination of their social relations and culture may suggest still stronger points of resemblance to that ancient people. End of section 1. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox, Fall 2007.
This is section 2, being book 1, chapter 3 of A History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Conquest of Mexico by William Hickling Prescott. Book 1, Chapter 3. Mexican Mythology, the Sacerdotal Order, the Temples, Human Sacrifices. The civil polity of the Aztecs is so closely blended with their religion that without understanding the latter it is impossible to form correct ideas of their government or their social institutions. I shall pass over, for the present, some remarkable traditions, bearing a singular resemblance to those found in the Scriptures, and endeavour to give a brief sketch of their mythology, and their careful provisions for maintaining a national worship. In contemplating the religious system of the Aztecs, one is struck with its apparent incongruity, as if some portion of it had emanated from a comparatively refined people, open to gentle influences, while the rest breathes a spirit of unmitigated ferocity. It naturally suggests the idea of two distinct sources, and authorises the belief that the Aztecs had inherited from their predecessors a milder faith, on which was afterwards engrafted their own mythology. The latter soon became dominant, and gave its dark colouring to the creeds of the conquered nations, which the Mexicans, like the ancient Romans, seem willingly to have incorporated into their own, until the same funereal superstition settled over the farthest borders of Anahuac. The Aztecs recognised the existence of a supreme creator and lord of the universe. They addressed him in their prayers as "the God by whom we live," omnipresent, that knoweth all thoughts and giveth all gifts, without whom man is as nothing; invisible, incorporeal, one God, of perfect perfection and purity, under whose wings we find repose and a sure defence. These sublime attributes infer no inadequate conception of the true God. But the idea of unity, of a being with whom volition is action, who has no need of inferior ministers to execute his purposes, was too simple or too vast for their understandings, and they sought relief as usual in the plurality of deities, who presided over the elements, the changes of the seasons, and the various occupations of man. Of these there were 13 principal deities, and more than 200 inferior, to each of whom some special day or appropriate festival was consecrated. At the head of all stood the terrible Huitzilopochtli, the Mexican Mars, although it is doing injustice to the heroic war god of antiquity to identify him with this sanguinary monster. This was the patron deity of the nation. His fantastic image was loaded with costly ornaments. His temples were the most stately and august of the public edifices, and his altars reeked with the blood of human hecatombs in every city of the empire. Disastrous indeed must have been the influence of such a superstition on the character of the people. A far more interesting personage in their mythology was Quetzalcoatl, god of the air, a divinity who, during his residence on earth, instructed the natives in the use of metals, in agriculture, and in the arts of government. He was one of those benefactors of their species, doubtless, who have been deified by the gratitude of posterity. Under him the earth teemed with fruits and flowers without the pains of culture. An ear of Indian corn was as much as a single man could carry. The cotton, as it grew, took of its own accord the rich dyes of human art. The air was filled with intoxicating perfumes and the sweet melody of birds. In short, these were the halcyon days, which find a place in the mythic systems of so many nations in the Old World. It was the golden age of Anahuac. From some cause not explained, Quetzalcoatl incurred the wrath of one of the principal gods, and was compelled to abandon the country. On his way he stopped at the city of Cholula, where a temple was dedicated to his worship, the massy ruins of which still form one of the most interesting relics of antiquity in Mexico. When he reached the shores of the Mexican Gulf, he took leave of his followers, promising that he and his descendants would revisit them hereafter, and then, entering his wizard's skiff, made of serpent skins, embarked on the great ocean for the fabled land of Tlapalan. He was said to have been tall in stature, with a white skin, long dark hair, and a flowing beard. The Mexicans looked confidently to the return of the benevolent deity, and this remarkable tradition, deeply cherished in their hearts, prepared the way, as we shall see hereafter, for the future success of the Spaniards. We have not space for further details respecting the Mexican divinities, the attributes of many of whom were carefully defined, as they descended in regular gradation to the penates, or household gods, whose little images were to be found in the humblest dwelling. The Aztecs felt the curiosity, common to man in almost every stage of civilization, to lift the veil which covers the mysterious past and the more awful future. They sought relief, like the nations of the old continent, from the oppressive idea of eternity, by breaking it up into distinct cycles or periods of time, each of several thousand years' duration. There were 4 of these cycles, and at the end of each, by the agency of one of the elements, the human family was swept from the earth, and the sun blotted out from the heavens, to be again rekindled. They imagined 3 separate states of existence in the future life. The wicked, comprehending the great part of mankind, were to expiate their sins in a place of everlasting darkness. Another class, with no other merit than that of having died of certain diseases, capriciously selected, were to enjoy a negative existence of indolent contentment. The highest place was reserved, as in most warlike nations, for the heroes who fell in battle or in sacrifice. They passed at once into the presence of the sun, whom they accompanied with songs and choral dances in his bright progress through the heavens. And after some years their spirits went to animate the clouds and singing birds of beautiful plumage, and to revel amidst the rich blossoms and odours of the gardens of paradise. Such was the heaven of the Aztecs, more refined in its character than that of the more polished pagan, whose Elysium reflected only the martial sports, or sensual gratifications, of this life. In the destiny they assigned to the wicked we discern similar traces of refinement, since the absence of all physical torture forms a striking contrast to the schemes of suffering so ingeniously devised by the fancies of the most enlightened nations. In all this, so contrary to the natural suggestions of the ferocious Aztec, we see the evidences of a higher civilization, inherited from their predecessors in the land. Our limits will allow only a brief allusion to 1 or 2 of their most interesting ceremonies. On the death of a person, his corpse was dressed in the peculiar habiliments of his tutelar deity. It was strewed with pieces of paper, which operated as charms against the dangers of the dark road he was to travel. A throng of slaves, if he were rich, was sacrificed at his obsequies. His body was burnt, and the ashes, collected in a vase, were preserved in one of the apartments of his house. Here we have successively the usages of the Roman Catholic, the Mussulman, the Tartar, and the ancient Greek and Roman, curious coincidences, which may show how cautious we should be in adopting conclusions founded on analogy. A more extraordinary coincidence may be traced with Christian rites, in the ceremony of naming their children. The lips and bosom of the infant were sprinkled with water, and the Lord was implored to permit the holy drops to wash away the sin that was given to it before the foundation of the world, so that the child might be born anew. We are reminded of Christian morals in more than one of their prayers, in which they use regular forms. Wilt thou blot us out, O Lord, for ever? Is this punishment intended, not for our reformation, but for our destruction? Again, impart to us, out of thy great mercy, thy gifts which we are not worthy to receive through our own merits. Keep peace with all, says another petition. Bear injuries with humility. God, who sees, will avenge you. But the most striking parallel with Scripture is in the remarkable declaration that he who looks too curiously on a woman commits adultery with his eyes. These pure and elevated maxims, it is true, are mixed up with others of a puerile and even brutal character, arguing that confusion of the moral perceptions which is natural in the twilight of civilization. One would not expect, however, to meet in such a state of society with doctrines as sublime as any inculcated by the enlightened codes of ancient philosophy. But although the Aztec mythology gathered nothing from the beautiful inventions of the poet, nor from the refinements of philosophy, it was much indebted, as I have noticed, to the priests, who endeavoured to dazzle the imagination of the people by the most formal and pompous ceremonial. The influence of the priesthood must be greatest in an imperfect state of civilization, where it engrosses all the scanty science of the time in its own body. This is particularly the case when the science is of that spurious kind which is less occupied with the real phenomena of nature than with the fanciful chimeras of human superstition. Such are the sciences of astrology and divination, in which the Aztec priests were well initiated, and while they seemed to hold the keys of the future in their hands, they impressed the ignorant people with sentiments of superstitious awe, beyond that which has probably existed in any other country, even in ancient Egypt. The sacerdotal order was very numerous, as may be inferred from the statement that 5,000 priests were in some way or other attached to the principal temple in the capital. The various ranks and functions of this multitudinous body were discriminated with great exactness. Those best instructed in music took the management of the choirs. Others arranged the festivals conformably to the calendar. Some superintended the education of youth, and others had charge of the hieroglyphical paintings and oral traditions, while the dismal rites of sacrifice were reserved for the chief dignitaries of the order. At the head of the whole establishment were two high priests, elected from the order, as it would seem, by the king and principal nobles, without reference to birth, but solely for their qualifications, as shown by their previous conduct in a subordinate station. They were equal in dignity, and inferior only to the sovereign, who rarely acted without their advice in weighty matters of public concern. The priests were each devoted to the service of some particular deity, and had quarters provided within the spacious precincts of their temple, at least while engaged in immediate attendance there, for they were allowed to marry and have families of their own. In this monastic residence they lived in all the stern severity of conventual discipline. Thrice during the day and once at night they were called to prayers. They were frequent in their ablutions and vigils, and mortified the flesh by fasting and cruel penance, drawing blood from their bodies by flagellation or by piercing them with the thorns of the aloe. The great cities were divided into districts, placed under the charge of a sort of parochial clergy, who regulated every act of religion within their precincts. It is remarkable that they administered the rites of confession and absolution. The secrets of the confessional were held inviolable, and penances were imposed of much the same kind as those enjoined in the Roman Catholic Church. There were two remarkable peculiarities in the Aztec ceremony. The first was that, as the repetition of an offence, once atoned for, was deemed inexpiable, confession was made but once in a man's life, and was usually deferred to a late period of it. The penitent unburdened his conscience and settled at once the long arrears of iniquity. Another peculiarity was that priestly absolution was received in place of the legal punishment of offences, and authorised an acquittal in case of arrest. Long after the Conquest the simple natives, when they came under the arm of the law, sought to escape by producing the certificate of their confession. One of the most important duties of the priesthood was that of education, to which certain buildings were appropriated within the enclosure of the principal temple. Here the youth of both sexes, of the higher and middling orders, were placed at a very tender age. The girls were entrusted to the care of priestesses, for women were allowed to exercise sacerdotal functions, except those of sacrifice. In these institutions the boys were drilled in the routine of monastic discipline. They decorated the shrines of the gods with flowers, fed the sacred fires, and took part in the religious chants and festivals. Those in the higher school, the Kalmecak, as it was called, were initiated in their traditionary law, the mysteries of hieroglyphics, the principles of government, and such branches of astronomical and natural science as were within the compass of the priesthood. The girls learnt various feminine employments, especially to weave and embroider rich coverings for the altars of the gods. Great attention was paid to the moral discipline of both sexes. The most perfect decorum prevailed, and offences were punished with extreme rigour, in some instances with death itself. Terror, not love, was the spring of education with the Aztecs. At a suitable age for marrying, or for entering into the world, the pupils were dismissed with much ceremony from the convent, and the recommendation of the principal often introduced those most competent to responsible situations in public life. Such was the crafty policy of the Mexican priests, who, by reserving to themselves the business of instruction, were enabled to mould the young and plastic mind according to their own wills, and to train it early to implicit reverence for religion and its ministers, a reverence which still maintained its hold on the iron nature of the warrior, long after every other vestige of education had been effaced by the rough trade to which he was devoted. To each of the principal temples lands were annexed for the maintenance of the priests. These estates were augmented by the policy of devotion of successive princes, until, under the last Montezuma, they had swollen to an enormous extent, and covered every district of the empire. The priests took the management of their property into their own hands, and they seem to have treated their tenants with the liberality and indulgence characteristic of monastic corporations. Besides the large supplies drawn from this source, the religious order was enriched with the first fruits, and such other offerings as piety or superstition dictated. The surplus, beyond what was required for the support of the national worship, was distributed in alms among the poor, a duty strenuously prescribed by their moral code. Thus we find the same religion inculcating lessons of pure philanthropy on the one hand, and of merciless extermination, as we shall soon see, on the other. The Mexican temples, teocallis, or houses of God, as they were called, were very numerous. There were several hundreds in each of the principal cities, many of them doubtless very humble edifices. They were solid masses of earth, cased with brick or stone, and in their form somewhat resembled the pyramidal structures of ancient Egypt. The bases of many of them were more than 100 feet square, and they towered to a still greater height. They were distributed into 4 or 5 stories, each of smaller dimensions than that below. The ascent was by a flight of steps at an angle of the pyramid on the outside. This led to a sort of terrace or gallery at the base of the second story, which passed quite round the building to another flight of stairs, commencing also at the same angle as the preceding and directly over it, and leading to a similar terrace, so that one had to make a circuit of the temple several times before reaching the summit. In some instances the stairway led directly up the centre of the western face of the building. The top was a broad area on which were erected 1 or 2 towers, 40 or 50 feet high, the sanctuaries in which stood the sacred images of the presiding deities. Before these towers stood the dreadful stone of sacrifice, and 2 lofty altars on which fires were kept as inextinguishable as those in the temple of Vesta. There were said to be 600 of these altars on smaller buildings within the enclosure of the great temple of Mexico, which, with those on the sacred edifices in other parts of the city, shed a brilliant illumination over its streets through the darkest night. From the construction of their temples all religious services were public. The long processions of priests, winding round their massive sides as they rose higher and higher towards the summit, and the dismal rites of sacrifice performed there, were all visible from the remotest corners of the capital, impressing on the spectator's mind a superstitious veneration for the mysteries of his religion, and for the dread ministers by whom they were interpreted. This impression was kept in full force by their numerous festivals. Each month was consecrated to some protecting deity, and every week, nay, almost every day, was set down in their calendar for some appropriate celebration, so that it is difficult to understand how the ordinary business of life could have been compatible with the exactions of religion. Many of their ceremonies were of a light and cheerful complexion, consisting of the national songs and dances, in which both sexes joined. Processions were made of women and children crowned with garlands, and bearing offerings of fruit, the ripened maize, or the sweet incense of copal and other odoriferous gums, while the altars of the deity were stained with no blood save that of animals. These were the peaceful rites derived from their Toltec predecessors, on which the fierce Aztecs engrafted a superstition too loathsome to be exhibited in all its nakedness, and one over which I would gladly draw a veil altogether, but that it would leave the reader in ignorance of their most striking institution, and one that had the greatest influence in forming the national character. Human sacrifices were adopted by the Aztecs early in the 14th century, about 200 years before the Conquest. Rare at first, they became more frequent with the wider extent of their empire, till at length almost every festival was closed with this cruel abomination. These religious ceremonials were generally arranged in such a manner as to afford a type of the most prominent circumstances in the character or history of the deity who was the object of them. A single example will suffice. One of their most important festivals was that in honour of the god Tezcatlipoca, whose rank was inferior only to that of the Supreme Being. He was called the Soul of the World, and supposed to have been its creator. He was depicted as a handsome man, endowed with perpetual youth. A year before the intended sacrifice, a captive, distinguished for his personal beauty, and without a blemish on his body, was selected to represent this deity. Certain tutors took charge of him, and instructed him how to perform his new part with becoming grace and dignity. He was arrayed in a splendid dress, regaled with incense, and with a profusion of sweet-scented flowers, of which the ancient Mexicans were as fond as their descendants of the present day. When he went abroad he was attended by a train of the royal pages, and as he halted in the streets to play some favourite melody, the crowd prostrated themselves before him, and did him homage as the representative of their good deity. In this way he led an easy, luxurious life till within a month of his sacrifice. 4 beautiful girls, bearing the names of the principal goddesses, were then selected to share the honours of his bed, and with them he continued to live in idle dalliance, feasted at the banquets of the principal nobles, who paid him all the honours of a divinity. At length the fatal day of sacrifice arrived. The term of his short-lived glories was at an end. He was stripped of his gaudy apparel, and bade adieu to the fair partners of his revelries. One of the royal barges transported him across the lake to a temple which rose on its margin, about a league from the city. Hither the inhabitants of the capital flocked to witness the consummation of the ceremony. As the sad procession wound up the sides of the pyramid, the unhappy victim threw away his gay chaplet of flowers, and broke in pieces the musical instruments with which he had solaced the hours of captivity. On the summit he was received by 6 priests, whose long and matted locks flowed disorderly over their sable robes, covered with hieroglyphic scrolls of mystic import. They led him to the sacrificial stone, a huge block of jasper, with its upper surface somewhat convex. On this the prisoner was stretched. 5 priests secured his head and his limbs, while the 6th, clad in a scarlet mantle, emblematic of his bloody office, dexterously opened the breast of the wretched victim with a sharp razor of itztli, a volcanic substance hard as flint, and, inserting his hand in the wound, tore out the palpitating heart. The minister of death, first holding this up towards the sun, an object of worship throughout Anahuac, cast it at the feet of the deity to whom the temple was devoted, while the multitudes below prostrated themselves in humble adoration. The tragic story of this prisoner was expounded by the priests as the type of human destiny, which, brilliant in its commencement, too often closes in sorrow and disaster. Such was the form of human sacrifice usually practised by the Aztecs. It was the same that often met the indignant eyes of the Europeans in their progress through the country, and from the dreadful doom of which they themselves were not exempted. There were, indeed, some occasions when preliminary tortures, of the most exquisite kind, with which it is unnecessary to shock the reader, were inflicted, but they always terminated with the bloody ceremony above described. It should be remarked, however, that such tortures were not the spontaneous suggestions of cruelty, as with the North American Indians, but were all rigorously prescribed in the Aztec ritual, and doubtless were often inflicted with the same compunctious visitings which a devout familiar of the Holy Office might at times experience in executing its stern decrees. Women, as well as the other sex, were sometimes reserved for sacrifice. On some occasions, particularly in seasons of drought, at the festival of the insatiable Tlaloc, the god of rain, children, for the most part infants, were offered up. As they were borne along in open litters, dressed in their festal robes, and decked with the fresh blossoms of spring, they moved the hardest heart to pity, though their cries were drowned in the wild chant of the priests, who read in their tears a favourable augury for their petition. These innocent victims were generally bought by the priests of parents who were poor, but who stifled the voice of nature, probably less at the suggestions of poverty than of a wretched superstition. The most loathsome part of the story, the manner in which the body of the sacrificed captive was disposed of, remains yet to be told. It was delivered to the warrior who had taken him in battle, and by him, after being dressed, was served up in an entertainment to his friends. This was not the coarse repast of famished cannibals, but a banquet teeming with delicious beverages and delicate viands, prepared with art, and attended by both sexes, who, as we shall see hereafter, conducted themselves with all the decorum of civilized life. Surely never were refinement and the extreme of barbarism brought so closely in contact with each other. Human sacrifices have been practised by many nations, not excepting the most polished nations of antiquity, but never by any, on a scale to be compared with those in Anahuac. The amount of victims immolated on its accursed altars would stagger the faith of the least scrupulous believer. Scarcely any author pretends to estimate the yearly sacrifices throughout the empire at less than 20,000, and some carry the number as high as 50. On great occasions, as the coronation of a king or the consecration of a temple, the number becomes still more appalling. At the dedication of the great temple of Huitzilopochtli in 1486, the prisoners, who for some years had been reserved for the purpose, were drawn from all quarters to the capital. They were ranged in files, forming a procession nearly 2 miles long. The ceremony consumed several days, and 70,000 captives are said to have perished at the shrine of this terrible deity. But who can believe that so numerous a body would have suffered themselves to be led unresistingly, like sheep, to the slaughter? Or how could their remains, too great for consumption in the ordinary way, be disposed of, without breeding a pestilence in the capital? Yet the event was of recent date, and is unequivocally attested by the best informed historians. One fact may be considered certain. It was customary to preserve the skulls of the sacrificed in buildings appropriated to the purpose. The companions of Cortez counted 136,000 in one of these edifices. Without attempting a precise calculation, therefore, it is safe to conclude that thousands were yearly offered up in the different cities of Anahuac on the bloody altars of the Mexican divinities. Indeed, the great object of war with the Aztecs was quite as much to gather victims for their sacrifices as to extend their empire. Hence it was that an enemy was never slain in battle if there was a chance of taking him alive. To this circumstance the Spaniards repeatedly owed their preservation. When Montezuma was asked why he had suffered the Republic of Tlascala to maintain her independence on his borders, he replied, that she might furnish him with victims for his gods. As the supply began to fail, the priests, the Dominicans of the New World, bellowed aloud for more, and urged on their superstitious sovereign by the denunciations of celestial wrath. Like the militant churchmen of Christendom in the Middle Ages, they mingled themselves in the ranks, and were conspicuous in the thickest of the fight by their hideous aspects and frantic gestures. Strange that in every country the most fiendish passions of the human heart have been those kindled in the name of religion. The influence of these practices on the Aztec character was as disastrous as might have been expected. Familiarity with the bloody rites of sacrifice steeled the heart against human sympathy, and begat a thirst for carnage, like that excited in the Romans by the exhibitions of the circus. The perpetual recurrence of ceremonies in which the people took part associated religion with their most intimate concerns, and spread the gloom of superstition over the domestic hearth, until the character of the nation wore a grave and even melancholy aspect, which belongs to their descendants at the present day. The influence of the priesthood, of course, became unbounded. The sovereign thought himself honoured by being permitted to assist in the services of the temple. Far from limiting the authority of the priests to spiritual matters, he often surrendered his opinion to theirs, where they were least competent to give it. It was their opposition that prevented the final capitulation which would have saved the capital. The whole nation, from the peasant to the prince, bowed their necks to the worst kind of tyranny, that of a blind fanaticism. Human sacrifice, however cruel, has nothing in it degrading to its victim. It may be rather said to ennoble him by devoting him to the gods. Although so terrible with the Aztecs, it was sometimes voluntarily embraced by them as the most glorious death, and one that opened a sure passage into paradise. The Inquisition, on the other hand, branded its victims with infamy in this world, and consigned them to everlasting perdition in the next. One detestable feature of the Aztec superstition, however, sunk it far below the Christian. This was its cannibalism, though in truth the Mexicans were not cannibals in the coarsest acceptation of the term. They did not feed on human flesh merely to gratify a brutish appetite, but in obedience to their religion. Their repasts were made of the victims whose blood had been poured out on the altar of sacrifice. This is a distinction worthy of notice. Still, cannibalism, under any form, or whatever sanction, cannot but have a fatal influence on the nation addicted to it. It suggests ideas so loathsome, so degrading to man, to his spiritual and immortal nature, that it is impossible the people who practise it should make any great progress in moral or intellectual culture. The Mexicans furnish no exception to this remark. The civilization which they possessed descended from the Toltecs, a race who never stained their altars, still less their banquets, with the blood of man. All that deserved the name of science in Mexico came from this source, and the crumbling ruins of edifices attributed to them, still extant in various parts of New Spain, show a decided superiority in their architecture over that of the later races of Anahuac. It is true the Mexicans made great proficiency in many of the social and mechanic arts, in that material culture, if I may so call it, the natural growth of increasing opulence, which ministers to the gratification of the senses. In purely intellectual progress they were behind the Tezcucans, whose wise sovereigns came into the abominable rites of their neighbours with reluctance, and practised them on a much more moderate scale. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Section 3 being Book 1, Chapter 4 of The Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 1, Chapter 4. Mexican Hieroglyphics, Manuscripts, Arithmetic, Chronology, Astronomy. It is a relief to turn from the gloomy pages of the preceding chapter to a brighter side of the picture, and to contemplate the same nation in its generous struggle to raise itself from a state of barbarism, and to take a positive rank in the scale of civilization. It is not the less interesting that these efforts were made on an entirely new theatre of action, apart from those influences that operate in the Old World, the inhabitants of which, forming one great brotherhood of nations, are knit together by sympathies that make the faintest spark of knowledge struck out in one quarter spread gradually wider and wider, until it has diffused a cheering light over the remotest. It is curious to observe the human mind in this new position, conforming to the same laws as on the ancient continent, and taking a similar direction in its first inquiries after truth; so similar indeed as, although not warranting perhaps the idea of imitation, to suggest at least that of a common origin. In the Eastern Hemisphere we find some nations, as the Greeks for instance, early smitten with such a love of the beautiful as to be unwilling to dispense with it, even in the graver productions of science; and other nations again proposing a severer end to themselves, to which even imagination and elegant art were made subservient. The productions of such a people must be criticised, not by the ordinary rules of taste, but by their adaptation to the peculiar end for which they were designed. Such were the Egyptians in the Old World, and the Mexicans in the New. We have already had occasion to notice the resemblance borne by the latter nation to the former in their religious economy. We shall be more struck with it in their scientific culture, especially their hieroglyphical writing and their astronomy. To describe actions and events by delineating visible objects seems to be a natural suggestion, and is practised after a certain fashion by the rudest savages. The North American Indian carves an arrow on the bark of trees to show his followers the direction of his march, and some other sign to show the success of his expeditions. But to paint intelligibly a consecutive series of these actions, forming what Warburton has happily called picture writing, requires a combination of ideas that amounts to a positively intellectual effort. Yet further, when the object of the painter, instead of being limited to the present, is to penetrate the past, and to gather from its dark recesses lessons of instruction for coming generations, we see the dawnings of a literary culture, and recognise the proof of a decided civilisation in the attempt itself, however imperfectly it may be executed. The literal imitation of objects will not answer for this more complex and extended plan. It would occupy too much space as well as time in the execution. It then becomes necessary to abridge the pictures, to confine the drawings to outlines, or to such prominent parts of the bodies delineated as may readily suggest the whole. This is the representative or figurative writing, which forms the lowest stage of hieroglyphics. But there are things which have no type in the material world, abstract ideas, which can only be represented by visible objects supposed to have some quality analogous to the idea intended. This constitutes symbolical writing, the most difficult of all to the interpreter, since the analogy between the material and immaterial object is often purely fanciful or local in its application. Who, for instance, could suspect the association which made a beetle represent the universe, as with the Egyptians, or a serpent typify time, as with the Aztecs? The third and last division is the phonetic, in which signs are made to represent sounds, either entire words or parts of them. This is the nearest approach of the hieroglyphical series to that beautiful invention, the alphabet, by which language is resolved into its elementary sounds, and an apparatus supplied for easily and accurately expressing the most delicate shades of thought. The Egyptians were well skilled in all three kinds of hieroglyphics, but although their public monuments display the first class, in their ordinary intercourse and written records it is now certain that they almost wholly relied on the phonetic character. Strange that, having thus broken down the thin partition which divided them from an alphabet, their latest monuments should exhibit no nearer approach to it than their earliest. The Aztecs also were acquainted with the several varieties of hieroglyphics, but they relied on the figurative infinitely more than on the others. The Egyptians were at the top of the scale, the Aztecs at the bottom. In casting the eye over a Mexican manuscript, or map as it is called, one is struck with the grotesque caricatures it exhibits of the human figure, monstrous overgrown heads on puny misshapen bodies, which are themselves hard and angular in their outlines, and without the least skill in composition. On closer inspection, however, it is obvious that it is not so much a rude attempt to delineate nature as a conventional symbol to express the idea in the most clear and forcible manner, in the same way as the pieces of similar value on a chessboard, while they correspond with one another in form, bear little resemblance usually to the objects they represent. Those parts of the figure are most distinctly traced which are the most important. So also the colouring, instead of the delicate gradations of nature, exhibits only gaudy and violent contrasts, such as may produce the most vivid impression. For even colours, as Gama observes, speak in the Aztec hieroglyphics. But in the execution of all this the Mexicans were much inferior to the Egyptians. The drawings of the latter, indeed, are exceedingly defective when criticised by the rules of art, for they were as ignorant of perspective as the Chinese, and only exhibited the head in profile with the eye in the centre, and with total absence of expression. But they handled the pencil more gracefully than the Aztecs, were more true to the natural forms of objects, and above all showed great superiority in abridging the original figure by giving only the outlines, or some characteristic or essential feature. This simplified the process and facilitated the communication of thought. An Egyptian text has almost the appearance of alphabetical writing in its regular lines of minute figures. A Mexican text looks usually like a collection of pictures, each one forming the subject of a separate study. This is particularly the case with the delineations of mythology, in which the story is told by a conglomeration of symbols that may remind one more of the mysterious anaglyphs sculptured on the temples of the Egyptians than of their written records. The Aztecs had various emblems for expressing such things as, from their nature, could not be directly represented by the painter, as, for example, the years, months, days, the seasons, the elements, the heavens, and the like. A tongue denoted speaking, a footprint travelling, a man sitting on the ground an earthquake. These symbols were often very arbitrary, varying with the caprice of the writer, and it requires a nice discrimination to interpret them, as a slight change in the form or position of the figure intimated a very different meaning. An ingenious writer asserts that the priests devised secret symbolic characters for the record of their religious mysteries. It is possible, but the researches of Champollion lead to the conclusion that the similar opinion formerly entertained respecting the Egyptian hieroglyphics is without foundation. Lastly, they employed, as above stated, phonetic signs, though these were chiefly confined to the names of persons and places, which, being derived from some circumstance or characteristic quality, were accommodated to the hieroglyphical system. Thus the town Simatlan was compounded of simatl, a root, which grew near it, and tlan, signifying near. Tlaxcalan meant the place of bread, from its rich fields of corn. Huexotzinco, a place surrounded by willows. The names of persons were often significant of their adventures and achievements. That of the great Tezcucan prince, Nezahualcoyotl, signified hungry fox, intimating his sagacity and his distresses in early life. The emblems of such names were no sooner seen than they suggested to every Mexican the person and place intended, and when painted on their shields or embroidered on their banners, became the armorial bearings by which city and chieftain were distinguished, as in Europe in the age of chivalry. But although the Aztecs were instructed in all the varieties of hieroglyphical painting, they chiefly resorted to the clumsy method of direct representation. Had their empire lasted, like the Egyptian, several thousand instead of the brief space of 200 years, they would doubtless, like them, have advanced to the more frequent use of the phonetic writing. But before they could be made acquainted with the capabilities of their own system, the Spanish conquest, by introducing the European alphabet, supplied their scholars with a more perfect contrivance for expressing thought, which soon supplanted the ancient pictorial character. Clumsy as it was, however, the Aztec picture writing seems to have been adequate to the demands of the nation in their imperfect state of civilization. By means of it were recorded all their laws, and even their regulations for domestic economy, their tribute rolls, specifying the imposts of the various towns, their mythology, calendars, and rituals, their political annals, carried back to a period long before the foundation of the city. They digested a complete system of chronology, and could specify with accuracy the dates of the most important events in their history, the year being inscribed on the margin against the particular circumstance recorded. It is true, history thus executed must necessarily be vague and fragmentary. Only a few leading incidents could be presented, but in this it did not differ much from the monkish chronicles of the Dark Ages, which often dispose of years in a few brief sentences, quite long enough for the annals of barbarians. In order to estimate aright the picture writing of the Aztecs, one must regard it in connexion with oral tradition, to which it was auxiliary. In the colleges of the priests the youth were instructed in astronomy, history, mythology, etc., and those who were to follow the profession of hieroglyphical painting were taught the application of the characters appropriated to each of these branches. In a historical work, one had charge of the chronology, another of the events. Every part of the labour was thus mechanically distributed. The pupils, instructed in all that was before known in their several departments, were prepared to extend still further the boundaries of their imperfect science. The hieroglyphics served as a sort of stenography, a collection of notes, suggesting to the initiated much more than could be conveyed by a literal interpretation. This combination of the written and the oral comprehended what may be called the literature of the Aztecs. Their manuscripts were made of different materials, of cotton cloth or skins nicely prepared, of a composition of silk and gum, but for the most part of a fine fabric from the leaves of the aloe (Agave americana), called by the natives maguey, which grows luxuriantly over the tablelands of Mexico. A sort of paper was made from it, resembling somewhat the Egyptian papyrus, which, when properly dressed and polished, is said to have been more soft and beautiful than parchment. Some of the specimens still existing exhibit their original freshness, and the paintings on them retain their brilliancy of colours. They were sometimes done up into rolls, but more frequently into volumes of moderate size, in which the paper was shut up like a folding screen, with a leaf or tablet of wood at each extremity, that gave the whole, when closed, the appearance of a book. The length of the strips was determined only by convenience. As the pages might be read and referred to separately, this form had obvious advantages over the rolls of the ancients. At the time of the arrival of the Spaniards, great quantities of these manuscripts were treasured up in the country. Numerous persons were employed in painting, and the dexterity of their operations excited the astonishment of the conquerors. Unfortunately, this was mingled with other and unworthy feelings. The strange unknown characters inscribed on them excited suspicion. They were looked on as magic scrolls, and were regarded in the same light with the idols and temples, as the symbols of a pestilent superstition that must be extirpated. The first Archbishop of Mexico, Don Juan de Zumarraga, a name that should be as immortal as that of Omar, collected these paintings from every quarter, especially from Tezcuco, the most cultivated capital in Anahuac and the great depository of the national archives. He then caused them to be piled up in a mountain heap, as it is called by the Spanish writers themselves, and reduced them all to ashes. His greater countryman, Archbishop Ximenes, had celebrated a similar auto da fe of Arabic manuscripts in Granada some 20 years before. Never did fanaticism achieve two more signal triumphs than by the annihilation of so many curious monuments of human ingenuity and learning. The unlettered soldiers were not slow in imitating the example of their prelate. Every chart and volume which fell into their hands was wantonly destroyed, so that when the scholars of a later and more enlightened age anxiously sought to recover some of these memorials of civilization, nearly all had perished, and the few surviving were jealously hidden by the natives. Through the indefatigable labours of a private individual, however, a considerable collection was eventually deposited in the archives of Mexico, but was so little heeded there that some were plundered, others decayed piecemeal from damps and mildews, and others again were used up as waste paper. We contemplate with indignation the cruelties inflicted by the early conquerors, but indignation is qualified with contempt when we see them thus ruthlessly trampling out the spark of knowledge, the common boon and property of all mankind. We may well doubt which has the strongest claims to civilization, the victor or the vanquished. A few of the Mexican manuscripts have found their way from time to time to Europe, and are carefully preserved in the public libraries of its capitals. They are brought together in the magnificent work of Lord Kingsborough, but not one is there from Spain. The most important of them, for the light it throws on the Aztec institutions, is the Mendoza Codex, which, after its mysterious disappearance for more than a century, has at length reappeared in the Bodleian Library at Oxford. It has been several times engraved. The most brilliant in colouring, probably, is the Borgian collection in Rome. The most curious, however, is the Dresden Codex, which has excited less attention than it deserves. Although usually classed among Mexican manuscripts, it bears little resemblance to them in its execution. The figures of objects are more delicately drawn, and the characters, unlike the Mexican, appear to be purely arbitrary and are possibly phonetic. Their regular arrangement is quite equal to the Egyptian. The whole infers a much higher civilization than the Aztec, and offers abundant food for curious speculation. Some few of these maps have interpretations annexed to them, which were obtained from the natives after the conquest. The greater part are without any, and cannot now be unriddled. Had the Mexicans made free use of a phonetic alphabet, it might have been originally easy, by mastering the comparatively few signs employed in this kind of communication, to have got a permanent key to the whole. A brief inscription has furnished a clue to the vast labyrinth of Egyptian hieroglyphics. But the Aztec characters, representing individuals or at most species, require to be made out separately, a hopeless task, for which little aid is to be expected from the vague and general tenor of the few interpretations now existing. In less than 100 years after the conquest, the knowledge of the hieroglyphics had so far declined that a diligent Tezcucan writer complains he could find in the country only 2 persons, both very aged, at all competent to interpret them. It is not probable, therefore, that the art of reading these picture writings will ever be recovered, a circumstance certainly to be regretted. Not that the records of a semi-civilized people would be likely to contain any new truth or discovery important to human comfort or progress, but they could scarcely fail to throw some additional light on the previous history of the nation, and that of the more polished people who before occupied the country. This would be still more probable if any literary relics of their Toltec predecessors were preserved, and, if report be true, an important compilation from this source was extant at the time of the invasion, and may have perhaps contributed to swell the holocaust of Thumoraga. It is no great stretch of fancy to suppose that such records might reveal the successive links in the mighty chain of migration of the primitive races, and by carrying us back to the seat of their possessions in the Old World, have solved the mystery which has so long perplexed the learned in regard to the settlement and civilization of the New. Besides the hieroglyphical maps, the traditions of the country were embodied in the songs and hymns which, as already mentioned, were carefully taught in the public schools. These were various, embracing the mythic legends of a heroic age, the warlike achievements of their own, or the softer tales of love and pleasure. Many of them were composed by scholars and persons of rank, and are cited as affording the most authentic record of events. The Mexican dialect was rich and expressive, though inferior to the Tezcucan, the most polished of the idioms of Anahuac. None of the Aztec compositions have survived, but we can form some estimate of the general state of poetic culture from the odes which have come down to us from the royal house of Tezcuco. Sahagun has furnished us with translations of their more elaborate prose, consisting of prayers and public discourses, which give a favourable idea of their eloquence, and show that they paid much attention to rhetorical effect. They are said to have had also something like theatrical exhibitions of a pantomimic sort, in which the faces of the performers were covered with masks, and the figures of birds or animals were frequently represented, an imitation to which they may have been led by the familiar delineation of such objects in their hieroglyphics. In all this we see the dawning of a literary culture, surpassed, however, by their attainments in the severer walks of mathematical science. They devised a system of notation in their arithmetic sufficiently simple. The first 20 numbers were expressed by a corresponding number of dots. The first 5 had specific names, after which they were represented by combining the fifth with one of the 4 preceding, as 5 and 1 for 6, 5 and 2 for 7, and so on. 10 and 15 had each a separate name, which was also combined with the first 4 to express a higher quantity. These 4, therefore, were the radical characters of their oral arithmetic, in the same way as they were of the written with the ancient Romans, a more simple arrangement probably than any existing among Europeans. 20 was expressed by a separate hieroglyphic, a flag. Larger sums were reckoned by twenties, and in writing by repeating the number of flags. The square of 20, 400, had a separate sign, that of a plume, and so had the cube of 20, or 8000, which was denoted by a purse or sack. This was the whole arithmetical apparatus of the Mexicans, by the combination of which they were enabled to indicate any quantity. For greater expedition, they used to denote fractions of the larger sums by drawing only a part of the object. Thus half or three-fourths of a plume, or a purse, represented that proportion of their respective sums, and so on. With all this, the machinery will appear very awkward to us, who perform our operations with so much ease by means of the Arabic, or rather Indian, ciphers. It is not much more awkward, however, than the system pursued by the great mathematicians of antiquity, unacquainted with the brilliant invention which has given a new aspect to mathematical science, of determining the value, in a great measure, by the relative position of the figures. In the measurement of time, the Aztecs adjusted their civil year by the solar. They divided it into 18 months of 20 days each. Both months and days were expressed by peculiar hieroglyphics, those of the former often intimating the season of the year, like the French months at the period of the Revolution. 5 complementary days, as in Egypt, were added to make up the full number of 365. They belonged to no month, and were regarded as peculiarly unlucky. A month was divided into 4 weeks, of 5 days each, on the last of which was the public fair or market day. This arrangement, different from that of the nations of the old continent, whether of Europe or Asia, has the advantage of giving an equal number of days to each month, and of comprehending entire weeks without a fraction, both in the months and in the year. As the year is composed of nearly 6 hours more than 365 days, there still remained an excess, which, like other nations who have framed a calendar, they provided for by intercalation; not indeed every 4th year, as the Europeans, but at longer intervals, like some of the Asiatics. They waited till the expiration of 52 vague years, when they interposed 13 days, or rather 12 1/2, this being the number which had fallen in arrear. Had they inserted 13, it would have been too much, since the annual excess over 365 is about 11 minutes less than 6 hours. But as their calendar at the time of the Conquest was found to correspond with the European, making allowance for the subsequent Gregorian reform, they would seem to have adopted the shorter period of 12 days and a half, which brought them within an almost inappreciable fraction to the exact length of the tropical year as established by the most accurate observations. Indeed, the intercalation of 25 days in every 104 years shows a nicer adjustment of civil to solar time than is presented by any European calendar, since more than 5 centuries must elapse before the loss of an entire day. Such was the astonishing precision displayed by the Aztecs, or perhaps by their more polished Toltec predecessors, in these computations, so difficult as to have baffled, till a comparatively recent period, the most enlightened nations of Christendom. The chronological system of the Mexicans, by which they determined the date of any particular event, was also remarkable. The epoch from which they reckoned corresponded with the year 1091 of the Christian era. It was the period of the reform of their calendar soon after their migration from Aztlan. They threw the years, as already noticed, into great cycles of 52 each, which they called sheafs or bundles, and represented by a quantity of reeds bound together by a string. As often as this hieroglyphic occurs in their maps, it shows the number of half centuries. To enable them to specify any particular year, they divided the great cycle into 4 smaller cycles, or indictions, of 13 years each. They then adopted 2 periodical series of signs, one consisting of their numerical dots up to 13, the other of 4 hieroglyphics of the years, namely a rabbit, a reed, a flint, and a house. These latter they repeated in regular succession, setting against each one a number of the corresponding series of dots, continued also in regular succession up to 13. The same system was pursued through the 4 indictions, which thus, it will be observed, began always with a different hieroglyphic of the year from the preceding, and in this way each of the hieroglyphics was made to combine successively with each of the numerical signs, but never twice with the same, since 4 and 13, the factors of 52, the number of years in the cycle, must admit of just as many combinations as are equal to their product. Thus every year had its appropriate symbol, by which it was at once recognised. And this symbol, preceded by the proper numbers of bundles indicating the half centuries, showed the precise time which had elapsed since the national epoch of 1091. The ingenious contrivance of a periodical series, in place of the cumbrous system of the hieroglyphical notation, is not peculiar to the Aztecs, and is to be found among various people on the Asiatic continent. The same in principle, though varying materially in arrangement. The solar calendar above described might have answered all the purposes of the nation, but the priests chose to construct another for themselves. This was called a lunar reckoning, though nowise accommodated to the revolutions of the moon. It was formed also of 2 periodical series, one of them consisting of 13 numerical signs or dots, the other of the 20 hieroglyphics of the days. But as the product of these combinations would only be 260, and as some confusion might arise from the repetition of the same terms for the remaining 105 days of the year, they invented a 3rd series, consisting of 9 additional hieroglyphics, which, alternating with the 2 preceding series, rendered it impossible that the 3 should coincide twice in the same year, or indeed in less than 2340 days, since 20 times 13 times 9 equals 2340. 13 was a mystic number of frequent use in their tables. Why they resorted to that of 9 on this occasion is not so clear. This second calendar rouses a holy indignation in the early Spanish missionaries, and Father Sahagun loudly condemns it as most unhallowed, since it is founded neither on natural reason, nor on the influence of the planets, nor on the true course of the year, but is plainly the work of necromancy and the fruit of a compact with the devil. One may doubt whether the superstition of those who invented the scheme was greater than that of those who impugned it. At all events, we may, without having recourse to supernatural agency, find in the human heart a sufficient explanation of its origin, in that love of power that has led the priesthood of many a faith to affect a mystery, the key to which was in their own keeping. By means of this calendar the Aztec priests kept their own records, regulated the festivals and seasons of sacrifice, and made all their astrological calculations. The astrological scheme of the Aztecs was founded less on the planetary influences than on those of the arbitrary signs they had adopted for the months and days. The character of the leading sign in each lunar cycle of 13 days gave a complexion to the whole, though this was qualified in some degree by the signs of the succeeding days as well as by those of the hours. It was in adjusting these conflicting forces that the great art of the diviner was shown. In no country, not even in ancient Egypt, were the dreams of the astrologer more implicitly deferred to. On the birth of a child he was instantly summoned. The time of the event was accurately ascertained, and the family hung in trembling suspense as the minister of heaven cast the horoscope of the infant, and unrolled the dark volume of destiny. The influence of the priest was confessed by the Mexican in the very first breath which he inhaled. We know little further of the astronomical attainments of the Aztecs. That they were acquainted with the cause of eclipses is evident from the representation on their maps of the disk of the moon projected onto that of the sun. Whether they had arranged a system of constellations is uncertain, though that they recognised some of the most obvious, as the Pleiades, for example, is evident from the fact that they regulated their festivals by them. We know of no astronomical instruments used by them except the dial. An immense circular block of carved stone, disinterred in 1790 in the great square of Mexico, has supplied an acute and learned scholar with the means of establishing some interesting facts in regard to Mexican science. This colossal fragment, on which the calendar is engraved, shows that they had the means of settling the hours of the day with precision, the periods of the solstices and of the equinoxes, and that of the transit of the sun across the zenith of Mexico. We cannot contemplate the astronomical science of the Mexicans, so disproportioned to their progress in other walks of civilization, without astonishment. An acquaintance with some of the more obvious principles of astronomy is within the reach of the rudest people. With a little care they may learn to connect the regular changes of the seasons with those of the place of the sun at his rising and setting. They may follow the march of the great luminary through the heavens by watching the stars that first brighten on his evening track, or fade in his morning beams. They may measure a revolution of the moon by marking her phases, and may even form a general idea of the number of such revolutions in a solar year. But that they should be capable of accurately adjusting their festivals by the movements of the heavenly bodies, and should fix the true length of the tropical year with a precision unknown to the great philosophers of antiquity, could be the result only of a long series of nice and patient observations, evincing no slight progress in civilization. But whence could the rude inhabitants of these mountain regions have derived this curious erudition? Not from the barbarous hordes who roamed over the higher latitudes of the north, nor from the more polished races on the southern continent, with whom it is apparent they had no intercourse. If we are driven in our embarrassment, like the greatest astronomer of our age, to seek the solution among the civilized communities of Asia, we shall still be perplexed by finding, amidst general resemblance of outline, sufficient discrepancy in the details to vindicate in the judgments of many the Aztec claim to originality. I shall conclude the account of Mexican science with that of a remarkable festival celebrated by the natives at the termination of the great cycle of 52 years. We have seen in the preceding chapter their traditions of the destruction of the world at 4 successive epochs. They looked forward confidently to another such catastrophe, to take place like the preceding at the close of a cycle, when the sun was to be effaced from the heavens, the human race from the earth, and when the darkness of chaos was to settle on the habitable globe. The cycle would end in the latter part of December, and as the dreary season of the winter solstice approached, and the diminished light of the day gave melancholy presage of its speedy extinction, their apprehensions increased, and on the arrival of the 5 unlucky days which closed the year, they abandoned themselves to despair. They broke in pieces the little images of their household gods, in whom they no longer trusted. The holy fires were suffered to go out in the temples, and none were lighted in their own dwellings. Their furniture and domestic utensils were destroyed, their garments torn in pieces, and everything was thrown into disorder for the coming of the evil genii who were to descend on the desolate earth. On the evening of the last day, a procession of priests, assuming the dress and ornaments of their gods, moved from the capital towards a lofty mountain about 2 leagues distant. They carried with them a noble victim, the flower of their captives, and an apparatus for kindling the new fire, the success of which was an augury of the renewal of the cycle. On reaching the summit of the mountain, the procession paused till midnight, when, as the constellation of the Pleiades approached the zenith, the new fire was kindled by the friction of the sticks placed on the wounded breast of the victim. The flame was soon communicated to a funeral pile, on which the body of the slaughtered captive was thrown. As the light streamed up towards heaven, shouts of joy and triumph burst forth from the countless multitudes who covered the hills, the terraces of the temples, and the housetops, with eyes anxiously bent on the mount of sacrifice. Couriers, with torches lighted at the blazing beacon, rapidly bore them over every part of the country, and the cheering element was seen brightening on altar and hearthstone for the circuit of many a league, long before the sun, rising on his accustomed track, gave assurance that the new cycle had commenced its march, and that the laws of nature were not to be reversed. The following 13 days were given up to festivity. The houses were cleansed and whitened. The broken vessels were replaced by new ones. The people, dressed in their gayest apparel, and crowned with garlands and chaplets of flowers, thronged in joyous procession to offer up their oblations and thanksgiving in the temples. Dances and games were instituted, emblematical of the regeneration of the world. It was the carnival of the Aztecs, or rather the national jubilee, the great secular festival, like that of the Romans or ancient Etruscans, which few alive had witnessed before, or could expect to see again. End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Section 4, that is, Book 1, Chapter 5 of The History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 1, Chapter 5. Aztec Agriculture, the Mechanical Arts, Merchants, Domestic Manners. Agriculture in Mexico was in the same advanced state as the other arts of social life. In few countries, indeed, has it been more respected. It was closely interwoven with the civil and religious institutions of the nation. There were peculiar deities to preside over it. The names of the months and of the religious festivals had more or less reference to it. The public taxes, as we have seen, were often paid in agricultural produce. All, except the soldiers and great nobles, even the inhabitants of the cities, cultivated the soil. The work was chiefly done by the men, the women scattering the seed, husking the corn, and taking part only in the lighter labours of the field. There was no want of judgment in the management of their ground. When somewhat exhausted, it was permitted to recover by lying fallow. Its extreme dryness was relieved by canals, with which the land was partially irrigated, and the same end was promoted by severe penalties against the destruction of the woods, with which the country, as already noticed, was well covered before the Conquest. Lastly, they provided for their harvests ample granaries, which were admitted by the conquerors to be of admirable construction. In this provision we see the forecast of civilized man. Amongst the most important articles of husbandry we may notice the banana, whose facility of cultivation and exuberant returns are so fatal to habits of systematic and hardy industry. Another celebrated plant was the cacao, the fruit of which furnished the chocolate from the Mexican chocolatl, now so common a beverage throughout Europe. The vanilla, confined to a small district of the sea coast, was used for the same purposes, of flavouring their food and drink, as with us. The great staple of the country, as indeed of the American continent, was maize, or Indian corn, which grew freely along the valleys and up the steep sides of the Cordilleras to the high level of the tableland. The Aztecs were as curious in its preparation and as well instructed in its manifold uses as the most expert New England housewife. Its gigantic stalks in these equinoctial regions afford a saccharine matter not found to the same extent in northern latitudes, and supplied the natives with sugar little inferior to that of the cane itself, which was not introduced among them till after the Conquest. But the miracle of nature was the great Mexican aloe, or maguey, whose clustering pyramid of flowers, towering above their dark coronals of leaves, was seen sprinkled over many a broad acre of the tableland. As we have already noticed, its bruised leaves afforded a paste from which paper was manufactured. Its juice was fermented into an intoxicating beverage, pulque, of which the natives to this day are excessively fond. Its leaves further supplied an impenetrable thatch for the more humble dwellings. Thread, of which coarse stuffs were made, and strong cords, were drawn from its tough and twisted fibres. Pins and needles were made of the thorns at the extremity of its leaves, and the root, when properly cooked, was converted into a palatable and nutritious food. The agave, in short, was meat, drink, clothing, and writing materials for the Aztec. Surely never did nature enclose in so compact a form so many of the elements of human comfort and civilization. It would be obviously out of place to enumerate in these pages all the varieties of plants, many of them of medicinal virtue, which have been introduced from Mexico into Europe. Still less can I attempt a catalogue of its flowers, which, with their variegated and gaudy colours, form the greatest attraction of our greenhouses. The opposite climates embraced within the narrow latitudes of New Spain have given to it probably the richest and most diversified flora to be found in any country on the globe. These different products were systematically arranged by the Aztecs, who understood their properties, and collected them into nurseries more extensive than any then existing in the Old World. It is not improbable that they suggested the idea of those "gardens of plants" which were introduced into Europe not many years after the Conquest. The Mexicans were as well acquainted with the mineral as with the vegetable treasures of their kingdom. Silver, lead, and tin they drew from the mines of Tasco, copper from the mountains of Sacotolan. These were taken not only from the crude masses on the surface, but from veins wrought in the solid rock, into which they opened extensive galleries. In fact, the traces of their labours furnished the best indications for the early Spanish miners. Gold, found on the surface, or gleaned from the beds of rivers, was cast into bars, or in the form of dust, made part of the regular tribute of the southern provinces of the empire. The use of iron, with which the soil was impregnated, was unknown to them. Notwithstanding its abundance, it demands so many processes to prepare it for use, that it has commonly been one of the last metals pressed into the service of man. The age of iron has followed that of brass, in fact as well as in fiction. They found a substitute in an alloy of tin and copper, and with tools made of this bronze could cut not only metals, but with the aid of a silicious dust, the hardest substances, as basalt, porphyry, amethysts, and emeralds. They fashioned these last, which were found very large, into many curious and fantastic forms. They cast also vessels of gold and silver, carving them with their metallic chisels in a very delicate manner. Some of the silver vases were so large that a man could not encircle them with his arms. They imitated very nicely the figures of animals, and, what was extraordinary, could mix the metals in such a manner that the feathers of a bird or the scales of a fish should be alternately of gold and silver. The Spanish goldsmiths admitted their superiority over themselves in these ingenious works. They employed another tool made of itztli, or obsidian, a dark transparent mineral, exceedingly hard, found in abundance in their hills. They made it into knives, razors, and their serrated swords. It took a keen edge, though soon blunted. With this they wrought the various stones and alabasters employed in the construction of their public works and principal dwellings. I shall defer a more particular account of these to the body of the narrative, and will only add here that the entrances and angles of the buildings were profusely ornamented with images, sometimes of their fantastic deities, and frequently of animals. The latter were executed with great accuracy. The former, according to Torquemada, were the hideous reflection of their own souls. and it was not till after they had been converted to Christianity that they could model the true figure of a man. The old chronicler's facts are well founded, whatever we may think of his reasons. The allegorical phantasms of his religion, no doubt, gave a direction to the Aztec artist in his delineation of the human figure, supplying him with an imaginary beauty in the personification of divinity itself. As these superstitions lost their hold on his mind, it opened to the influences of a purer taste, and after the Conquest the Mexicans furnished many examples of correct and some of beautiful portraiture. Sculptured images were so numerous that the foundations of the cathedral in the Plaza Mayor, the great square of Mexico, are said to be entirely composed of them. This spot may indeed be regarded as the Aztec Forum, the great depository of the treasures of ancient sculpture, which now are hid in its bosom. Such monuments are spread all over the capital, however, and a new cellar can hardly be dug or foundation laid without turning up some of the mouldering relics of barbaric art. But they are little heeded, and if not wantonly broken in pieces at once, are usually worked into the rising wall or supports of the new edifice. Two celebrated bas reliefs of the last Montezuma and his father, cut in the solid rock in the beautiful groves of Chapultepec, were deliberately destroyed as late as the last century by order of the government. The monuments of the barbarian meet with as little respect from civilized man as those of the civilized man from the barbarian. The most remarkable piece of sculpture yet disinterred is the great calendar stone noticed in the preceding chapter. It consists of dark porphyry, and in its original dimensions, as taken from the quarry, is computed to have weighed nearly 50 tons. It was transported from the mountains beyond Lake Charco, a distance of many leagues, over a broken country intersected by watercourses and canals. In crossing a bridge which traversed one of these latter in the capital, the supports gave way, and the huge mass was precipitated into the water, whence it was with difficulty recovered. The fact that so enormous a fragment of porphyry could be thus safely carried for leagues, in the face of such obstacles and without the aid of cattle, for the Aztecs had no animals of draught, suggests to us no mean ideas of their mechanical skill, and of their machinery, and implies a degree of cultivation little inferior to that demanded for geometrical and astronomical science displayed in the inscriptions on this very stone. The ancient Mexicans made utensils of earthenware for the ordinary purposes of domestic life, numerous specimens of which still exist. They made cups and vases of a lacquered or painted wood, impervious to wet and gaudily coloured. Their dyes were obtained from both mineral and vegetable substances. Among them was the rich crimson of the cochineal, the modern rival of the famed Tyrian purple. It was introduced into Europe from Mexico, where the curious little insect was nourished with great care on plantations of cactus, since fallen into neglect. The natives were thus enabled to give a brilliant colouring to the webs, which were manufactured of every degree of fineness from the cotton raised in abundance throughout the warmer regions of the country. They had the art also of interweaving with these the delicate hair of rabbits and other animals, which made a cloth of great warmth as well as beauty, of a kind altogether original, and on this they often laid a rich embroidery of birds, flowers, or some other fanciful device. But the art in which they most delighted was their plumage, or featherwork. With this they could produce all the effects of a beautiful mosaic. The gorgeous plumage of the tropical birds, especially of the parrot tribe, afforded every variety of colour, and the fine down of the humming bird, which revelled in swarms among the honeysuckle bowers of Mexico, supplied them with soft aerial tints that gave an exquisite finish to the picture. The feathers, pasted on a fine cotton web, were wrought into dresses for the wealthy, hangings for apartments, and ornaments for the temples. No one of the American fabrics excited such admiration in Europe, whither numerous specimens were sent by the conquerors. It is to be regretted that so graceful an art should have been suffered to fall into decay. There were no shops in Mexico, but the various manufactures and agricultural products were brought together for sale in the great market places of the principal cities. Fairs were held there every 5th day, and were thronged by a numerous concourse of persons, who came to buy or sell from all the neighbouring country. A particular quarter was allotted to each kind of article. The numerous transactions were conducted without confusion, and with entire regard to justice, under the inspection of magistrates appointed for the purpose. The traffic was carried on partly by barter, and partly by means of a regulated currency of different values. This consisted of transparent quills of gold dust, of bits of tin cut in the form of a T, and of bags of cacao, containing a specified number of grains. "Blessed money!" exclaims Peter Martyr, "which exempts its possessors from avarice, since it cannot be long hoarded, nor hidden underground." There did not exist in Mexico that distinction of castes found among the Egyptian and Asiatic nations. It was usual, however, for the son to follow the occupation of his father. The different trades were arranged into something like guilds, having each a particular district of the city appropriated to it, with its own chief, its own tutelar deity, its peculiar festivals, and the like. Trade was held in avowed estimation by the Aztecs. "Apply thyself, my son," was the advice of an aged chief, "to agriculture, or to feather work, or to some other honourable calling. Thus did your ancestors before you. Else how would they have provided for themselves and their families? Never was it heard that nobility alone was able to maintain its possessor." Shrewd maxims, that must have sounded somewhat strange in the ear of a Spanish hidalgo. But the occupation peculiarly respected was that of the merchant. It formed so important and singular a feature of their social economy as to merit a much more particular notice than it has received from historians. The Aztec merchant was a sort of itinerant trader, who made his journeys to the remotest borders of Anahuac, and to the countries beyond, carrying with him merchandise of rich stuffs, jewellery, slaves, and other valuable commodities. The slaves were obtained at the great market of Azcapotzalco, not many leagues from the capital, where fairs were regularly held for the sale of these unfortunate beings. They were brought thither by their masters, dressed in their gayest apparel, and instructed to sing, dance, and display their little stock of personal accomplishments, so as to recommend themselves to the purchaser. Slave dealing was an honourable calling among the Aztecs. With this rich freight the merchant visited the different provinces, always bearing some present of value from his own sovereign to their chiefs, and usually receiving others in return, with a permission to trade. Should this be denied him, or should he meet with indignity or violence, he had the means of resistance in his power. He performed his journeys with a number of companions of his own rank, and a large body of inferior attendants, who were employed to transport the goods. 50 or 60 pounds were the usual load for a man. The whole caravan went armed, and so well provided against sudden hostilities, that they could make good their defence if necessary, till reinforced from home. In one instance a body of these militant traders stood a siege of 4 years in the town of Ayotlan, which they finally took from the enemy. Their own government, however, was always prompt to embark in a war on this ground, finding it a very convenient pretext for extending the Mexican empire. It was not unusual to allow the merchants to raise levies themselves, which were placed under their command. It was, moreover, very common for the prince to employ the merchants as a sort of spy, to furnish him information of the state of the countries through which they passed, and the dispositions of the inhabitants towards himself. Thus their sphere of action was much enlarged beyond that of a humble trader, and they acquired a high consideration in the body politic. They were allowed to assume insignia and devices of their own. Some of their number composed what is called by the Spanish writers a council of finance; at least this was the case in Tezcuco. They were much consulted by the monarch, who had some of them constantly near his person, addressing them by the title of uncle, which may remind one of that of primo or cousin, by which a grandee of Spain is saluted by his sovereign. They were allowed to have their own courts, in which civil and criminal cases, not excepting capital, were determined, so that they formed an independent community, as it were, of themselves; and as their various traffic supplied them with abundant stores of wealth, they enjoyed many of the most essential advantages of a hereditary aristocracy. That trade should prove the path to eminent political preferment in a nation but partially civilized, where the names of soldier and priest are usually the only titles to respect, is certainly an anomaly in history. It forms some contrast to the standard of the more polished monarchies of the Old World, in which rank is supposed to be less dishonoured by a life of idle ease or frivolous pleasure, than by those active pursuits which promote equally the prosperity of the state and of the individual. If civilization corrects many prejudices, it must be allowed that it creates others. We shall be able to form a better idea of the actual refinement of the natives by penetrating into their domestic life, and observing the intercourse between the sexes. We have fortunately the means of doing this. We shall there find the ferocious Aztec frequently displaying all the sensibility of a cultivated nature, consoling his friends under affliction, or congratulating them on their good fortune, as on an occasion of marriage, or of the birth or the baptism of a child, when he was punctilious in his visits, bringing presents of costly dresses and ornaments, or the more simple offering of flowers, equally indicative of his sympathy. The visits at these times, though regulated with all the precision of Oriental courtesy, were accompanied by expressions of the most cordial and affectionate regard. The discipline of children, especially at the public schools, as stated in a previous chapter, was exceedingly severe; but after she had come to a mature age, the Aztec maiden was treated by her parents with a tenderness from which all reserve seemed banished. In the counsels to a daughter about to enter into life, they conjured her to preserve simplicity in her manners and conversation, uniform neatness in her attire, with strict attention to personal cleanliness. They inculcated modesty as the great ornament of a woman, and implicit reverence for her husband, softening their admonitions by such endearing epithets as showed the fulness of a parent's love. Polygamy was permitted among the Mexicans, though chiefly confined, probably, to the wealthiest classes; and the obligations of the marriage vow, which was made with all the formality of a religious ceremony, were fully recognised and impressed on both parties. The women are described by the Spaniards as pretty, unlike their unfortunate descendants of the present day, though with the same serious and rather melancholy cast of countenance. Their long black hair, covered, in some parts of the country, by a veil made of the fine web of the pita, might generally be seen wreathed with flowers, or among the richer people with strings of precious stones and pearls from the Gulf of California. They appear to have been treated with much consideration by their husbands, and passed their time in indolent tranquillity, or in such feminine occupations as spinning, embroidery, and the like, while their maidens beguiled the hours by the rehearsal of traditionary tales and ballads. The women partook equally with the men of social festivities and entertainments. These were often conducted on a large scale, both as regards the number of guests and the costliness of the preparations. Numerous attendants of both sexes waited at the banquet. The halls were scented with perfumes, and the courts strewed with odoriferous herb and flowers, which were distributed in profusion among the guests as they arrived. Cotton napkins and ewers of water were placed before them as they took their seats at the board, for the venerable ceremony of ablution, before and after eating, was punctiliously observed by the Aztecs. Tobacco was then offered to the company, in pipes mixed up with aromatic substances, or in the form of cigars, inserted in tubes of tortoiseshell or silver. They compressed the nostrils with the fingers, while they inhaled the smoke, which they frequently swallowed. Whether the women who sat apart from the men at table were allowed the indulgence of the fragrant weed, as in the most polished circles of modern Mexico, is not told us. It is a curious fact that the Aztecs also took the dried leaf in the pulverized form of snuff. The table was well provided with substantial meats, especially game, among which the most conspicuous was the turkey, erroneously supposed, as its name imports, to have come originally from the East. These more solid dishes were flanked by others of vegetables and fruits, of every delicious variety found on the North American continent. The different viands were prepared in various ways, with delicate sauces and seasoning, of which the Mexicans were very fond. Their palate was still further regaled by confections and pastry, for which their maize flour and sugar supplied ample materials. One other dish, of a disgusting nature, was sometimes added to the feast, especially when the celebration partook of a religious character. On such occasions a slave was sacrificed, and his flesh, elaborately dressed, formed one of the chief ornaments of the banquet. Cannibalism, in the guise of an Epicurean science, becomes even the more revolting. The meats were kept warm by chafing dishes. The table was ornamented with vases of silver, and sometimes gold, of delicate workmanship. The drinking cups and spoons were of the same costly materials, and likewise of tortoiseshell. The favourite beverage was the chocolatl, flavoured with vanilla and different spices. They had a way of preparing the froth of it so as to make it almost solid enough to be eaten, and took it cold. The fermented juice of the maguey, with a mixture of sweets and acids, supplied also various agreeable drinks of different degrees of strength, and formed the chief beverage of the elder part of the company. As soon as they had finished with their repast, the young people rose from the table to close the festivities of the day with dancing. They danced gracefully to the sound of various instruments, accompanying their movements with chants of a pleasing though somewhat plaintive character. The older guests continued at table, sipping pulque and gossiping about other times, till the virtues of the exhilarating beverage put them in good humour with their own. Intoxication was not rare in this part of the company, and, what is singular, was excused in them, though severely punished in the younger. The Aztec character was perfectly original and unique. It was made up of incongruities apparently irreconcilable. It blended into one the marked peculiarities of different nations, not only of the same place of civilization, but as far removed from each other as the extremes of barbarism and refinement. It may find a fitting parallel in their own wonderful climate, capable of producing on a few square leagues of surface the boundless variety of vegetable forms which belong to the frozen regions of the north, the temperate zone of Europe, and the burning skies of Arabia and Hindustan. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Part 5 being Book 1, Chapter 6 of the History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 1, Chapter 6. The Tezcucans, their golden age, accomplished princes, decline of their monarchy. The reader would gather but an imperfect notion of the civilization of Anahuac without some account of the Acoloans, or Tezcucans as they are usually called, a nation of the same great family with the Aztecs, whom they rivalled in power and surpassed in intellectual culture and the arts of social refinement. Fortunately we have ample materials for this in the records left by Ixtlilxochitl, a lineal descendant of the royal line of Tezcuco, who flourished in the century of the Conquest. With every opportunity for information he combined much industry and talent, and if his narrative bears the high colouring of one who would revive the faded glories of an ancient but dilapidated house, he has been uniformly commended for his fairness and integrity, and has been followed without misgiving by such Spanish writers as could have access to his manuscripts. I shall confine myself to the prominent features of the two reigns which may be said to embrace the golden age of Tezcuco, without attempting to weigh the probability of the details, which I will leave to be settled by the reader, according to the measure of his faith. The Acoloans came into the valley, as we have seen, about the close of the 12th century, and built their capital of Tezcuco on the eastern borders of the lake, opposite to Mexico. From this point they gradually spread themselves over the northern portion of Anahuac, when their career was checked by an invasion of a kindred race, the Tepanecs, who after a desperate struggle succeeded in taking their city, slaying their monarch, and entirely subjugating his kingdom. This event took place about 1418, and the young prince Nezahualcoyotl, the heir to the crown, then 15 years old, saw his father butchered before his eyes, while he himself lay concealed among the friendly branches of a tree which overshadowed the spot. His subsequent history is full of romantic daring and perilous escapes. Not long after his flight from the field of his father's blood, the Tezcucan prince fell into the hands of his enemy, was borne off in triumph to his city, and was thrown into a dungeon. He effected his escape, however, through the connivance of the governor of the fortress, an old servant of his family, who took the place of the royal fugitive, and paid for his loyalty with his life. He was at length permitted, through the intercession of the reigning family in Mexico, which was allied to him, to retire to that capital, and subsequently to his own, where he found a shelter in his ancestral palace. Here he remained unmolested for 8 years, pursuing his studies under an old preceptor, who had had the care of his early youth, and who instructed him in the various duties befitting his princely station. At the end of this period the Tepanec usurper died, bequeathing his empire to his son Maxtla, a man of fierce and suspicious temper. Nezahualcoyotl hastened to pay his obeisance to him on his accession, but the tyrant refused to receive the little present of flowers which he laid at his feet, and turned his back on him in presence of his chieftains. One of his attendants, friendly to the young prince, admonished him to provide for his own safety by withdrawing as speedily as possible from the palace, where his life was in danger. He lost no time, consequently, in retreating from the inhospitable court, and returned to Tezcuco. Maxtla, however, was bent on his destruction. He saw with jealous eye the opening talents and popular manners of his rival, and the favour he was daily winning from his ancient subjects. He accordingly laid a plan for making away with him at an evening entertainment. It was defeated by the vigilance of the prince's tutor, who contrived to mislead the assassins, and to substitute another victim in the place of his pupil. The baffled tyrant now threw off all disguise, and sent a strong party of soldiers to Tezcuco, with orders to enter the palace, seize the person of Nezahualcoyotl, and slay him on the spot. The prince, who became acquainted with the plot through the watchfulness of his preceptor, instead of flying, as he was counselled, resolved to await his enemy. They found him playing at ball when they arrived, in the court of his palace. He received them courteously, and invited them in to take some refreshment after their journey. While they were occupied in this way, he passed into an adjoining saloon, which excited no suspicion, as he was still visible through the open doors by which the apartments communicated with each other. A burning censer stood in the passage, and as it was fed by the attendants, threw up such clouds of incense as obscured his movements from the soldiers. Under this friendly veil he succeeded in making his escape by a secret passage, which communicated with a large earthen pipe formerly used to bring water to the palace. Here he remained till nightfall, when, taking advantage of the obscurity, he found his way into the suburbs and sought a shelter in the cottage of one of his father's vassals. The Tepanec monarch, enraged at this repeated disappointment, ordered instant pursuit. A price was set on the head of the royal fugitive. Whoever should take him, dead or alive, was promised, however humble his degree, the hand of a noble lady and an ample domain along with it. Troops of armed men were ordered to scour the country in every direction. In the course of the search the cottage in which the prince had taken refuge was entered. But he fortunately escaped detection by being hid under a heap of maguey fibres used for manufacturing cloth. As this was no longer a proper place for concealment, he sought a retreat in the mountainous and woody district lying between the borders of his own state and Tlascala. Here he led a wretched wandering life, exposed to all the inclemencies of the weather, hiding himself in deep thickets and caverns, and stealing out at night to satisfy the cravings of appetite, while he was kept in constant alarm by the activity of his pursuers, always hovering on his track. On one occasion he sought refuge from them among a small party of soldiers who proved friendly to him, and concealed him in a large drum around which they were dancing. At another time he was just able to turn the crest of a hill as his enemies were climbing it on the other side, when he fell in with a girl who was reaping chian, a Mexican plant, the seed of which was much used in the drinks of the country. He persuaded her to cover him up with the stalks she had been cutting. When his pursuers came up and inquired if she had seen the fugitive, the girl coolly answered that she had, and pointed out a path as the one he had taken. Notwithstanding the high rewards offered, Nezahualcóyotl seems to have incurred no danger from treachery, such was the general attachment felt to himself and his house. "Would you not deliver up the prince if he came in your way?" he inquired of a young peasant, who was unacquainted with his person. "Not I," replied the other. "What, not for a fair lady's hand and a rich dowry beside?" rejoined the prince; at which the other only shook his head and laughed. On more than one occasion his faithful people submitted to torture, and even to lose their lives, rather than disclose the place of his retreat. However gratifying such proofs of loyalty might be to his feelings, the situation of the prince in these mountain solitudes became every day more distressing. It gave a still keener edge to his own sufferings to witness those of the faithful followers who chose to accompany him in his wanderings. "Leave me," he would say to them, "to my fate. Why should you throw away your own lives for one whom fortune is never weary of persecuting?" Most of the great Tezcucan chiefs had consulted their interests by a timely adhesion to the usurper, but some still clung to their prince, preferring proscription and death itself rather than desert him in his extremity. In the meantime his friends at a distance were active in measures for his relief. The oppressions of Maxtla and his growing empire had caused general alarm in the surrounding states, who recalled the mild rule of the Tezcucan princes. A coalition was formed, a plan of operations concerted, and on the day appointed for a general rising, Nezahualcóyotl found himself at the head of a force sufficiently strong to face his Tepanec adversaries. An engagement came on in which the latter were totally discomfited, and the victorious prince, receiving everywhere on his route the homage of his joyful subjects, entered his capital, not like a proscribed outcast, but as the rightful heir, and saw himself once more enthroned in the halls of his fathers. Soon after he united his forces with the Mexicans, long disgusted with the arbitrary conduct of Maxtla. The allied powers, after a series of bloody engagements with the usurper, routed him under the walls of his own capital. He fled to the baths, whence he was dragged out and sacrificed with the usual cruel ceremonies of the Aztecs. The royal city of Azcapotzalco was razed to the ground, and the wasted territory was henceforth reserved as the great slave market for the nations of Anahuac. These events were succeeded by the remarkable league among the three powers of Tezcuco, Mexico, and Tlacopan. of which some account has been given in the previous chapter. The first measure of Nezahualcoyotl, on returning to his dominions, was a general amnesty. It was his maxim that a monarch might punish, but revenge was unworthy of him. In the present instance he was averse even to punish, and not only freely pardoned his rebel nobles, but conferred on some, who had most deeply offended, posts of honour and confidence. Such conduct was doubtless politic, especially as their alienation was owing, probably, much more to fear of the usurper than to any disaffection towards himself. But there are some acts of policy which a magnanimous spirit only can execute. The restored monarch next set about repairing the damages sustained under the late misrule, and reviving, or rather remodelling, the various departments of government. He framed a concise but comprehensive code of laws, so well suited, it was thought, to the exigencies of the times, that it was adopted as their own by the two other members of the Triple Alliance. He divided the burden of government among a number of departments, as the Council of War, the Council of Finance, the Council of Justice. This last was a court of supreme authority, both in civil and criminal matters, receiving appeals from the lower tribunals of the provinces, which were obliged to make a full report, every 4 months, or 80 days, of their own proceedings to this higher judicature. In all these bodies a certain number of citizens were allowed to have seats with the nobles and professional dignitaries. There was, however, another body, a Council of State, for aiding the king in the dispatch of business, and advising him in matters of importance, which was drawn altogether from the highest order of chiefs. It consisted of 14 members, and they had seats provided for them at the royal table. Lastly, there was an extraordinary tribunal, called the Council of Music, but which, differing from the import of its name, was devoted to the encouragement of science and art. Works on astronomy, chronology, history, or any other science, were required to be submitted to its judgment before they could be made public. This censorial power was of some moment, at least with regard to the historical department, where the wilful perversion of truth was made a capital offence by the bloody code of Nezahualcoyotl. Yet a Tezcucan author must have been a bungler who could not elude a conviction under the cloudy veil of hieroglyphics. This body, which was drawn from the best instructed persons in the kingdom, with little regard to rank, had supervision of all the productions of art and of the nicer fabrics. It decided on the qualifications of the professors in the various branches of science, on the fidelity of their instructions to their pupils, the deficiency of which was severely punished, and it instituted examinations of these latter. In short, it was a general board of education for the country. On stated days historical compositions and poems treating of moral or traditional topics were recited before it by their authors. Seats were provided for the 3 crowned heads of the empire, who deliberated with the other members on the respective merits of the pieces, and distributed prizes of value to the successful competitors. The influence of this academy must have been most propitious to the capital, which became the nursery, not only of such sciences as could be compassed by the scholarship of the period, but of various useful and ornamental arts. Its historians, orators, and poets were celebrated throughout the country. Its archives, for which accommodation were provided in the royal palace, were stored with the records of primitive ages. Its idiom, more polished than the Mexican, was indeed the purest of all the Nahuatlac dialects, and continued, long after the Conquest, to be that in which the best productions of the native races were composed. Tezcuco claimed the glory of being the Athens of the western world. Among the most illustrious of her bards was the emperor himself, for the Tezcucan writers claim this title for their chief, as head of the imperial alliance. He doubtless appeared as a competitor before that very academy where he so often sat as a critic. But the hours of the Tezcucan monarch were not all passed in idle dalliance with the muse, nor in the sober contemplations of philosophy, as at a later period. In the freshness of youth and early manhood he led the allied armies in their annual expeditions, which were certain to result in a wider extent of territory to the empire. In the intervals of peace he fostered those productive arts which are the surest sources of public prosperity. He encouraged agriculture above all, and there was scarcely a spot so rude, or a steep so inaccessible, as not to confess the power of cultivation. The land was covered with a busy population, and towns and cities sprung up in places since deserted, or dwindled into miserable villages. From resources thus enlarged by conquest and domestic industry, the monarch drew the means for the large consumption of his own numerous household, and for the costly works which he executed for the convenience and embellishment of the capital. He refined it with stately edifices for his nobles, whose constant attendance he was anxious to secure at his court. He erected a magnificent pile of buildings, which might serve both for a royal residence and for the public offices. It extended from east to west 1234 yards, and from north to south 978. It was encompassed by a wall of unburnt bricks and cement, 6 feet wide and 9 high for one half of the circumference, and 15 feet high for the other half. Within this enclosure were 2 courts. The outer one was used as the great market-place of the city, and continued to be so until long after the Conquest. The interior court was surrounded by the council chambers and halls of justice. There were also accommodations there for the foreign ambassadors, and a spacious saloon with apartments opening into it, for men of science and poets, who pursued their studies in this retreat, or met together to hold converse under its marble porticos. In this quarter also were kept the public archives, which fared better under the Indian dynasty than they have since under their European successors. Adjoining this court were the apartments of the king, including those for the royal harem, as liberally supplied with beauties as that of an Eastern sultan. Their walls were encrusted with alabasters and richly tinted stucco, or hung with gorgeous tapestries of variegated featherwork. They led through long arcades and through intricate labyrinths of shrubbery into gardens where baths and sparkling fountains were overshadowed by tall groves of cedar and cypress. The basins of water were well stocked with fish of various kinds, and the aviaries with birds glowing in all the gaudy plumage of the tropics. Many birds and animals which could not be obtained alive were represented in gold and silver so skilfully as to have furnished the great naturalist Hernandez with models. Accommodations on a princely scale were provided for the sovereigns of Mexico and Tlacopan when they visited the court. The whole of this lordly pile contained 300 apartments, some of them 50 yards square. The height of the building is not mentioned. It was probably not great, but supplied the requisite room by the immense extent of ground which it covered. The interior was doubtless constructed of light materials, especially of the rich woods which in that country are remarkable, when polished, for the brilliancy and variety of their colours. That the more solid materials of stone and stucco were also liberally employed is proved by the remains at the present day, remains which have furnished an inexhaustible quarry for the churches and other edifices since erected by the Spaniards on the site of the ancient city. We are not informed of the time occupied in building this palace, but 200,000 workmen, it is said, were employed on it. However this may be, it is certain that the Tezcucan monarchs, like those of Asia and ancient Egypt, had the control of immense masses of men, and would sometimes turn the whole population of a conquered city, including the women, into the public works. The most gigantic monuments of architecture which the world has witnessed would never have been reared by the hands of freemen. Adjoining the palace were buildings for the king's children, who, by his various wives, amounted to no less than 60 sons and 50 daughters. Here they were instructed in all the exercises and accomplishments suited to their station, comprehending what would scarcely find a place in a royal education on the other side of the Atlantic, the arts of working in metals, jewellery, and feather mosaic. Once in every 4 months the whole household, not excepting the youngest, and including all the officers and attendants on the king's person, assembled in a grand saloon of the palace to listen to a discourse from an orator, probably one of the priesthood. The princes on this occasion were all dressed in necken, the coarsest manufacture of the country. The preacher began by enlarging on the obligations of morality and of respect for the gods, especially important in persons whose rank gave such additional weight to example. He occasionally seasoned his homily with a pertinent application to his audience, if any member of it had been guilty of a notorious delinquency. From this wholesome admonition the monarch himself was not exempted, and the orator boldly reminded him of his paramount duty to show respect for his own laws. The king, so far from taking umbrage, received the lesson with humility, and the audience, we are assured, were often melted into tears by the eloquence of the preacher. The fondness of Nezahualcóyotl for magnificence was shown in his numerous villas, which were embellished with all that could make a rural retreat delightful. His favourite residence was at Tezcotzinco, a conical hill about 2 leagues from the capital. It was laid out in terraces or hanging gardens, having a flight of steps 520 in number, many of them hewn in the natural porphyry. In the garden on the summit was a reservoir of water, fed by an aqueduct that was carried over hill and valley for several miles on huge buttresses of masonry. A large rock stood in the midst of this basin, sculptured with the hieroglyphics representing the years of the reign of Nezahualcóyotl and his principal achievements in each. On a lower level were 3 other reservoirs, in each of which stood a marble statue of a woman, emblematic of the 3 states of the empire. Another tank contained a winged lion, cut out of the solid rock, bearing in his mouth the portrait of the emperor. His likeness had been executed in gold, wood, featherwork, and stone, but this was the only one which pleased him. From these copious basins the water was distributed in numerous channels through the gardens, or was made to tumble over the rocks in cascades, shedding refreshing dews on the flowers and odoriferous shrubs below. In the depths of this fragrant wilderness, marble porticos and pavilions were erected, and baths excavated in the solid porphyry. The visitor descended by steps cut in the living stone, and polished so bright as to reflect like mirrors. Towards the base of the hill, in the midst of cedar groves, whose gigantic branches threw a refreshing coolness over the verdure in the sultriest seasons of the year, rose the royal villa, with its light arcades and airy halls, drinking in the sweet perfumes of the gardens. Here the monarch often retired to throw off the burden of state, and refresh his wearied spirits in the society of his favourite wives, reposing during the noontide heats in the embowering shades of his paradise, or mingling, in the cool of the evening, in their festive sports and dances. Here he entertained his imperial brothers of Mexico and Tlacopan, and followed the hardier pleasures of the chase in the noble woods that stretched for miles around his villa, flourishing in all their primeval majesty. Here, too, he often repaired, in the latter days of his life, when age had tempered ambition and cooled the ardour of his blood, to pursue in solitude the studies of philosophy and gather wisdom from meditation. It was not his passion to hoard. He dispensed his revenues munificently, seeking out poor but meritorious objects on whom to bestow them. He was particularly mindful of disabled soldiers, and those who had in any way sustained loss in the public service, and in case of their death extended assistance to their surviving families. Open mendicity was a thing he would never tolerate, but chastised it with exemplary rigour. It would be incredible that a man of the enlarged mind and endowments of Nezahualcóyotl should acquiesce in the sordid superstitions of his countrymen, and still more in the sanguinary rites borrowed by them from the Aztecs. In truth, his humane temper shrunk from these cruel ceremonies, and he strenuously endeavoured to recall his people to the more pure and simple worship of the ancient Toltecs. A circumstance produced a temporary change in his conduct. He had been married some years, but was not blessed with issue. The priests represented that it was owing to his neglect of the gods of his country, and that his only remedy was to propitiate them by human sacrifice. The king reluctantly consented, and the altars once more smoked with the blood of slaughtered captives. But it was all in vain, and he indignantly exclaimed, "These idols of wood and stone can neither hear nor feel, much less could they make the heavens and the earth, and man the lord of it. These must be the work of the all-powerful unknown God, creator of the universe, on whom alone I must rely for consolation and support." He then withdrew to his royal palace of Tezcotzinco, where he remained 40 days, fasting and praying at stated hours, and offering up no other sacrifice than the sweet incense of copal and aromatic herbs and gums. At the expiration of this time he is said to have been comforted by a vision assuring him of the success of his petition. At all events such proved to be the fact, and this was followed by the cheering intelligence of the triumph of his arms in a quarter where he had lately experienced some humiliating reverses. Greatly strengthened in his former religious convictions, he now openly professed his faith, and was more earnest to wean his subjects from their degrading superstitions, and to substitute nobler and more spiritual conceptions of the deity. He built a temple in the usual pyramidal form, and on the summit a tower 9 stories high, to represent the 9 heavens. A 10th was surmounted by a roof painted black, and profusely gilded with stars on the outside, and encrusted with metals and precious stones within. He dedicated this to "the unknown God, the cause of causes." It seems probable, from the emblem on the tower, as well as from the complexion of his verses, as we shall see, that he mingled with his reverence for the Supreme the astral worship which existed among the Toltecs. Various musical instruments were placed on the top of the tower, and the sound of them, accompanied by the ringing of a sonorous metal struck by a mallet, summoned the worshippers to prayers at regular seasons. No image was allowed in the edifice as unsuited to the invisible God, and the people were expressly prohibited from profaning the altars with blood, or any other sacrifice than that of the perfume of flowers and sweet-scented gums. The remainder of his days was chiefly spent in his delicious solitudes of Tezcotzinco, where he devoted himself to astronomical and probably astrological studies, and to meditation on his immortal destiny, giving utterance to his feelings in songs, or rather hymns, of much solemnity and pathos. At length, about the year 1470, Nezahualcoyotl, full of years and honours, felt himself drawing near his end. Almost half a century had elapsed since he mounted the throne of Tezcuco. He had found his kingdom dismembered by faction, and bowed to the dust beneath the yoke of a foreign tyrant. He had broken that yoke, and breathed new life into the nation, renewed its ancient institutions, extended wide its domain, had seen it flourishing in all the activity of trade and agriculture, gathering strength from its enlarged resources, and daily advancing higher and higher in the great march of civilization. All this he had seen, and might fairly attribute no small portion of it to his own wise and beneficent rule. His long and glorious day was now drawing to its close, and he contemplated the event with the same serenity which he had shown under the clouds of its morning and in its meridian splendour. A short time before his death he gathered around him those of his children in whom he most confided, his chief counsellors, the ambassadors of Mexico and Tlacopan, and his little son, the heir to the crown, his only offspring by the queen. He was then not 8 years old, but had already given, as far as so tender a blossom might, the rich promise of future excellence. After tenderly embracing the child, the dying monarch threw over him the robes of sovereignty. He then gave audience to the ambassadors, and when they had retired made the boy repeat the substance of the conversation. He followed this by such counsels as were suited to his comprehension, and which, when remembered through the long vista of after years, would serve as lights to guide him in his government of the kingdom. He besought him not to neglect the worship of the unknown God, regretting that he himself had been unworthy to know him, and intimating his conviction that the time would come when he should be known and worshipped throughout the land. He next addressed himself to that one of his sons in whom he placed the greatest trust, and whom he had selected as the guardian of the realm. "From this hour," he said to him, "you will fill the place that I have filled, a father to this child. You will teach him to live as he ought, and by your counsels he will rule over the empire. Stand in his place and be his guide till he shall be of age to govern for himself." Then, turning to his other children, he admonished them to live united with one another, and to show all loyalty to their prince, who, though a child, already manifested a discretion far above his years. "Be true to him," he added, "and he will maintain you in your rights and dignities." Feeling his end approaching, he exclaimed, "Do not bewail me with idle lamentations, but sing the song of gladness, and show a courageous spirit, that the nations I have subdued may not believe you disheartened, but may feel that each one of you is strong enough to keep them in obedience." The undaunted spirit of the monarch shone forth even in the agonies of death. That stout heart, however, melted as he took leave of his children and friends, weeping tenderly over them while he bade each a last adieu. When they had withdrawn, he ordered the officers of the palace to allow no one to enter it again. Soon after he expired, in the 72nd year of his age, and the 43rd of his reign. Thus died the greatest monarch, and perhaps the best, who ever sat upon an Indian throne. His character is delineated with tolerable impartiality by his kinsman, the Tezcucan chronicler. He was wise, valiant, liberal; and when we consider the magnanimity of his soul, the grandeur and success of his enterprises, his deep policy as well as daring, we must admit him to have far surpassed every other prince and captain of this new world. He had few failings himself, and rigorously punished those of others. He preferred the public to his private interest, was most charitable in his nature, often buying articles at double their worth of poor and honest persons, and giving them away again to the sick and infirm. In seasons of scarcity he was particularly bountiful, remitting the taxes of his vassals, and supplying their wants from the royal granaries. He put no faith in the idolatrous worship of the country. He was well instructed in moral science, and sought above all things to obtain light for knowing the true God. He believed in one God only, the Creator of heaven and earth, by whom we have our being, who never revealed himself to us in human form, nor in any other, with whom the souls of the virtuous are to dwell after death, while the wicked will suffer pains unspeakable. He invoked the Most High as him by whom we live, and who has all things in himself. He recognized the sun for his father and the earth for his mother. He taught his children not to confide in idols, and only to conform to the outward worship of them from deference to public opinion. If he could not entirely abolish human sacrifices derived from the Aztecs, he at least restricted them to slaves and captives. I have occupied so much space with this illustrious prince that but little remains for his son and successor Nezahualpilli. I have thought better, in our narrow limits, to present a complete view of a single epoch, the most interesting in the Tezcucan annals, than to spread the inquiries over a broader but comparatively barren field. Yet Nezahualpilli, the heir to the crown, was a remarkable person, and his reign contains many incidents which I regret to be obliged to pass over in silence. Nezahualpilli resembled his father in his passion for astronomical studies, and is said to have had an observatory on one of his palaces. He was devoted to war in his youth, but as he advanced in years, resigned himself to a more indolent way of life, and sought his chief amusement in the pursuit of his favourite science, or in the soft pleasures of the sequestered gardens of Tezcotzinco. This quiet life was ill suited to the turbulent temper of the times, and of his Mexican rival Montezuma. The distant provinces fell off from their allegiance, the army relaxed its discipline, disaffection crept into its ranks, and the wily Montezuma, partly by violence and partly by stratagems unworthy of a king, succeeded in plundering his brother monarch of some of his most valuable domains. Then it was that he arrogated to himself the title and supremacy of emperor, hitherto borne by the Tezcucan princes, as head of the alliance. Such is the account given by the historians of that nation, who in this way explain the acknowledged superiority of the Aztec sovereign, both in territory and consideration, on the landing of the Spaniards. These misfortunes pressed heavily on the spirits of Nezahualpilli. Their effect was increased by certain gloomy prognostics of a near calamity which was to overwhelm the country. He withdrew to his retreat to brood in secret over his sorrows. His health rapidly declined, and in the year 1515, at the age of 52, he sunk into the grave, happy at least that by his timely death he escaped witnessing the fulfilment of his own predictions in the ruin of his country and the extinction of the Indian dynasties for ever. In reviewing the brief sketch here presented of the Tezcucan monarchy, we are strongly impressed with the conviction of its superiority in all the great features of civilization over the rest of Anahuac. The Mexicans showed a similar proficiency, no doubt, in the mechanic arts and even in mathematical science, but in the science of government, in legislation, in the speculative doctrines of a religious nature, in the more elegant pursuits of poetry, eloquence, and whatever depended on refinement of taste and a polished idiom, they confessed themselves inferior, by resorting to their rivals for instruction, and citing their works as the masterpieces of their tongue. The best histories, the best poems, the best code of laws, the purest dialect, were all allowed to be Tezcucan. What was the actual amount of the Tezcucan civilization it is not easy to determine with the imperfect light afforded us. It was certainly far below anything which the word conveys, measured by a European standard. In some of the arts, and in any walk of science, they could only have made, as it were, a beginning. But they had begun in the right way, and already showed a refinement in sentiment and manners, a capacity for receiving instruction, which, under good auspices, might have led them on to indefinite improvement. Unhappily they were fast falling under the dominion of the warlike Aztecs, and that people repaid the benefits received from their more polished neighbours by imparting to them their own ferocious superstition, which, falling like a mildew on the land, would soon have blighted its rich blossoms of promise, and turned even its fruits to dust and ashes. End of Book 1, Chapter 6.
Book 2, Chapter 1 of the History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 2, Chapter 1. Discovery of Mexico, 1516–1518. Spain under Charles V, progress of discovery, colonial policy, conquest of Cuba, expeditions to Yucatan. In the beginning of the 16th century, Spain occupied perhaps the most prominent position on the theatre of Europe. The numerous states into which she had been so long divided were consolidated into one monarchy. The Moslem Crescent, after reigning there for 8 centuries, was no longer seen on her borders. The authority of the crown did not, as in later times, overshadow the inferior orders of the state. The people enjoyed the inestimable privilege of political representation, and exercised it with manly independence. The nation at large could boast as great a degree of constitutional freedom as any other at that time in Christendom. Under a system of salutary laws and an equitable administration, domestic tranquillity was secured, public credit established, trade, manufactures, and even the more elegant arts began to flourish, while a higher education called forth the first blossoms of that literature which was to ripen into so rich a harvest before the close of the century. Arms abroad kept pace with arts at home. Spain found her empire suddenly enlarged by important acquisitions both in Europe and Africa, while a new world beyond the waters poured into her lap treasures of countless wealth, and opened an unbounded field for honorable enterprise. Such was the condition of the kingdom at the close of the long and glorious reign of Ferdinand and Isabella, when on the 23rd of January, 1516, the sceptre passed into the hands of their daughter Joanna, or rather their grandson Charles V, who alone ruled the monarchy during the long and imbecile existence of this unfortunate mother. During the 2 years following Ferdinand's death, the regency, in the absence of Charles, was held by Cardinal Ximenes, a man whose intrepidity, extraordinary talents, and capacity for great enterprises were accompanied by a haughty spirit, which made him too indifferent as to the means of their execution. His administration, therefore, notwithstanding the uprightness of his intentions, was, from his total disregard of forms, unfavorable to constitutional liberty, for respect for forms is an essential element of freedom. With all his faults, however, Ximenes was a Spaniard, and the object he had at heart was the good of his country. It was otherwise on the arrival of Charles, who, after a long absence, came as a foreigner into the land of his fathers, November 1517. His manners, sympathies, even his language were foreign, for he spoke the Castilian with difficulty. He knew little of his native country, of the character of the people or their institutions. He seemed to care still less for them, while his natural reserve precluded that freedom of communication which might have counteracted, to some extent at least, the errors of education. In everything, in short, he was a foreigner, and resigned himself to the direction of his Flemish counsellors with a docility that gave little augury of his future greatness. On his entrance into Castile, the young monarch was accompanied by a swarm of courtly sycophants, who settled like locusts on every place of profit and honour throughout the kingdom. A Fleming was made Grand Chancellor of Castile. Another Fleming was placed in the archiepiscopal see of Toledo. They even ventured to profane the sanctity of the Cortes by intruding themselves on its deliberations. Yet that body did not tamely submit to these usurpations, but gave vent to its indignation in tones becoming the representatives of a free people. The same pestilent foreign influence was felt, though much less sensibly, in the colonial administration. This had been placed, in the preceding reign, under the immediate charge of the two great tribunals, the Council of the Indies and the Casa de Contratacion, or India House, at Seville. It was their business to further the progress of discovery, watch over the infant settlements, and adjust the disputes which grew up in them. But the licenses granted to private adventurers did more for the cause of discovery than the patronage of the crown or its officers. The long peace, enjoyed with slight interruption by Spain in the early part of the 16th century, was most auspicious for this, and the restless cavalier, who could no longer win laurels on the fields of Africa and Europe, turned with eagerness to the brilliant career open to him beyond the ocean. It is difficult for those of our time, as familiar from childhood with the most remote places on the globe as with those in their own neighbourhood, to picture to themselves the feelings of the men who lived in the 16th century. The dread mystery which had so long hung over the great deep had indeed been removed. It was no longer beset with the same undefined horrors as when Columbus launched his bold bark on its dark and unknown waters. A new and glorious world had been thrown open. But as to the precise spot where that world lay, its extent, its history, whether it were island or continent, all of this they had very vague and confused conceptions. Many in their ignorance blindly adopted the erroneous conclusion into which the great admiral had been led by his superior science, that the new countries were a part of Asia, and as the mariner wandered among the Bahamas, or steered his caravel across the Caribbean seas, he fancied he was inhaling the rich odors of the Spice Islands in the Indian Ocean. Thus every fresh discovery interpreted by his previous delusion served to confirm him in his error, or at least to fill his mind with new perplexities. The career thus thrown open had all the fascinations of a desperate hazard, on which the adventurer staked all his hopes of fortune, fame, and life itself. It was not often, indeed, that he won the rich prize which he most coveted, but then he was sure to win the meed of glory scarcely less dear to his chivalrous spirit, and, if he survived to return to his home, he had wonderful stories to recount, of perilous chances among the strange people he had visited, and the burning climes whose rank fertility and magnificence of vegetation so far surpassed anything he had witnessed in his own. These reports added fresh fuel to the imaginations already warmed by the study of those tales of chivalry which formed the favorite reading of the Spaniards at that period. Thus romance and reality acted on each other, and the soul of the Spaniard was exalted to that pitch of enthusiasm which enabled him to encounter the terrible trials that lay in the path of the discoverer. Indeed, the life of the cavalier of that day was romance put into action. The story of his adventures in the New World forms one of the most remarkable pages in the history of man. Under this chivalrous spirit of enterprise, the progress of discovery had extended, by the beginning of Charles V.'s reign, from the Bay of Honduras, along the winding shores of Darien and the South American continent, to the Rio de la Plata. The mighty barrier of the Isthmus had been climbed, and the Pacific descried by Nuñez de Balboa, second only to Columbus in this valiant band of ocean chivalry. The Bahamas and Caribbee Islands had been explored, as well as the peninsula of Florida on the northern continent. To this latter point Sebastian Cabot had arrived in his descent along the coast from Labrador in 1497, so that before 1518, the period when our narrative begins, the eastern borders of both the great continents had been surveyed through nearly their whole extent. The shores of the great Mexican Gulf, however, sweeping with a wide circuit far into the interior, remained still concealed, with the rich realms that lay beyond from the eye of the navigator. The time had now come for their discovery. The business of colonization had kept pace with that of discovery. In several of the islands, and in various parts of terra firma, and in Darien, settlements had been established, under the control of governors who affected the state and authority of viceroys. Grants of land were assigned to the colonists, on which they raised the natural products of the soil, but gave still more attention to the sugar cane imported from the Canaries. Sugar, indeed, together with the beautiful dyewoods of the country and the precious metals, formed almost the only articles of export in the infancy of the colonies, which had not yet introduced those other staples of the West Indian commerce which in our day constitute its principal wealth. Yet the precious metals, painfully gleaned from a few scanty sources, would have made poor returns but for the gratuitous labor of the Indians. The cruel system of repartimientos, or distribution of the Indians as slaves among the conquerors, had been suppressed by Isabella. Although subsequently countenanced by the government, it was under the most careful limitations. But it is impossible to license crime by halves, to authorize injustice at all and hope to regulate the measure of it. The eloquent remonstrances of the Dominicans, who devoted themselves to the good work of conversion in the New World with the same zeal they had showed for persecution in the Old, but above all those of Las Casas, induced the Regent Ximenes to send out a commission with full powers to inquire into the alleged grievances and to redress them. It had authority, moreover, to investigate the conduct of the civil officers and to reform any abuses in their administration. This extraordinary commission consisted of 3 Hieronymite friars and an eminent jurist, all men of learning and unblemished piety. They conducted the inquiry in a very dispassionate manner, but after long deliberation came to a conclusion most unfavorable to the demands of Las Casas, who insisted on the entire freedom of the natives. This conclusion they justified on the grounds that the Indians would not labor without compulsion, and that unless they labored they could not be brought into communication with the whites nor be converted to Christianity. Whatever we may think of this argument, it was doubtless urged with sincerity by its advocates, whose conduct through their whole administration places their motives above suspicion. They accompanied it with many careful provisions for the protection of the natives, but in vain. The simple people, accustomed all their days to a life of indolence and ease, sunk under the oppressions of their masters, and the population wasted away with even more frightful rapidity than did the aborigines in our own country under the operation of other causes. It is not necessary to pursue these details further, into which I have been led by the desire to put the reader in possession of the general policy and state of affairs in the New World at the period when the present narrative begins. Of the islands, Cuba was the second discovered, but no attempt had been made to plant a colony there during the lifetime of Columbus, who indeed, after skirting the whole extent of its southern coast, died in the conviction that it was part of the continent. At length, in 1511, Diego, the son and successor of the admiral, who still maintained the seat of government in Hispaniola, finding the mines much exhausted there, proposed to occupy the neighboring island of Cuba, or Fernandina as it was called, in compliment to the Spanish monarch. He prepared a small force for the conquest, which he placed under the command of Don Diego Velazquez, a man described by a contemporary as possessed of considerable experience in military affairs, having served 17 years in the European wars, as honest, illustrious by his lineage and reputation, covetous of glory, and somewhat more covetous of wealth. The portrait was sketched by no unfriendly hand. Velazquez, or rather his lieutenant Narvaez, who took office on himself of scouring the country, met with no serious opposition from the inhabitants, who were of the same family with the effeminate natives of Hispaniola. The conquest, through the merciful interposition of Las Casas, the protector of the Indians, who accompanied the army in its march, was effected without much bloodshed. One chief, indeed, named Hatue, having fled originally from San Domingo to escape the oppression of its invaders, made a desperate resistance, for which he was condemned by Velazquez to be burned alive. It was he who made that memorable reply, more eloquent than a volume of invective. When urged at the stake to embrace Christianity, that his soul might find admission into heaven, he inquired if the white men would go there. On being answered in the affirmative, he exclaimed, "Then I will not be a Christian, for I would not go again to a place where I must find men so cruel." The story is told by Las Casas in his appalling record of the cruelties of his countrymen in the New World. After the conquest, Velazquez, now appointed governor, diligently occupied himself with measures for promoting the prosperity of the island. He formed a number of settlements bearing the same names with the modern towns, and made San Jago in the southeast corner the seat of government. He invited settlers by liberal grants of land and slaves. He encouraged them to cultivate the soil, and gave particular attention to the sugar cane, so profitable an article of commerce in later times. He was, above all, intent on working the gold mines, which promised better returns than those in Hispaniola. The affairs of his government did not prevent him, meanwhile, from casting many a wistful glance at the discoveries going forward on the continent, and he longed for an opportunity to embark in these golden adventures himself. Fortune gave him the occasion he desired. An hidalgo of Cuba, named Hernandez de Cordova, sailed with 3 vessels on an expedition to one of the neighboring Bahama Islands in quest of Indian slaves, February 8, 1517. He encountered a succession of heavy gales which drove him far out of his course, and at the end of 3 weeks he found himself on a strange but unknown coast. On landing and asking the name of the country, he was answered by the natives Tectectan, meaning "I do not understand you," but which the Spaniards, misinterpreting into the name of the place, easily corrupted into Yucatan. Some writers give a different etymology. Such mistakes, however, were not uncommon with the early discoverers, and have been the origin of many a name on the American continent. Cordova had landed on the northeastern end of the peninsula at Cape Catoche. He was astonished at the size and solid material of the buildings constructed of stone and lime, so different from the frail tenements of reeds and rushes which formed the habitations of the islanders. He was struck also with the higher cultivation of the soil, and with the delicate texture of the cotton garments and gold ornaments of the natives. Everything indicated a civilization far superior to anything he had witnessed in the New World. He saw the evidence of a different race, moreover, in the warlike spirit of the people. Rumors of the Spaniards had perhaps preceded them, as they were repeatedly asked if they came from the East, and wherever they landed they were met with the most deadly hostility. Cordova himself, in one of his skirmishes with the Indians, received more than a dozen wounds, and one only of his party escaped unhurt. At length, when he had coasted the peninsula as far as Campeche, he returned to Cuba, which he reached after an absence of several months, having suffered all the extremities of ill which these pioneers of the ocean were sometimes called to endure, and which none but the most courageous spirit could have survived. As it was, half the original number, consisting of 110 men, perished, including their brave commander, who died soon after his return. The reports he had brought back of the country, and still more the specimens of curiously wrought gold, convinced Velasquez of the importance of this discovery, and he prepared with all dispatch to avail himself of it. He accordingly fitted out a little squadron of 4 vessels for the newly discovered lands, and placed it under the command of his nephew Juan de Grijalva, a man on whose probity, prudence, and attachment to himself he knew he could rely. The fleet left the port of Santiago de Cuba May 1, 1518. It took the course pursued by Cordova, but was driven somewhat to the south, the first land that it made being the island of Cozumel. From this quarter Grijalva soon passed over to the continent and coasted the peninsula, touching at the same places as his predecessor. Everywhere he was struck, like him, with the evidences of a higher civilization, especially in the architecture. He was astonished also at the sight of large stone crosses, evidently objects of worship, which he met with in various places. Reminded by these circumstances of his own country, he gave the peninsula the name New Spain, a name since appropriated to a much wider extent of territory. Wherever Grijalva landed, he experienced the same unfriendly reception as Cordova, though he suffered less, being better prepared to meet it. In the Rio de Tabasco, or Grijalva as it is often called after him, he held an amicable conference with a chief, who gave him a number of gold plates fashioned into a sort of armor. As he wound round the Mexican coast, one of his captains, Pedro de Alvarado, afterwards famous in the Conquest, entered a river to which he also left his own name. In a neighboring stream called the Rio de Banderas, or River of Banners, from the ensigns displayed by the natives on its borders, Grijalva had the first communication with the Mexicans themselves. The cacique who ruled over this province had received notice of the approach of the Europeans and of their extraordinary appearance. He was anxious to collect all the information he could respecting them and the motives of their visit, that he might transmit them to his master, the Aztec emperor. A friendly conference took place between the parties on shore, where Grijalva landed with all his force so as to make a suitable impression on the mind of the barbaric chief. The interview lasted some hours, though as there was no one on either side to interpret the language of the other, they could communicate only by signs. They, however, interchanged presents, and the Spaniards had the satisfaction of receiving, for a few worthless toys and trinkets, a rich treasure of jewels, gold ornaments, and vessels of the most fantastic forms and workmanship. Grijalva now thought that in this successful traffic, successful beyond his most sanguine expectations, he had accomplished the chief object of his mission. He steadily refused the solicitations of his followers to plant a colony on the spot, a work of no little difficulty in so populous and powerful a country as this appeared to be. To this indeed he was inclined, but deemed it contrary to his instructions, which limited him to barter with the natives. He therefore dispatched Alvarado in one of the caravels back to Cuba with the treasure and such intelligence as he had gleaned of the great empire in the interior, and then pursued his voyage along the coast. He touched at San Juan de Ulua and at the Isla de los Sacrificios, so called by him from the bloody remains of human victims found in one of the temples. He then held on his course as far as the province of Panuco, where, finding some difficulty in doubling a boisterous headland, he returned on his track, and after an absence of nearly 6 months reached Cuba in safety. Grijalva has the glory of being the first navigator who set foot on the Mexican soil and opened an intercourse with the Aztecs. On reaching the island he was surprised to learn that another and more formidable armament had been fitted out to follow up his own discoveries, and to find orders at the same time from the governor, couched in no very courteous language, to repair at once to Santiago. He was received by that personage not merely with coldness, but with reproaches for having neglected so fair an opportunity of establishing a colony in the country he had visited. Velasquez was one of those captious spirits who, when things do not go exactly to their minds, are sure to shift the responsibility of the failure from their own shoulders, where it should lie, to those of others. He had an ungenerous nature, says an old writer, credulous and easily moved to suspicion. In the present instance it was most unmerited. Grijalva, naturally a modest, unassuming person, had acted in obedience to the instructions of his commander given before sailing, and had done this in opposition to his own judgment and the importunities of his followers. His conduct merited anything but censure from his employer. When Alvarado had returned to Cuba with his golden freight and the accounts of the rich empire of Mexico which he had gathered from the natives, the heart of the governor swelled with rapture as he saw his dreams of avarice and ambition so likely to be realized. Impatient of the long absence of Grijalva, he dispatched a vessel in search of him under the command of Olid, a cavalier who took an important part afterwards in the conquest. Finally he resolved to fit out another armament on a sufficient scale to ensure the subjugation of the country. He previously solicited authority for this from the Hieronymite Commission in San Domingo. He then dispatched his chaplain to Spain with the royal share of the gold brought from Mexico and a full account of the intelligence gleaned there. He set forth his own manifold services, and solicited from the country full powers to go on with the conquest and colonization of the newly discovered regions. Before receiving an answer, he began his preparations for the armament, and first of all endeavored to find a suitable person to share the expense of it and to take the command. Such a person he found, after some difficulty and delay, in Hernando Cortez, the man of all others best calculated to achieve this great enterprise, the last man to whom Velasquez, could he have foreseen the results, would have confided it. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Recording by Sue Anderson. Book 2, Chapter 2 of the History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 2, Chapter 2. Hernando Cortez, his early life, visits the New World, his residence in Cuba, difficulties with Velasquez, armada entrusted to Cortez. Hernando Cortez was born at Medellin, a town in the southeast corner of Extremadura, in 1485. He came of an ancient and respectable family, and historians have gratified the national vanity by tracing it up to the Lombard kings, whose descendants crossed the Pyrenees and established themselves in Aragon under the Gothic monarchy. This royal genealogy was not found out till Cortez had acquired a name which would confer distinction on any descent, however noble. His father, Martin Cortez de Monroy, was a captain of infantry, in moderate circumstances, but a man of unblemished honor, and both he and his wife, Doña Catalina Pizarro Altamirano, appear to have been much regarded for their excellent qualities. In his infancy Cortez is said to have had a feeble constitution, which strengthened as he grew older. At 14 he was sent to Salamanca, as his father, who conceived great hopes from his quick and showy parts, proposed to educate him for the law, a profession which held out better inducements to the young aspirant than any other. The son, however, did not conform to these views. He showed little fondness for books, and, after loitering away 2 years at college, returned home, to the great chagrin of his parents. Yet his time had not been wholly misspent, since he had laid up a little store of Latin, and learned to write good prose, and even verses of some estimation, considering, as an old writer quaintly remarked, Cortez as the author. He now passed his days in the idle, unprofitable manner of one who, too wilful to be guided by others, proposes no object to himself. His buoyant spirits were continually breaking out in troublesome frolics and capricious humours, quite at variance with the orderly habits of his father's household. He showed a particular inclination for the military profession, or rather for the life of adventure to which in those days it was sure to lead. And when, at the age of 17, he proposed to enroll himself under the banners of the great captain, his parents, probably thinking a life of hardship and hazard abroad preferable to one of idleness at home, made no objection. The youthful cavalier, however, hesitated whether to seek his fortunes under that victorious chief or in the New World, where gold as well as glory was to be won, and where the very dangers had a mystery and romance in them inexpressibly fascinating to a youthful fancy. It was in this direction, accordingly, that the hot spirits of that day found a vent, especially from that part of the country where Cortez lived, the neighbourhood of Seville and Cadiz, the focus of nautical enterprise. He decided on this latter course, and an opportunity offered in the splendid armament fitted out under Don Nicolas de Ovando, successor to Columbus. An unlucky accident defeated the purpose of Cortez. as he was scaling a high wall one night, which gave him access to the apartment of a lady with whom he was engaged in an intrigue, the stones gave way, and he was thrown down with much violence and buried under the ruins. A severe contusion, though attended with no other serious consequences, confined him to his bed till after the departure of the fleet. 2 years longer he remained at home, profiting little, as it would seem, from the lesson he had received. At length he availed himself of another opportunity presented by the departure of a small squadron of vessels bound to the Indian islands. He was 19 years of age when he bade adieu to his native shores in 1504, the same year in which Spain lost the best and greatest in her long line of princes, Isabella the Catholic. Immediately on landing, Cortez repaired to the house of the governor, to whom he had been personally known in Spain. Ovando was absent on an expedition into the interior, but the young man was kindly received by the secretary, who assured him there would be no doubt of his obtaining a liberal grant of land to settle on. "But I came to get gold," replied Cortez, "not to till the soil like a peasant." On the governor's return, Cortez consented to give up his roving thoughts, at least for a time, as the other labored to convince him that he would be more likely to realize his wishes from the slow, indeed but sure, returns of husbandry, where the soil and the laborers were a free gift to the planter, than by taking his chance in the lottery of adventure, in which there were so many blanks to a prize. He accordingly received a grant of land, with a repartimiento of Indians, and was appointed notary of the town or settlement of Agua. His graver pursuits, however, did not prevent his indulgence of the amorous propensities which belonged to the sunny clime where he was born, and this frequently involved him in affairs of honor, from which, though an expert swordsman, he carried away scars that accompanied him to his grave. He occasionally, moreover, found the means of breaking up the monotony of his way of life by engaging in the military expeditions which, under the command of Ovando's lieutenant, Diego Velazquez, were employed to suppress the insurrections of the natives. In this school the young adventurer first studied the wild tactics of Indian warfare. He became familiar with toil and danger, and with those deeds of cruelty which have too often, alas, stained the bright scutcheons of the Castilian chivalry in the New World. He was only prevented by illness, a most fortunate one, on this occasion from embarking in Nicues's expedition, which furnished a tale of woe not often matched in the annals of Spanish discovery. Providence reserved him for higher ends. At length, in 1511, when Velazquez undertook the conquest of Cuba, Cortez willingly abandoned his quiet life for the stirring scenes there opened, and took part in the expedition. He displayed throughout the invasion an activity and courage that won him the approbation of the commander, while his free and cordial manners, his good humor, and lively sallies of wit made him the favorite of the soldiers. He gave little evidence, says a contemporary, of the great qualities which he afterwards showed. It is probable these qualities were not known to himself, while to a common observer his careless manners and jocund repartees might well seem incompatible with anything serious or profound, as the real depth of the current is not suspected under the light play and sunny sparkling of the surface. After the reduction of the island, Cortez seems to have been held in great favor by Velazquez, now appointed its governor. According to Las Casas, he was made one of his secretaries. He still retained the same fondness for gallantry, for which his handsome person afforded obvious advantages, but which had more than once brought him into trouble in earlier life. Among the families who had taken up their residence in Cuba was one of the name of Juarez, from Granada in Old Spain. It consisted of a brother and 4 sisters remarkable for their beauty. With one of them, named Catalina, the susceptible heart of the young soldier became enamored. How far the intimacy was carried is not quite certain, but it appears he gave his promise to marry her, a promise which, when the time came, and reason, it may be, had got the better of passion, he showed no alacrity in keeping. He resisted, indeed, all remonstrances to this effect from the lady's family, backed by the governor, and somewhat sharpened, no doubt, in the latter by the particular interest he took in one of the fair sisters who is said not to have repaid it with ingratitude. Whether the rebuke of Velasquez or some other cause of disgust rankled in the breast of Cortez, he now became cold toward his patron, and connected himself with a disaffected party, tolerably numerous in the island. They were in the habit of meeting at his house and brooding over their causes of discontent, chiefly founded, it would appear, on what they conceived an ill requital of their services in the distribution of lands and offices. It may well be imagined that it could have been no easy task for the ruler of one of those colonies, however discreet and well-intentioned, to satisfy the indefinite cravings of speculators and adventurers, who swarmed like so many famished harpies in the track of discovery in the New World. The malcontents determined to lay their grievances before the higher authorities in Hispaniola, from whom Velasquez had received his commission. The voyage was one of some hazard, as it was to be made in an open boat across an arm of the sea 18 leagues wide, and they fixed on Cortez, with whose fearless spirit they were well acquainted, as the fittest man to undertake it. The conspiracy got wind and came to the governor's ears before the departure of the envoy, whom he instantly caused to be seized, loaded with fetters, and placed in strict confinement. It is even said he would have hung him but for the interposition of his friends. Cortez did not long remain in durance. He contrived to throw back one of the bolts of his fetters, and after extricating his limbs succeeded in forcing open a window with the irons so as to admit of his escape. He was lodged on the second floor of the building, and was able to let himself down to the pavement without injury and unobserved. He then made the best of his way to a neighboring church, where he claimed the privilege of sanctuary. Velasquez, though incensed at his escape, was afraid to violate the sanctity of the place by employing force, but he stationed a guard in the neighborhood with orders to seize the fugitive if he should forget himself so far as to leave the sanctuary. In a few days this happened. As Cortez was carelessly standing without the walls in front of the building, an alguacil suddenly sprung on him from behind and pinioned his arms, while others rushed in and secured him. This man, whose name was Juan Escudero, was afterwards hung by Cortez for some offense in New Spain. The unlucky prisoner was again put in irons and carried on board a vessel to sail the next morning for Hispaniola, there to undergo his trial. Fortune favored him once more. He succeeded, after much difficulty and no little pain, in passing his feet through the rings which shackled them. He then came cautiously on deck, and, covered by the darkness of the night, stole quietly down the side of the ship into a boat that lay floating below. He pushed off from the vessel with as little noise as possible. As he drew near the shore, the stream became rapid and turbulent. He hesitated to trust his boat to it, and as he was an excellent swimmer, prepared to breast it himself, and boldly plunged into the water. The current was strong, but the arm of a man struggling for life was stronger, and after buffeting the waves till he was nearly exhausted, he succeeded in gaining a landing, when he sought refuge in the same sanctuary which had protected him before. The facility with which Cortez a second time effected his escape may lead one to doubt the fidelity of his guards, who perhaps looked on him as the victim of persecution, and felt the influence of those popular manners which seemed to have gained him friends in every society into which he was thrown. For some reason not explained, perhaps from policy, he now relinquished his objections to the marriage with Catalina Juarez. He thus secured the good offices of her family. Soon afterwards the governor himself relented, and became reconciled to his unfortunate enemy. A strange story is told in connection with this event. It is said his proud spirit refused to accept the proffers of reconciliation made him by Velasquez, and that, one evening, leaving the sanctuary, he presented himself unexpectedly before the latter in his own quarters, when on a military excursion at some distance from the capital. The governor, startled by the sudden apparition of his enemy, completely armed before him, with some dismay inquired the meaning of it. Cortez answered by insisting on a full explanation of his previous conduct. After some hot discussion, the interview terminated amicably. The parties embraced, and when a messenger arrived to announce the escape of Cortez, he found him in the apartments of his Excellency, where, having retired to rest, both were actually sleeping in the same bed. The anecdote is repeated without distrust by more than one biographer of Cortez. It is not very probable, however, that a haughty, irascible man like Velasquez should have given such uncommon proofs of condescension and familiarity with one so far beneath him in station, with whom he had been so recently in deadly feud, nor, on the other hand, that Cortez should have had the silly temerity to brave the lion in his den, where a single nod would have sent him to the gibbet, and that too with as little compunction or fear of consequences as would have attended the execution of an Indian slave. The reconciliation with the governor, however, brought about was permanent. Cortez, though not re-established in the office of secretary, received a liberal repartimiento of Indians, and an ample territory in the neighborhood of St. Jago, of which he was soon after made alcalde. He now lived almost wholly on his estate, devoting himself to agriculture with more zeal than formerly. He stocked his plantation with different kinds of cattle, some of which were first introduced by him into Cuba. He wrought also the gold mines which fell to his share, and which in this island promised better returns than those in Hispaniola. By this course of industry he found himself, in a few years, master of some 2,000 or 3,000 castellanos, a large sum for one in his situation. God, who alone knows at what cost of Indian lives it was obtained, exclaims Las Casas, will take account of it. His days glided smoothly away in these tranquil pursuits, and in the society of his beautiful wife, who, however ineligible as a connection from the inferiority of her condition, appears to have fulfilled all the relations of a faithful and affectionate partner. Indeed, he was often heard to say at this time, as the good bishop above quoted remarks, that he lived as happily with her as if she had been the daughter of a duchess. Fortune gave him the means in after life of verifying the truth of his assertion. Such was the state of things when Alvarado returned with the tidings of Grijalva's discoveries and the rich fruits of his traffic with the natives. The news spread like wildfire throughout the island, for all saw in it the promise of more important results than any hitherto obtained. The governor, as already noticed, resolved to follow up the track of discovery with a more considerable armament, and he looked around for a proper person to share the expense of it and to take the command. Several hidalgos presented themselves, whom, from want of proper qualifications, or from his distrust of their assuming an independence of their employer, he one after another rejected. There were 2 persons in St. Jago in whom he placed great confidence, Amador de Lares, the contador or royal treasurer, and his own secretary, Andres de Duero. Cortez was also in close intimacy with both these persons, and he availed himself of it to prevail on them to recommend him as a suitable person to be entrusted with the expedition. It is said he reinforced the proposal by promising a liberal share of the proceeds of it. However this may be, the parties urged his selection by the governor with all the eloquence of which they were capable. That officer had had ample experience of the capacity and courage of the candidate. He knew too that he had acquired a fortune which would enable him to cooperate materially in fitting out the armament. His popularity in the island would speedily attract followers to his standard. All past animosities had long since been buried in oblivion, and the confidence he was now to repose in him would ensure his fidelity and gratitude. He lent a willing ear, therefore, to the recommendation of his counsellors, and sending for Cortez, announced his purpose of making him the Captain General of the Armada. Cortez had now obtained the object of his wishes, the object for which his soul had panted ever since he had set foot in the New World. He was no longer to be condemned to a life of mercenary drudgery, nor to be cooped up within the precincts of a petty island, but he was to be placed on a new and independent theatre of action, and a boundless perspective was opened to his view, which might satisfy not merely the wildest cravings of avarice, but to a bold aspiring spirit like his, the far more important cravings of ambition. He fully appreciated the importance of the late discoveries, and read in them the existence of a great empire in the far west, dark hints of which had floated from time to time in the islands, and of which more certain glimpses had been caught by those who had reached the continent. This was the country intimated by the great admiral in his visit to Honduras in 1502, and which he might have reached had he held on a northern course instead of striking to the south in quest of an imaginary strait. As it was, he had but opened the gate, to use his own bitter expression, for others to enter. The time had at length come when they were to enter it, and the young adventurer, whose magic lance was to dissolve the spell which had so long hung over these mysterious regions, now stood ready to assume the enterprise. From this hour the deportment of Cortez seemed to undergo a change. His thoughts, instead of evaporating in empty levities or idle flashes of merriment, were wholly concentrated on the great object to which he was devoted. His elastic spirits were shown in cheering and stimulating the companions of his toilsome duties, and he was roused to a generous enthusiasm of which even those who knew him best had not conceived him capable. He applied at once all the money in his possession to fitting out the armament. He raised more by the mortgage of his estates, and by giving his obligations to some wealthy merchants of the place, who relied for their reimbursement on the success of the expedition, and when his own credit was exhausted, he availed himself of that of his friends. The funds thus acquired he expended in the purchase of vessels, provisions, and military stores, while he invited recruits by offers of assistance to such as were too poor to provide for themselves, and by the additional promise of a liberal share of the anticipated profits. All was now bustle and excitement in the little town of Santiago. Some were busy in refitting the vessels and getting them ready for the voyage, some in providing naval stores, others in converting their own estates into money in order to equip themselves. Every one seemed anxious to contribute in some way or other to the success of the expedition. 6 ships, some of them of large size, had already been procured, and 300 recruits enrolled themselves in the course of a few days, eager to seek their fortunes under the banner of this daring and popular chieftain. How far the governor contributed toward the expenses of the outfit is not very clear. If the friends of Cortez are to be believed, nearly the whole burden fell on him, since, while he supplied the squadron without remuneration, the governor sold many of his stores at an exorbitant profit. Yet it does not seem probable that Velasquez, with such ample means at his command, should have thrown on his deputy the burden of the expedition, nor that the latter, had he done so, could have been in a condition to meet these expenses, amounting, as we are told, to more than 20,000 gold ducats. Still, it cannot be denied that an ambitious man like Cortez, who was to reap all the glory of the enterprise, would very naturally be less solicitous to count the gains of it than his employer, who, inactive at home, and having no laurels to win, must look on the pecuniary profits as his only recompense. The question gave rise some years later to a furious litigation between the parties, with which it is not necessary at present to embarrass the reader. It is due to Velasquez to state that the instructions delivered by him for the conduct of the expedition cannot be charged with a narrow or mercenary spirit. The first object of the voyage was to find Grijalva, after which the 2 commanders were to proceed in company together. Reports had been brought back by Cordova on his return from the first visit to Yucatan that 6 Christians were said to be lingering in captivity in the interior of the country. It was supposed they might belong to the party of the unfortunate Nicuessa, and orders were given to find them out, if possible, and restore them to liberty. But the great object of the expedition was barter with the natives. In pursuing this, special care was to be taken that they should receive no wrong, but be treated with kindness and humanity. Cortez was to bear in mind, above all things, that the object which the Spanish monarch had most at heart was the conversion of the Indians. He was to impress on them the grandeur and goodness of his royal master, to invite them to give in their allegiance to him, and to manifest it by regaling him with such comfortable presents of gold, pearls, and precious stones, as, by showing their own good will, would secure his favor and protection. He was to make an accurate survey of the coast, sounding its bays and inlets for the benefit of future navigators. He was to acquaint himself with the natural products of the country, with the character of its different races, their institutions, and progress in civilization, and he was to send home minute accounts of all these, together with such articles as he should obtain in his intercourse with them. Finally, he was to take the most careful care to omit nothing that might redound to the service of God or his sovereign. Such was the general tenor of the instructions given to Cortez, and they must be admitted to provide for the interests of science and humanity as well as for those which had reference only to a commercial speculation. It may seem strange, considering the discontent shown by Velasquez with his former captain, Grijalva, for not colonizing, that no direction should have been given to that effect here, but he had not yet received from Spain the warrant for investing his agents with such powers, and that which had been obtained from the Hieronymite fathers in Hispaniola conceded only the right to traffic with the natives. The commission at the same time recognized the authority of Cortez as Captain General. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Recording by Sue Anderson. Book 2, Chapter 3 of the History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 2, Chapter 3. Jealousy of Velasquez, Cortez embarks, equipment of his fleet, his person and character, rendezvous at Havana, strength of his armament. The importance given to Cortez by his new position, and perhaps a somewhat more lofty bearing, gradually gave uneasiness to the naturally suspicious temper of Velasquez, who became apprehensive that his officer, when away where he would have the power, might also have the inclination to throw off his dependence on him altogether. An accidental circumstance at this time heightened these suspicions. A mad fellow, his jester, one of those crack-brained wits, half-wit, half-fool, who formed in those days a common appendage to every great man's establishment, called out to the governor, as he was taking his usual walk one morning with Cortez towards the port, "Have a care, Master Velasquez, or we shall have to go a-hunting some day or other, after this same captain of ours." "Do you hear what the rogue says?" exclaimed the governor to his companion. "Do not heed him," said Cortez. "He is a saucy knave, and deserves a good whipping." The words sunk deep, however, in the mind of Velasquez, as indeed true jests are apt to stick. There were not wanting persons about his Excellency who fanned the latent embers of jealousy into a blaze. These worthy gentlemen, some of them kinsmen of Velasquez, who probably felt their own deserts somewhat thrown into the shade by the rising fortunes of Cortez, reminded the governor of his ancient quarrel with that officer, and of the little probability that affronts so keenly felt at the time could ever be forgotten. By these and similar suggestions, and by misconstructions of the present conduct of Cortez, they wrought on the passions of Velasquez to such a degree that he resolved to entrust the expedition to other hands. He communicated his design to his confidential advisers, Lares and Duero, and these trusty personages reported it without delay to Cortez, although to a man of half his penetration, says Las Casas, the thing would have been readily divined from the governor's altered demeanor. The two functionaries advised their friend to expedite matters as much as possible, and to lose no time in getting his fleet ready for sea, if he would retain the command of it. Cortez showed the same prompt decision on this occasion which more than once afterwards in a similar crisis gave the direction to his destiny. He had not yet got his complement of men nor of vessels, and was very inadequately provided with supplies of any kind, but he resolved to weigh anchor that very night. He waited on his officers, informed them of his purpose, and probably of the cause of it, and at midnight, when the town was hushed in sleep, they all went quietly on board, and the little squadron dropped down the bay. First, however, Cortez had visited the person whose business it was to supply the place with meat, and relieved him of all his stock on hand, notwithstanding his complaint that the city must suffer for it on the morrow, leaving him at the same time in payment a massive gold chain of much value, which he wore around his neck. Great was the amazement of the good citizens of San Jago when at dawn they saw that the fleet, which they knew was so ill prepared for the voyage, had left its moorings and was busily getting under way. The tidings soon came to the ears of His Excellency, who, springing from his bed, hastily dressed himself, mounted his horse, and, followed by his retinue, galloped down to the quay. Cortez, as soon as he descried their approach, entered an armed boat, and came within speaking distance of the shore. "And it is thus you part from me?" exclaimed Velasquez. "A courteous way of taking leave, truly." "Pardon me," answered Cortez. "Time presses, and there are some things that should be done before they are even thought of. Has your Excellency any commands?" But the mortified governor had no commands to give, and Cortez, politely waving his hand, returned to his vessel, and the little fleet instantly made sail for the port of Macaca, about 15 leagues distant. November 18th, 1518. Velasquez rode back to his house to digest his chagrin as he best might, satisfied probably that he had made at least two blunders, one in appointing Cortez to the command, the other in attempting to deprive him of it. For if it be true that by giving our confidence by halves we can scarcely hope to make a friend, it is equally true that, by withdrawing it when given, we shall make an enemy. This clandestine departure of Cortez has been severely criticized by some writers, especially by Las Casas. Yet much may be urged in vindication of his conduct. He had been appointed to the command by the voluntary act of the governor, and this had been fully ratified by the authorities of Hispaniola. He had at once devoted all his resources to the undertaking, incurring indeed a heavy debt in addition. He was now be deprived of his commission without any misconduct having been alleged or at least proved against him. Such an event must overwhelm him in irretrievable ruin, to say nothing of the friends from whom he had so largely borrowed, and the followers who had embarked their fortunes in the expedition on the faith of his commanding it. There are few persons probably who under these circumstances would have felt called tamely to acquiesce in the sacrifice of their hopes to a groundless and arbitrary whim. The most to have been expected from Cortez was that he should feel obliged to provide faithfully for the interests of his employer in the conduct of the enterprise. How far he felt the force of this obligation will appear in the sequel. From Macaca, where Cortez laid in such stores as he could obtain from the royal farms, and which he said he considered as a loan from the king, he proceeded to Trinidad, a more considerable town on the southern coast of Cuba. Here he landed, and, erecting his standard in front of his quarters, made proclamation with liberal offers to all who would join the expedition. Volunteers came in daily, and among them more than 100 of Grijalva's men, just returned from their voyage, and willing to follow up the discovery under an enterprising leader. The fame of Cortez attracted also a number of cavaliers of family and distinction, some of whom, having accompanied Grijalva, brought much information valuable for the present expedition. Among these hidalgos may be mentioned Pedro de Alvarado and his brothers, Cristoval de Olid, Alonso de Avila, Juan Velázquez de León, a near relation of the governor, Alonso Hernández de Puerto Carrero, and Gonsalvo de Sandoval, all of them men who took a most important part in the conquest. Their presence was of great moment, as giving consideration to the enterprise, and when they entered the little camp of the adventurers, the latter turned out to welcome them amidst lively strains of music and joyous salvos of artillery. Cortez, meanwhile, was active in purchasing military stores and provisions. Learning that a trading vessel laden with grain and other commodities for the mines was off the coast, he ordered out one of his caravels to seize her and bring her into port. He paid the master in bills for both cargo and ship, and even persuaded this man, named Sedeno, who was wealthy, to join his fortunes in the expedition. He also dispatched one of his officers, Diego de Ordaz, in quest of another ship of which he had tidings, with instructions to seize it in like manner, and to meet him with it off Cape San Antonio, the westerly point of the island. By this he effected another object, that of getting rid of Ordaz, who was one of the governor's household and an inconvenient spy on his own actions. While thus occupied, letters from Velázquez were received by the commander of Trinidad, requiring him to seize the person of Cortez and to detain him, as he had been deposed from the command of the fleet, which was given to another. This functionary communicated his instructions to the principal officers in the expedition, who counseled him not to make the attempt, as it would undoubtedly lead to a commotion among the soldiers that might end in laying the town in ashes. Verdugo thought it prudent to conform to this advice. As Cortez was willing to strengthen himself by still further reinforcements, he ordered Alvarado with a small body of men to march across the country to the Havana, while he himself would sail round the westerly point of the island and meet him there with the squadron. In this port he again displayed his standard, making the usual proclamation. He caused all the large guns to be brought on shore, and with the small arms and crossbows to be put in order. As there was abundance of cotton raised in this neighborhood, he had the jackets of the soldiers thickly quilted with it, for a defense against the Indian arrows from which the troops in the former expeditions had grievously suffered. He distributed his men into 11 companies, each under the command of an experienced officer, and it was observed that although several of the cavaliers in the service were the personal friends and even kinsmen of Velázquez, he appeared to treat them all with perfect confidence. His principal standard was of black velvet, embroidered with gold and emblazoned with a red cross amidst flames of blue and white, with this motto in Latin beneath: "Friends, let us follow the cross, and under this sign, if we have faith, we shall conquer." He now assumed more state in his own person and way of living, introducing a greater number of domestics and officers into his household, and placing it on a footing, becoming a man of high station. This state he maintained through the rest of his life. Cortez at this time was 33 or perhaps 34 years of age. In stature he was rather above the middle size. His complexion was pale, and his large dark eye gave an expression of gravity to his countenance, not to have been expected in one of his cheerful temperament. His figure was slender, at least until later life, but his chest was deep, his shoulders broad, his frame muscular and well proportioned. It presented the union of agility and vigor which qualified him to excel in fencing, horsemanship, and the other generous exercises of chivalry. In his diet he was temperate, careless of what he ate, and drinking little, while to toil and privation he seemed perfectly indifferent. His dress, for he did not disdain the impression produced by such adventitious aids, was such as to set off his handsome person to advantage, neither gaudy nor striking, but rich. He wore few ornaments, and usually the same, but those were of great price. His manners, frank and soldier-like, concealed a most cool and calculating spirit. With his gayest humour there mingled a settled air of resolution, which made those who approached him feel they must obey, and which infused something like awe into the attachment of his most devoted followers. Such a combination, in which love was tempered by authority, was the one probably best calculated to inspire devotion in the rough and turbulent spirits among whom his lot was to be cast. The character of Cortez seems to have undergone some change with change of circumstances, or, to speak more correctly, the new scenes in which he was placed called forth qualities which before lay dormant in his bosom. There are some hardy natures that require the heats of excited action to unfold their energies, like the plants which, closed to the mild influence of a temperate latitude, come to their full growth and give forth their fruits only in the burning atmosphere of the tropics. Before the preparations were fully completed at the Havana, the commander of the place, Don Pedro Barba, received despatches from Velasquez, ordering him to apprehend Cortez and to prevent the departure of his vessels, while another epistle from the same source was delivered to Cortez himself, requesting him to postpone his voyage till the governor could communicate with him, as he proposed, in person. "Never," exclaims Las Casas, "did I see so little knowledge of affairs shown as in this letter of Diego Velasquez, that he should have imagined that a man who had so recently put such an affront on him would defer his departure at his bidding. It was indeed hoping to stay the flight of the arrow by a word after it had left the bow." The Captain General, however, during his short stay, had entirely conciliated the goodwill of Barba, and if that officer had had the inclination, he knew he had not the power to enforce his principal's orders in the face of a resolute soldiery, incensed at this ungenerous persecution of their commander, and all of whom, in the words of the honest chronicler Bernal Diaz, who bore part in the expedition, officers and privates, would have cheerfully laid down their lives for him. Barba contented himself, therefore, with explaining to Velasquez the impracticability of the attempt, and at the same time endeavored to tranquilize his apprehensions by asserting his own confidence in the fidelity of Cortez. To this the latter added a communication of his own, in which he implored his Excellency to rely on his devotion to his interests, and concluded with the comfortable assurance that he and the whole fleet, God willing, would sail on the following morning. Accordingly, on the 10th of February, 1519, the little squadron got under way, and directed its course toward Cape San Antonio, the appointed place of rendezvous. When all were brought together, the vessels were found to be 11 in number. One of them, in which Cortez himself went, was of 100 tons burden. 3 others were from 70 to 80 tons. The remainder were caravels and open brigantines. The whole was put under the direction of Antonio de Alaminos as chief pilot, a veteran navigator who had acted as pilot to Columbus in his last voyage, and to Cordova and Grijalva in the former expeditions to Yucatan. Landing on the Cape and mustering his forces, Cortez found they amounted to 110 mariners, 553 soldiers, including 32 crossbowmen and 13 harquebusiers, besides 200 Indians of the island and a few Indian women for menial offices. He was provided with 10 heavy guns, 4 lighter pieces called falconets, and with a good supply of ammunition. He had, besides, 16 horses. They were not easily procured, for the difficulty of transporting them across the ocean in the flimsy craft of that day made them rare and incredibly dear in the islands. But Cortez rightfully estimated the importance of cavalry, however small in number, for their actual service in the field, and for striking terror in the savages. With so paltry a force did he enter on a conquest, which even his stout heart must have shrunk from attempting with such means, had he but foreseen half its real difficulties. Before embarking, Cortez addressed his soldiers in a short but animated harangue. He told them they were about to enter on a noble enterprise, one that would make their name famous to after ages. He was leading them to countries more vast and opulent than any yet visited by Europeans. "I hold out to you a glorious prize," continued the orator, "but it is to be won by incessant toil. Great things are achieved only by great exertions, and glory was never the reward of sloth. If I have labored hard and staked my all on this undertaking, it is for the love of that renown which is the noblest recompense of man. But if any among you covet riches more, be but true to me, as I will be true to you and to the occasion, and I will make you masters of such as our countrymen have never dreamed of. You are few in number, but strong in resolution, and if this does not falter, doubt not but that the Almighty, who has never deserted the Spaniard in his contest with the infidel, will shield you, though encompassed by a cloud of enemies, for your cause is a just cause, and you are to fight under the banner of the cross. Go forward, then," he concluded, "with alacrity and confidence, and carry to a glorious issue the work so auspiciously begun." The rough eloquence of the general, touching the various chords of ambition, avarice, and religious zeal, sent a thrill through the bosoms of his martial audience, and receiving it with acclamations, they seemed eager to press forward under a chief who was to lead them not so much to battle as to triumph. Cortez was well satisfied to find his own enthusiasm so largely shared by his followers. Mass was then celebrated with the solemnities usual with the Spanish navigators when entering on their voyages of discovery. The fleet was placed under the immediate protection of St. Peter, the patron saint of Cortez, and, weighing anchor, took its departure on the 18th day of February, 1519, for the coast of Yucatan. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Recording by Sue Anderson.
Book 2, Chapter 4 of the History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 2, Chapter 4. Voyage to Cozumel. Conversion of the natives. Jerónimo de Aguilar. Army arrives at Tabasco. Great battle with the Indians. Christianity introduced. Orders were given for the vessels to keep as near together as possible, and to take the direction of the Capitana, or Admiral's ship, which carried a beacon light in the stern during the night. But the weather, which had been favorable, changed soon after their departure, and one of those tempests set in, which at this season are often found in the latitudes of the West Indies. It fell with terrible force on the little navy, scattering it far asunder, dismantling some of the ships, and driving them all considerably south of their proposed destination. Cortez, who had lingered behind to convoy a disabled vessel, reached the island of Cozumel last. On landing, he learned that one of his captains, Pedro de Alvarado, had availed himself of the short time he had been there to enter the temples, rifle them of their few ornaments, and by his violent conduct so far to terrify the simple natives, that they had fled for refuge into the interior of the island. Cortez, highly incensed at these rash proceedings, so contrary to the policy he had proposed, could not refrain from severely reprimanding his officer in the presence of the army. He commanded 2 Indian captives, taken by Alvarado, to be brought before him, and explained to them the pacific purpose of his visit. This he did through the assistance of his interpreter, Melchorejo, a native of Yucatan who had been brought back by Grijalva, and who, during his residence in Cuba, had picked up some acquaintance with the Castilian. He then dismissed them loaded with presents, and with an invitation to their countrymen to return to their homes without fear of further annoyance. This humane policy succeeded. The fugitives, reassured, were not slow in coming back, and an amicable intercourse was established, in which Spanish cutlery and trinkets were exchanged for the gold ornaments of the natives, a traffic in which each party congratulated itself, a philosopher might think with equal reason, on outwitting the other. The first object of Cortez was to gather tidings of the unfortunate Christians who were reported to be still lingering in captivity on the neighboring continent. From some traders in the island he obtained such a confirmation of the report that he sent Diego de Ordaz with 2 brigantines to the opposite coast of Yucatan, with instructions to remain there 8 days. Some Indians went as messengers in the vessels, who consented to bear a letter to the captives, informing them of the arrival of their countrymen in Cozumel, with a liberal ransom for their release. Meanwhile, the general proposed to make an excursion to the different parts of the island, that he might give employment to the restless spirits of the soldiers, and ascertain the resources of the country. It was poor and thinly peopled, but everywhere he recognized the vestiges of a higher civilization than what he had before witnessed in the Indian islands. The houses were some of them large, and often built of stone and lime. He was particularly struck with the temples, in which were towers constructed of the same solid materials and rising several stories in height. In the court of one of these he was amazed by the sight of a cross, of stone and lime, about 10 palms high. It was the emblem of the god of rain. Its appearance suggested the wildest conjectures, not merely to the unlettered soldiers, but subsequently to the European scholar, who speculated on the character of the races that had introduced there the sacred symbol of Christianity. But no such inference, as we shall see hereafter, could be warranted. Yet it must be regarded as a curious fact that the cross should have been venerated as the object of religious worship, both in the New World and in regions of the old, where the light of Christianity had never risen. The next object of Cortez was to reclaim the natives from their gross idolatry, and to substitute a purer form of worship. In accomplishing this, he was prepared to use force, if milder measures should be ineffectual. There was nothing which the Spanish government had more earnestly at heart than the conversion of the Indians. It forms a constant burden of their instructions, and gave to the military expeditions in this western hemisphere somewhat of the air of a crusade. The cavalier who embarked in them entered fully into these chivalrous and devotional feelings. No doubt was entertained of the efficacy of conversion, however sudden might be the change, or however violent the means. The sword was a good argument when the tongue failed, and the spread of Mahometanism had shown that seeds sown by the hand of violence, far from perishing in the ground, would spring up and bear fruit to after time. If this were so in a bad cause, how much more would it be true in a good one? The Spanish cavalier felt he had a high mission to accomplish as a soldier of the cross. However unauthorized or unrighteous the war into which he had entered may seem to us, to him it was a holy war. He was in arms against the infidel. Not to care for the soul of his benighted enemy was to put his own in jeopardy. The conversion of a single soul might cover a multitude of sins. It was not for morals that he was concerned, but for the faith. This, though understood in its most literal and limited sense, comprehended the whole scheme of Christian morality. Whoever died in the faith, however immoral had been his life, might be said to die in the Lord. Such was the creed of the Castilian knight of that day, as imbibed from the preachings of the pulpit, from cloisters and colleges at home, from monks and missionaries abroad, from all save one, Las Casas, whose devotion, kindled at a purer source, was not, alas, permitted to send forth its radiance far into the thick gloom by which he was encompassed. No one partook more fully of the feelings above described than Hernán Cortés. He was, in truth, the very mirror of the times in which he lived, reflecting its motley characteristics, its speculative devotion, and practical license, but with an intensity all his own. He was greatly scandalized at the exhibition of the idolatrous practices of the people of Cozumel, though untainted, as it would seem, with human sacrifices. He endeavored to persuade them to embrace a better faith through the agency of two ecclesiastics who attended the expedition, the licentiate Juan Diaz and Father Bartolomé de Olmedo. The latter of these godly men afforded the rare example, rare in any age, of the union of fervent zeal with charity, while he beautifully illustrated in his own conduct the precepts which he taught. He remained with the army through the whole expedition, and by his wise and benevolent counsels was often enabled to mitigate the cruelties of the conquerors, and to turn aside the edge of the sword from the unfortunate natives. These two missionaries vainly labored to persuade the people of Cozumel to renounce their abominations, and to allow the Indian idols, in which the Christians recognized the true lineaments of Satan, to be thrown down and demolished. The simple natives, filled with horror at the proposed profanation, exclaimed that these were the gods who sent them the sunshine and the storm, and should any violence be offered, they would be sure to avenge it by sending their lightnings on the heads of its perpetrators. Cortez was probably not much of a polemic. At all events, he preferred, on the present occasion, action to argument, and thought that the best way to convince the Indians of their error was to prove the falsehood of the prediction. He accordingly, without further ceremony, caused the venerated images to be rolled down the stairs of the great temple, amidst the groans and lamentations of the natives. An altar was hastily constructed, an image of the Virgin and Child placed over it, and Mass was performed by Father Olmedo and his reverend companion for the first time within the walls of a temple in New Spain. The patient ministers tried once more to pour the light of the gospel into the benighted understandings of the islanders, and to expound the mysteries of the Catholic faith. The Indian interpreter must have afforded rather a dubious channel for the transmission of such abstruse doctrines, but they at length found favor with their auditors, who, whether overawed by the bold bearing of the invaders, or convinced of the impotence of deities that could not shield their own shrines from violation, now consented to embrace Christianity. While Cortez was thus occupied with the triumphs of the cross, he received intelligence that Ordaz had returned from Yucatan without tidings of the Spanish captives. Though much chagrined, the general did not choose to postpone longer his departure from Cozumel. The fleet had been well stored with provisions by the friendly inhabitants, and embarking his troops, Cortez, in the beginning of March, took leave of his hospitable shores. The squadron had not proceeded far, however, before a leak in one of the vessels compelled them to return to the same port. The detention was attended with important consequences, so much so, indeed, that a writer of the time discerns in it a great mystery and a miracle. Soon after landing, a canoe with several Indians was seen making its way from the neighboring shores of Yucatan. On reaching the island, one of the men inquired, in broken Castilian, if he were among Christians, and being answered in the affirmative, threw himself on his knees and returned thanks to heaven for his delivery. He was one of the unfortunate captives for whose fate so much interest had been felt. His name was Jerónimo de Aguilar, a native of Écija in Old Spain, where he had been regularly educated for the church. He had been established with the colony at Darien, and on a voyage from that place to Hispaniola 8 years previous, was wrecked near the coast of Yucatan. He escaped with several of his companions in the ship's boat, where some perished from hunger and exposure, while others were sacrificed on their reaching land by the cannibal natives of the peninsula. Aguilar was preserved from the same dismal fate by escaping into the interior, where he fell into the hands of a powerful cacique, who, though he spared his life, treated him at first with great rigor. The patience of the captive, however, and his singular humility touched the better feelings of the chieftain, who would have persuaded Aguilar to take a wife among his people. But the ecclesiastic steadily refused in obedience to his vows. This admirable constancy excited the distrust of the cacique, who put his virtue to a severe test by various temptations, and much of the same sort as those with which the devil is said to have assailed Saint Anthony. From all these fiery trials, however, like his ghostly predecessor, he came out unscorched. Continence is too rare and difficult a virtue with barbarians not to challenge their veneration, and the practice of it has made the reputation of more than one saint in the Old as well as the New World. Aguilar was now entrusted with the care of his master's household and his numerous wives. He was a man of discretion as well as virtue, and his counsels were found so salutary that he was consulted on all important matters. In short, Aguilar became a great man among the Indians. It was with much regret, therefore, that his master received the proposals for his return to his countrymen, to which nothing but the rich treasure of glass beads, hawk bells, and other jewels of like value sent for his ransom would have induced him to consent. When Aguilar reached the coast, there had been so much delay that the brigantines had sailed, and it was owing to the fortunate return of the fleet to Cozumel that he was enabled to join it. On appearing before Cortez, the poor man saluted him in the Indian style, by touching the earth with his hand and carrying it to his head. The commander, raising him up, affectionately embraced him, covering him at the same time with his own cloak, as Aguilar was simply clad in the habiliments of the country, somewhat too scanty for a European eye. It was long, indeed, before the tastes which he had acquired in the freedom of the forest could be reconciled to the constraints either of dress or manners imposed by the artificial forms of civilization. Aguilar's long residence in the country had familiarized him with the Mayan dialects of Yucatan, and as he gradually revived his Castilian, he became of essential importance as an interpreter. Cortez saw the advantage of this from the first, but he could not fully estimate all the consequences that were to flow from it. The repairs of the vessels being at length completed, the Spanish commander once more took leave of the friendly natives of Cozumel, and set sail on the 4th of March. Keeping as near as possible to the coast of Yucatan, he doubled Cape Catoche, and with flowing sheets swept down the broad bay of Campeache. He passed Potonchan, where Córdoba had experienced a rough reception from the natives, and soon after reached the mouth of the Rio de Tabasco, or Grijalba, in which that navigator had carried on so lucrative a traffic. Though mindful of the great object of his voyage, the visit to the Aztec territories, he was desirous of acquainting himself with the resources of this country, and determined to ascend the river and visit the great town on its borders. The water was so shallow, from the accumulation of sand at the mouth of the stream, that the general was obliged to leave the ships at anchor, and to embark in the boats with a part only of his forces. The banks were thickly studded with mangrove trees, that, with their roots shooting up and interlacing one another, form a kind of impervious screen, or network, behind which the dark forms of the natives were seen glancing to and fro with the most menacing looks and gestures. Cortez, much surprised at these unfriendly demonstrations, so unlike what he had reason to expect, moved cautiously up the stream. When he had reached an open place where a large number of Indians were assembled, he asked through his interpreter leave to land, explaining at the same time his amicable intentions. But the Indians, brandishing their weapons, answered only with gestures of angry defiance. Though much chagrined, Cortez thought it best not to urge the matter further that evening, but withdrew to a neighboring island, where he disembarked his troops, resolved to effect a landing on the following morning. When day broke, the Spaniards saw the opposite banks lined with a much more numerous array than on the preceding evening. While the canoes along the shore were filled with bands of armed warriors, Cortez now made his preparations for the attack. He first landed a detachment of 100 men under Alonso de Avila at a point somewhat lower down the stream, sheltered by a thick grove of palms, from which a road, as he knew, led to the town of Tabasco, giving orders to his officer to march at once on the place, while he himself advanced to assault it in front. Then, embarking the remainder of his troops, Cortez crossed the river in face of the enemy, but before commencing hostilities, that he might act with entire regard to justice, and in obedience to the instructions of the royal council, he first caused proclamation to be made through the interpreter that he desired only a free passage for his men, and that he proposed to revive the friendly relations which had formerly subsisted between his countrymen and the natives. He assured them that if blood were spilt, the sin would be on their heads, and that resistance would be useless, since he was resolved at all hazards to take up his quarters that night in the town of Tabasco. This proclamation, delivered in lofty tone and duly recorded by the notary, was answered by the Indians, who might possibly have comprehended one word in 10 of it, with shouts of defiance and a shower of arrows. Cortez, having now complied with all the requisitions of a loyal cavalier, and shifted the responsibility from his own shoulders to those of the royal council, brought his boats alongside of the Indian canoes. They grappled fiercely together, and both parties were soon in the water, which rose above the girdle. The struggle was not long, though desperate. The superior strength of the Europeans prevailed, and they forced the enemy back to land. Here, however, they were supported by their countrymen, who showered down darts, arrows, and blazing billets of wood on the heads of the invaders. The banks were soft and slippery, and it was with difficulty the soldiers made good their footing. Cortez lost a sandal in the mud, but continued to fight barefoot, with great exposure of his person, as the Indians, who soon singled out the leader, called to one another, "Strike at the chief!" At length the Spaniards gained the bank, and were able to come into something like order, when they opened a brisk fire from their arquebuses and crossbows. The enemy, astounded by the roar and flash of the firearms, of which they had had no experience, fell back and retreated behind a breastwork of timber, thrown across the way. The Spaniards, hot in the pursuit, soon carried these rude defences and drove the Tabascans before them towards the town, where they again took shelter behind their palisades. Meanwhile, Avila had arrived from the opposite quarter, and the natives, taken by surprise, made no further attempt at resistance, but abandoned the place to the Christians. They had previously removed their families and effects. Some provisions fell into the hands of the victors, but little gold, a circumstance, says Las Casas, which gave them no particular satisfaction. It was a very populous place. The houses were mostly of mud, the better sort of stone and lime, affording proofs in the inhabitants of a superior refinement to that found in the islands, as their stout resistance had given evidence of superior valor. Cortez, having thus made himself master of the town, took formal possession of it for the crown of Castile. He gave 3 cuts with his sword on a large ceiba tree which grew in the place, and proclaimed aloud that he took possession of the city in the name and on behalf of the Catholic sovereigns, and would maintain and defend the same with sword and buckler against all who should gainsay it. The same vaunting declaration was also made by the soldiers, and the whole was duly recorded and attested by the notary. This was the usual simple but chivalric form with which the Spanish cavaliers asserted their royal title to the conquered territories in the New World. It was a good title, doubtless, against the claims of any other European potentate. The general took up his quarters that night in the courtyard of the principal temple. He posted his sentinels and took all the precautions practiced in wars with a civilized foe. Indeed, there was reason for them. A suspicious silence seemed to reign through the place and its neighborhood, and tidings were brought that the interpreter, Mechorejo, had fled, leaving his Spanish dress hanging on a tree. Cortez was disquieted by the desertion of this man, who would not only inform his countrymen of the small number of the Spaniards, but dissipate any illusions that might be entertained of their superior natures. On the following morning, as no traces of the enemy were visible, Cortez ordered out a detachment under Alvarado and another under Francisco de Lugo to reconnoiter. The latter officer had not advanced a league before he learned the position of the Indians, by their attacking him in such force that he was fain to take shelter in a large stone building, where he was closely besieged. Fortunately, the loud yells of the assailants, like most barbarous nations seeking to strike terror by their ferocious cries, reached the ears of Alvarado and his men, who speedily, advancing to the relief of their comrades, enabled them to force a passage through the enemy. Both parties retreated, closely pursued, on the town, when Cortez, marching out to their support, compelled the Tabascans to retire. A few prisoners were taken in this skirmish. By then Cortez found his worst apprehensions verified. The country was everywhere in arms. A force consisting of many thousands had assembled from the neighboring provinces, and a general assault was resolved on for the next day. To the general's inquiries why he had been received in so different a manner from his predecessor Grijalva, They answered that the conduct of the Tabascans then had given great offense to the other Indian tribes, who taxed them with treachery and cowardice, so that they had promised on any return of the white men to resist them in the same manner as their neighbors had done. Cortez might now well regret that he had allowed himself to deviate from the direct object of his enterprise, and to become entangled in a doubtful war, which could lead to no profitable result. But it was too late to repent. He had taken the step, and had no alternative but to go forward. To retreat would dishearten his own men at the outset, impair their confidence in him as their leader, and confirm their arrogance of his foes, the tidings of whose success might precede him on his voyage, and prepare the way for greater mortifications and defeats. He did not hesitate as to the course he was to pursue, but calling his officers together, announced his intention to give battle the following morning. He sent back to the vessels such as were disabled by their wounds, and ordered the remainder of the forces to join the camp. 6 of the heavy guns were also taken from the ships, together with all the horses. The animals were stiff and torpid from long confinement on board, but a few hours' exercise restored them to their strength and usual spirit. He gave the command of the artillery, if it may be dignified with the name, to a soldier named Mesa, who had acquired some experience as an engineer in the Italian wars. The infantry he put under the orders of Diego de Ordaz, and took charge of the cavalry himself. It consisted of some of the most valiant gentlemen of his little band, among whom may be mentioned Alvarado, Velázquez de León, Avila, Puertocarrero, Olid, Montejo. Having thus made all the necessary arrangements and settled his plan of battle, he retired to rest, but not to slumber. His feverish mind, as may well be imagined, was filled with anxiety for the morrow, which might decide the fate of his expedition, and as was his wont on such occasions, he was frequently observed during the night going the rounds and visiting the sentinels to see that no one slept upon his post. At the first glimmering of light he mustered his army and declared his purpose not to abide, coop up in the town the assault of the enemy, but to march at once against him, for he well knew that the spirits rise with action, and that the attacking party gathers a confidence from the very movement, which is not felt by the one who is passively, perhaps anxiously, awaiting the assault. The Indians were understood to be encamped on a level ground a few miles distant from the city, called the Plain of Ceutla. The general commanded that Ordaz should march with the foot, including the artillery, directly across the country, and attack them in front, while he himself would fetch a circuit with the horse, and turn their flank when thus engaged, or fall upon their rear. These dispositions being completed, the little army hurl-mast and then sallied forth from the wooden walls of Tabasco. It was Lady Day, the 25th of March, long memorable in the annals of New Spain. The district around the town was checkered with patches of maize, and on the lower level with plantations of cacao, supplying the beverage and perhaps the coin of the country, as in Mexico. These plantations, requiring constant irrigation, were fed by numerous canals and reservoirs of water, so that the country could not be traversed without great toil and difficulty. It was, however, intersected by a narrow path or causeway, over which the cannon could be dragged. The troops advanced more than a league on their laborious march, without descrying the enemy. The weather was sultry, but few of them were embarrassed by the heavy mail worn by the European cavaliers at that period. Their cotton jackets, thickly quilted, afforded a tolerable protection against the arrows of the Indian, and allowed room for the freedom and activity of movement essential to a life of rambling adventure in the wilderness. At length they came in sight of the broad plains of Ceuta, and beheld the dusky lines of the enemy stretching as far as the eye could reach along the edge of the horizon. The Indians had shown some sagacity in the choice of their position, and as the weary Spaniards came slowly on, floundering through the morass, the Tabascans set up their hideous battle cries and discharged volleys of arrows, stones, and other missiles, which rattled like hail on the shields and helmets of the assailants. Many were severely wounded before they could gain the firm ground, where they soon cleared a space for themselves, and opened a heavy fire of artillery and musketry on the dense columns of the enemy, which presented a fatal mark for the balls. Numbers were swept down at every discharge, but the bold barbarians, far from being dismayed, threw up dust and leaves to hide their losses, and sounding their war instruments, shot off fresh flights of arrows in return. They even pressed closer on the Spaniards, and when driven off by a vigorous charge, soon turned again, and rolling back like the waves of the ocean, seemed ready to overwhelm the little band by weight of numbers. Thus cramped, the latter had scarcely room to perform their necessary evolutions, or even to work their guns with effect. The engagement had now lasted more than an hour, and the Spaniards, sorely pressed, looked with great anxiety for the arrival of the horse, which some unaccountable impediments must have detained, to relieve them from their perilous position. At this crisis, the furthest columns of the Indian army were seen to be agitated and thrown into a disorder that rapidly spread through the whole mass. It was not long before the ears of the Christians were saluted with the cheering war cry of San Jago and San Pedro, and they beheld the bright helmets and swords of the Castilian chivalry flashing back the rays of the morning sun as they dashed through the ranks of the enemy, striking to the right and left, and scattering dismay around them. The eye of faith indeed could discern the patron saint of Spain himself, mounted on his grey war horse, heading the rescue and trampling over the bodies of the fallen infidels. The approach of Cortez had been greatly retarded by the broken nature of the ground. When he came up, the Indians were so hotly engaged that he was upon them before they observed his approach. He ordered his men to direct their lances at the faces of their opponents, who, terrified at the monstrous apparition, for they supposed the rider and the horse, which they had never before seen, to be one and the same, were seized with a panic. Ordaz availed himself of it to command a general charge along the line, and the Indians, many of them throwing away their arms, fled without attempting further resistance. Cortez was too content with the victory to care to follow it up by dipping his sword in the blood of the fugitives. He drew off his men to a copse of palms, which skirted the place, and under their broad canopy the soldiers offered up thanksgiving to the Almighty for the victory vouchsafed them. The field of battle was made the site of a town, called in honor of the day on which the action took place, Santa Maria de la Victoria, long afterwards the capital of the province. The number of those who fought or fell in the engagement is altogether doubtful. Nothing indeed is more uncertain than numerical estimates of barbarians, and they gain nothing in probability when they come, as in the present instance, from the reports of their enemies. Most accounts, however, agree that the Indian force consisted of 5 squadrons of 8,000 men each. There is more discrepancy as to the number of slain, varying from 1 to 30,000. In this monstrous discordance, the common disposition to exaggerate may lead us to look for truth in the neighborhood of the smallest number. The loss of the Christians was inconsiderable, not exceeding, if we receive their own reports, probably from the same causes, much diminishing the truth, 2 killed and less than 100 wounded. We may readily comprehend the feelings of the conquerors when they declared that heaven must have fought on their side, since their own strength could never have prevailed against such a multitude of enemies. Several prisoners were taken in the battle, among them 2 chiefs. Cortez gave them their liberty, and sent a message by them to their countrymen, that he would overlook the past if they would come in at once and tender their submission. Otherwise he would ride over the land and put every living thing in it, man, woman, and child, to the sword. With this formidable menace ringing in their ears, the envoys departed. But the Tabascans had no relish for further hostilities. A body of inferior chiefs appeared the next day, clad in dark dresses of cotton, intimating their abject condition, and implored leave to bury their dead. It was granted by the general, with many assurances of his friendly disposition, but at the same time he told them he expected their principal caciques, as he would treat with none other. These soon presented themselves, attended by a numerous train of vassals, who followed with timid curiosity to the Christian camp. Among their propitiatory gifts were 20 female slaves, which from the character of one of them proved of infinitely more consequence than was anticipated by either Spaniards or Tabascans. Confidence was soon restored, and was succeeded by a friendly intercourse, and the interchange of Spanish toys for the rude commodities of the country, articles of food, cotton, and a few gold ornaments of little value. When asked where the precious metal was procured, they pointed to the west, and answered, Culua, Mexico. The Spaniards saw this was no place for them to traffic, or to tarry in. Yet here they were not many leagues distant from a potent and opulent city, or what once had been so, the ancient Palenque, but its glory may have even then passed away, and its name have been forgotten by the surrounding nations. Before his departure, the Spanish commander did not omit to provide for one great object of his expedition, the conversion of the Indians. He first represented to the caciques that he had been sent thither by a powerful monarch on the other side of the water, to whom he had now a right to claim their allegiance. He then caused the reverend fathers Olmedo and Diaz to enlighten their minds, as far as possible, in regard to the great truths of revelation, urging them to receive this in place of their own heathenish abominations. The Tabascans, whose perceptions were no doubt materially quickened by the discipline they had undergone, made but a faint resistance to either proposal. The next day was Palm Sunday, and the general resolved to celebrate their conversion by one of those pompous ceremonials of the church which should make a lasting impression on their minds. A solemn procession was formed of the whole army, with the ecclesiastics at their head, each soldier bearing a palm branch in his hand. The concourse was swelled by thousands of Indians of both sexes, who followed in curious astonishment at the spectacle. The long files bent their way through the flowery savannas that bordered the settlement, to the principal temple, where an altar was raised, and the image of the presiding deity was deposed to make room for that of the Virgin, with the infant Saviour. Mass was celebrated by Father Olmedo, and the soldiers who were capable joined in the solemn chant. The natives listened in profound silence, and if we may believe the chronicler of the event who witnessed it, were melted into tears, while their hearts were penetrated with reverential awe for the God of those terrible beings who seemed to wield in their own hands the thunder and the lightning. These solemnities concluded, Cortez prepared to return to his ships, well satisfied with the impression made on the new converts, and with the conquests he had thus achieved for Castile and Christianity. The soldiers, taking leave of their Indian friends, entered the boats with the palm branches in their hands, and descending the river, re-embarked on board their vessels, which rode at anchor at its mouth. A favorable breeze was blowing, and the little navy, opening its sails to receive it, was soon on its way again to the golden shores of Mexico. End of Book 2, Chapter 4.
Book 2, Chapter 5 of The History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott, Book 2, Chapter 5. Voyage along the coast. Donna Marina. Spaniards land in Mexico. Interview with the Aztecs. The fleet held its course so near the shore that the inhabitants could be seen on it, and as it swept along the winding borders of the Gulf, the soldiers, who had been on the former expedition of Grijalva, pointed out to their companions the memorable places on the coast. Here was the Rio de Alvarado, named after the galleon adventurer, who was present also in this expedition. There the Rio de Banderas, in which Grijalva had carried on so lucrative a commerce with the Mexicans. And there the Isla de los Sacrificios, where the Spaniards first saw the vestiges of human sacrifice on the coast. The fleet had now arrived off San Juan de Ulua, the island so named by Grijalva. The weather was temperate and serene, and crowds of natives were gathered on the shore of the mainland, gazing at the strange phenomena, as the vessels glided along under easy sail on the smooth bosom of the waters. It was the evening of Thursday in Passion Week. The air came pleasantly off the shore, and Cortez, liking the spot, thought he might safely anchor under the lee of the island, which would shelter him from the nortes that sweep over these seas with fatal violence in the winter, sometimes even late in the spring. The ships had not been long at anchor when a light pirogue filled with natives shot off from the neighboring continent and steered for the general's vessel, distinguished by the royal ensign of Castile floating from the mast. The Indians came on board with a frank confidence, inspired by the accounts of the Spaniards spread by their countrymen who had traded with Grijalva. They brought presents of fruits and flowers and little ornaments of gold, which they gladly exchanged for the usual trinkets. Cortez was baffled in his attempts to hold a conversation with his visitors by means of the interpreter, Aguilar, who was ignorant of the language, the Mayan dialects with which he was conversant bearing too little resemblance to the Aztec. The natives supplied the deficiency as far as possible by the uncommon vivacity and significance of their gestures, the hieroglyphics of speech. But the Spanish commander saw with chagrin the embarrassments which he must encounter in future for want of a more perfect medium of communication. In this dilemma he was informed that one of the female slaves given to him by the Tabascan chiefs was a native Mexican, and understood the language. Her name, that given to her by the Spaniards, was Marina, and as she was to exercise a most important influence on their fortunes, it is necessary to acquaint the reader with something of her character and history. She was born at Panaya, in the province of Coatzacoalco, on the southeastern borders of the Mexican Empire. Her father, a rich and powerful cacique, died when she was very young. Her mother married again, and, having a son, she conceived the infamous idea of securing to this offspring of her second union Marina's rightful inheritance. She accordingly feigned that the latter was dead, but secretly delivered her into the hands of some itinerant traders of Xicalanco. She availed herself at the same time of the death of a child of one of her slaves, to substitute the corpse for that of her own daughter, and celebrated the obsequies with mock solemnity. These particulars are related by the honest old soldier Bernal Diaz, who knew the mother and witnessed the generous treatment of her afterwards by Marina. By the merchants the Indian maiden was again sold to the cacique of Tabasco, who delivered her, as we have seen, to the Spaniards. From the place of her birth she was well acquainted with the Mexican tongue, which, indeed, she is said to have spoken with great elegance. Her residence in Tabasco familiarized her with the dialects of that country, so she could carry on a conversation with Aguilar, which he in turn rendered into the Castilian. Thus a certain, though somewhat circuitous channel was opened to Cortez for communicating with the Aztecs, a circumstance of the last importance to the success of his enterprise. It was not very long, however, before Marina, who had a lively genius, made herself so far the mistress of the Castilian as to supersede the necessity of any other linguist. She learned it the more readily, and it was to her the language of love. Cortez, who appreciated the value of her services, from the first, made her his interpreter, then his secretary, and, won by her charms, his mistress. With the aid of his two intelligent interpreters, Cortez entered into conversation with his Indian visitors. He learned that they were Mexicans, or rather subjects of the great Mexican Empire, of which their own province formed one of the comparatively recent conquests. The country was ruled by a powerful monarch called Moctezuma, or, by Europeans more commonly, Montezuma, who dwelt on the mountain plains of the interior, nearly 70 leagues from the coast. Their own province was governed by one of his nobles, named Tohitile, whose residence was 8 leagues distant. Cortez acquainted them in turn with his own friendly views in visiting their country, and with his desire of an interview with the Aztec governor. He then dismissed them loaded with presents, having first ascertained that there was an abundance of gold in the interior, like the specimens that they had brought. Cortez, pleased with the manners of the people and the goodly reports of the land, resolved to take up his quarters here for the present. The next morning, April 21st, being Good Friday, he landed with all his force on the very spot which now stands the modern city of Vera Cruz. Little did the conqueror imagine that the desolate beach on which he first planted his foot was one day to be covered by a flourishing city, the great mart of European and Oriental trade, the commercial empire of New Spain. It was a wide and level plain, except where the sand had been drifted into hillocks by the perpetual blowing of the norte. On these sand hills he mounted his little battery of guns, so as to give him the command of the country. He then employed the troops in cutting down small trees and bushes which grew near, in order to provide a shelter from the weather. In this he was aided by the people of the country, sent, as it appeared, by the governor of the district, to assist the Spaniards. With their help, stakes were firmly set in the earth, and covered with boughs, and with mats and cotton carpets, which the friendly natives brought with them. In this way they secured, in a couple of days, a good defence against the scorching rays of the sun, which beat with intolerable fierceness on the sands. The place was surrounded by stagnant marshes, the exhalations of which, quickened by the heat into the pestilent malaria, have occasioned in later times wider mortality to Europeans than all the hurricanes on the coast. The bilious disorders, now the terrible scourge of the Tierra Caliente, were little known before the conquest. The seeds of the poison seem to have been scattered by the hand of civilization, for it is only necessary to settle a town and draw together a busy European population in order to call out the malignity of the venom which had before lurked in the atmosphere. While these arrangements were in progress, the natives flocked in from the adjacent district, which was tolerably populous in the interior, drawn by a natural curiosity to see the wonderful strangers. They brought with them fruit, vegetables, flowers in abundance, game, and many dishes cooked after the fashion of the country, with little articles of gold and other ornaments. They gave away some presents, and bartered others for the wares of the Spaniards, so that the camp, crowded with a motley throng of every age and sex, wore the appearance of a fair. From some of the visitors Cortez learned of the intention of the governor to wait on him the following day. This was Easter. Tehuantine arrived, as he had announced, before noon. He was attended by a numerous train, and was met by Cortez, who conducted him with much ceremony to his tent, where his principal officers were assembled. The Aztec chief returned their salutations with polite, though formal, courtesy. Mass was first said by Father Olmedo, and the service was listened to by Tehuantine and his attendants with decent reverence. A collation was afterwards served, at which the general entertained his guest with Spanish wines and confections. The interpreters were then introduced, and a conversation commenced between the parties. The first inquiries of Tehuantine were respecting the country of the strangers, and the purport of their visit. Cortez told him that he was the subject of a potent monarch beyond the seas, who ruled over an immense empire, and had kings and princes for his vassals. That, acquainted with the greatness of the Mexican emperor, his master had desired to enter into communication with him, and had sent him as an envoy to wait on Montezuma, with a present in token of his goodwill, and a message which he must deliver in person. He concluded by inquiring of Tehuantine when he could be admitted to his sovereign's presence. To this the Aztec noble somewhat haughtily replied, "How is it that you have been here only 2 days, and demand to see the emperor?" He then added, with more courtesy, that he was surprised to learn that there was another monarch as powerful as Montezuma, but if that were so, he had no doubt his master would be happy to communicate with him. He would send his couriers with the royal gift brought by the Spanish commander, and so soon as he learned Montezuma's will, would communicate it. Tehuantine then commanded his slaves to bring forward the present intended for the Spanish general. It consisted of 10 loads of fine cotton, several mantles of that curious featherwork whose rich and delicate dyes might vie with the most beautiful painting, and a wicker basket filled with ornaments of wrought gold, all calculated to inspire the Spaniards with high ideas of the wealth and mechanical ingenuity of the Mexicans. Cortez received these presents with suitable acknowledgments, and ordered his own attendants to lay before the chief the articles designed for Montezuma. These were an armchair richly carved and painted, a crimson cap of cloth, having a gold medal emblazoned with St. George and the dragon, and a quantity of collars, bracelets, and other ornaments of cut glass, which, in a country where glass was not to be had, might claim to have had the value of real gems, and no doubt passed for such with the inexperienced Mexicans. Tehuantine observed a soldier in the camp with a shining gilt helmet on his head, which he said reminded him of one worn by the god Quetzalcoatl in Mexico. He then showed a desire that Montezuma should see it. The coming of the Spaniards, as the reader will soon see, was associated with some traditions of this same deity. Cortez expressed his willingness that the cacique should be sent to the emperor, intimating a hope that it would be returned filled with gold dust of the country, that he might be able to compare its quality with that in his own. He further told the governor, as we are informed by his chaplain, that the Spaniards were troubled with a disease of the heart, for which gold was a specific remedy. In short, says Las Casas, he contrived to make his want of gold very clear to the governor. While these things were passing, Cortez observed one of Teotihuacan's attendants busy with a pencil, apparently delineating some object. On looking at his work, he found it was a sketch on canvas of the Spaniards, their costumes and arms, in short, different objects of interest, giving to each its appropriate form and color. This was the celebrated picture writing of the Aztecs, and as Teotihuacan informed him, this man was employed in portraying the various objects for the eyes of Montezuma, who would thus gather a more vivid notion of their appearance than from any description by words. Cortez was pleased with this idea, and as he knew little how much the effect would be heightened by converting still life into action, he ordered out the cavalry on the beach, the wet sands of which afforded a firm footing for the horses. The bold and rapid movements of the troops, as they went through the military exercises, the apparent ease with which they managed the fiery animals on which they were mounted, the glancing of their weapons, the shrill cry of the trumpet, all filled the spectators with astonishment. But when they heard the thunders of the cannon, which Cortez ordered to be fired at the same time, and witnessed the volumes of smoke and flame issuing from these terrible engines, and the rushing sound of the balls as they dashed through the trees of the neighboring forest, shivering their branches into fragments, they were filled with consternation, from which the Aztec chief himself was not wholly free. Nothing of this was lost on the painters, who faithfully recorded, after their fashion, every particular, not omitting the ships, the water houses, as they called them, of the strangers, which, with their dark hulls and snow-white sails reflected from the water, were swinging lazily at anchor on the calm bosom of the bay. All was depicted with a fidelity that excited, in their turn, the admiration of the Spaniards, who, doubtless unprepared for this exhibition of skill, greatly overestimated the merits of the execution. These various matters completed, Teotihuacan with his attendants withdrew from the Spanish quarters, with the same ceremony with which he had entered them, leaving orders that his people should supply the troops with provisions and other articles requisite for their accommodation, till further instructions from the capital. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of the History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 2, Chapter 6. Account of Montezuma, State of his Empire, Strange Prognostics, Embassy and Presence, Spanish Encampment. We must now take leave of the Spanish camp in the Tierra Caliente and transport ourselves to the distant capital of Mexico, where no little sensation was excited by the arrival of the wonderful strangers on the coast. The Aztec throne was filled at that time by Montezuma II, nephew of the last and grandson of the preceding monarch. He had been elected to the regal dignity in 1502 in preference to his brothers for his superior qualifications both as a soldier and a priest, a combination of offices sometimes found in the Mexican candidates, as it was more frequently in the Egyptian. In early youth he had taken an active part in the wars of the empire, though of late he had devoted himself more exclusively to the services of the temple, and he was scrupulous in his attentions to all the burdensome ceremonial of the Aztec worship. He maintained a grave and reserved demeanor, spoke little and with prudent deliberation. His demeanor was well calculated to inspire ideas of superior sanctity. Montezuma displayed all of the energy and enterprise in the commencement of his reign which had been anticipated from him. His first expedition against a rebel province in the neighborhood was crowned with success, and he led back in triumph a throng of captives for the bloody sacrifice that was to grace his coronation. This was celebrated with uncommon pomp. Games and religious ceremonies continued for several days, and among the spectators who flocked from distant quarters were some noble Tlascalans, the hereditary enemies of Mexico. They were in disguise, hoping thus to elude detection. They were recognized, however, and reported to the monarch, but he only availed himself of the information to provide them with honorable entertainment and a good place for witnessing the games. This was a magnanimous act, considering the long-cherished hostility between the nations. In his first years, Montezuma was constantly engaged in war, and frequently led his armies in person. The Aztec banners were seen in the furthest provinces of the Gulf of Mexico, and the distant regions of Nicaragua and Honduras. The expeditions were generally successful, and the limits of the empire were more widely extended than in any preceding period. Meanwhile, the monarch was not inattentive to the interior concerns of the kingdom. He made some important changes in the courts of justice, and carefully watched over the execution of the laws, which he enforced with stern severity. He was in the habit of patrolling the streets of his capital in disguise, to make himself personally acquainted with the abuses in it, and with more questionable policy, it is said, he would sometimes try the integrity of his judges, by tempting them with large bribes to swerve from their duty, and then call the delinquent into strict account for yielding to the temptation. He liberally recognized all who served him. He showed a similar munificent spirit in his public works, constructing and embellishing the temples, bringing water into the capital by a new channel, and establishing a hospital or retreat for invalid soldiers in the city of Colhuacan. These acts, so worthy of a great prince, were counterbalanced by others of an opposite complexion. The humility displayed so ostentatiously before his elevation gave way to an intolerable arrogance. In his pleasure houses, domestic establishment, and way of living, he assumed a pomp unknown to his predecessors. He secluded himself from public observation, or, when he went abroad, exacted the most slavish homage, while in the palace he would be served only, even in the most menial offices, by persons of rank. He, further, dismissed several plebeians, chiefly poor soldiers of merit, from the places they had occupied near the persons of his predecessors, considering their attendance a dishonor to royalty. It was in vain that his oldest and sagest counsellors remonstrated on a conduct so impolitic. While he thus disgusted his subjects by his haughty deportment, he alienated their affections by the imposition of grievous taxes. These were demanded by the lavish expenditure of his court. They fell with peculiar heaviness on the conquered cities, and the latter years of his reign present a scene of unintermitting hostility, in which the forces of one half of the empire were employed in suppressing the commotions of the other. Unfortunately, there was no principle of amalgamation, by which the new acquisitions could be incorporated into the ancient monarchy, as parts of one whole. Their interests, as well as sympathies, were different. Thus, the more widely the Aztec empire was extended, the weaker it became, resembling some vast and ill-proportioned edifice, whose disjointed materials, having no principle of cohesion, and tottering under their own weight, seem ready to fall before the first blast of the tempest. In 1516 died the Tezcucan king, Nazahuapili, in whom Montezuma lost his most sagacious counsellor. The succession was contested by his two sons, Cacama and Ixtlilxochitl. The former was supported by Montezuma. The latter, the younger of the princes, a bold and aspiring youth, appealing to the patriotic sentiment of his nation, would have persuaded them that his brother was too much in the Mexican interests to be true to his own country. A civil war ensued, and ended by a compromise by which one half of the kingdom, with the capital, remained to Cacama, and the northern portion to his ambitious rival. Ixtlilxochitl became from that time the mortal foe of Montezuma. A more formidable enemy was still the little republic of Tlascala, lying midway between the Mexican Valley and the coast. It maintained its independence for more than 2 centuries against the allied forces of the empire. Its resources were unimpaired, its civilization scarcely below that of its great rival states, and for courage and military prowess it had established a name inferior to none other of the nations of Anahuac. Such was the condition of the Aztec monarchy on the arrival of Cortez. The people disgusted with the arrogance of their sovereign, the provinces and distant cities outraged by fiscal exactions, while the potent enemies in the neighborhood lay watching the hour when they might assail their formidable rival with advantage. Still the kingdom was strong in its internal resources, in the will of its monarch, in the long habitual deference to his authority, in short, in the terror of his name, and in the valor and discipline of his armies, grown gray in active service, and well drilled in all the tactics of Indian warfare. The time had now come when these imperfect tactics and rude weapons of the barbarians were to be brought into collision with the science and ingenuity of the most civilized nations of the globe. During the latter years of his reign, Montezuma had rarely taken part in his military expeditions, which he left to his captains, occupying himself chiefly with his sacerdotal functions. Under no prince had the priesthood enjoyed greater consideration and immunities. The religious festivals and rites were celebrated with unprecedented pomp. The oracles were consulted on the most trivial occasions, and the sanguinary deities were propitiated by hecatombs of victims dragged in triumph to the capital from the conquered or rebellious provinces. The religion, or, to speak correctly, the superstition of Montezuma proved a principal cause of his calamities. In a preceding chapter I have noticed the popular traditions respecting Quetzalcoatl, that deity with a fair complexion and flowing beard, so unlike the Indian physiognomy, who, after fulfilling his mission of benevolence among the Aztecs, embarked on the Atlantic Sea for the mysterious shores of Tlapalan. He promised on his departure to return at some future day with his posterity and resume the possessions of his empire. That day was looked forward to with hope or with apprehension, according to the interest of the believer, but with greater confidence throughout the wide borders of Anahuac. Even after the conquest, it still lingered among the Indian races, by whom it was as fondly cherished, as the advent of their King Sebastian continued to be by the Portuguese, or that of the Messiah by the Jews. A general feeling seems to have prevailed in the time of Montezuma, that the period for the return of the deity, and the full accomplishment of his promise, was near at hand. This conviction is said to have gained ground from various preternatural occurrences, reported with more or less detail by all the most ancient historians. In 1510, the great lake of Tezcuco, without occurrence of a tempest or earthquake or any other visible cause, became violently agitated, overflowed its banks, and, pouring into the streets of Mexico, swept off many of the buildings by the fury of the waters. In 1511, one of the turrets of the great temple took fire, equally without any apparent cause, and continued to burn in defiance of all attempts to extinguish it. In the following years 3 comets were seen, and not long before the coming of the Spaniards, a strange light broke forth in the east. It spread broad at its base on the horizon, and rising in a pyramidal form tapered off as it approached the zenith. It resembled a vast sheet or flood of fire, emitting sparks, or, as an old writer expresses it, seemed thickly powdered with stars. At the same time low voices were heard in the air, and doleful wailings as if to announce some strange, mysterious calamity. The Aztec monarch, terrified at the apparitions in the heavens, took counsel of Nezahualpi, who was a great proficient in the subtle science of astrology. But the royal sage cast a deeper cloud over his spirit, by reading in these prodigies the speedy downfall of the empire. Such are the strange stories reported by the chroniclers, in which it is not impossible to detect the glimmerings of truth. Nearly 30 years had elapsed since the discovery of the islands by Columbus, and more than 20 years since his visit to the American continent. Rumors, more or less distinct, of this wonderful appearance of white men, bearing in their hands the thunder and the lightning, so like in many respects to the traditions of Quetzalcoatl, would naturally spread far and wide among the Indian nations. Such rumors, doubtless, long before the landing of the Spaniards in Mexico, found their way up the Grand Plateau, filling the minds of men with anticipations of the near coming of the period when the great deity was to return and receive his own again. When tidings were brought to the capital of the landing of Grijalva on the coast in the preceding year, the heart of Montezuma was filled with dismay. He felt as if the destinies which so long brooded over the royal line of Mexico were to be accomplished, and the scepter was to pass away from his house forever. Though somewhat relieved by the departure of the Spaniards, he caused sentinels to be stationed on the heights, and when the Europeans returned under Cortez, he doubtless received the earliest notice of the unwelcome event. It was by his orders, however, that the provincial governor had prepared so hospitable a reception for them. The hieroglyphical report of these strange visitors, now forwarded to the capital, revived all his apprehensions. He called without delay a meeting of his principal counsellors, including the kings of Tezcuco and Tlacopan, and laid the matter before them. There seems to have been much division of opinion in that body. Some were for resisting the strangers at once, whether by fraud or by open force. Others contended that, if they were supernatural beings, fraud and force would be alike useless. If they were, as they pretended, ambassadors from a foreign prince, such a policy would be cowardly and unjust. That they were not of the family of Quetzalcoatl was argued from the fact that they had shown themselves hostile to his religion, for tidings of the proceedings of the Spaniards in Tabasco, it seems, had already reached the capital. Among those in favor of giving them a friendly and honorable reception was the Tezcucan king Cacama. But Montezuma, taking counsel in his own ill-defined apprehensions, preferred a halfway course, as usual the most impolitic. He resolved to send an embassy with such a magnificent present to the strangers as should impress them with high ideas of his grandeur and resources, while at the same time he would forbid their approach to the capital. This was to reveal at once both his wealth and his weakness. While the Aztec court was thus agitated by the arrival of the Spaniards, they were passing their time in the Tierra Caliente, not a little annoyed by the excessive heats and suffocating atmosphere of the sandy waste on which they were encamped. They experienced every alleviation which could be derived from the attentions of the friendly natives. These, by the governor's command, had constructed more than 1,000 huts, or booths of branches and matting, which they had occupied in the neighborhood of the camp. Here they prepared various items of food for the tables of Cortez and his officers, without any recompense, while the common soldiers easily obtained a supply for themselves, in exchange for such trifles as they brought with them for barter. Thus the camp was liberally provided with meat and fish, dressed in many savory ways, with cakes of corn, bananas, pineapples, and divers luscious vegetables of the tropics, hitherto unknown to the Spaniards. The soldier contrived, moreover, to obtain many little bits of gold, of no great value, indeed, from the natives, a traffic very displeasing to the partisans of Velasquez, who consider it as an invasion of his rights. Cortez, however, did not think it prudent in this matter to balk the inclinations of his followers. At the expiration of 7 or 8 days, at most, the Mexican embassy presented itself before the camp. It may seem an incredibly short space of time, considering the distance of the capital was near 70 leagues, but it may be remembered that tidings were carried there by means of posts, as already noticed, in the brief space of 24 hours, and 4 or 5 days would suffice for the descent of the envoys to the coast, accustomed as the Mexicans were to long and rapid travelling. At all events, no writer states the period occupied by the Indian emissaries on this occasion as longer than that mentioned. The embassy, consisting of 2 Aztec nobles, was accompanied by the governor Teutile and by 100 slaves, bearing the princely gifts of Montezuma. One of the envoys had been selected on account of the great resemblance which, as appeared from the painting representing the camp, he bore to the Spanish commander. It is a proof of the fidelity of the painting that the soldiers recognized the resemblance, and always distinguished the chief by the name of the Mexican Cortez. On entering the general's pavilion, the ambassador saluted him and his officers with the usual signs of reverence to persons of great consideration, touching the ground with their hands, and then carrying them to their heads, while the air was filled with clouds of incense, which rose up from the censers borne by their attendants. Some delicately wrought mats of the country were then unrolled, and on them the slaves displayed the various articles they had brought. They were of the most miscellaneous kind: shields, helmets, cuirasses, embossed with plates and ornaments of pure gold, collars and bracelets of the same metal, sandals, fans, panaches, and crests of variegated feathers, intermingled with gold and silver thread, and sprinkled with pearls and precious stones, imitations of birds and animals in wrought and cast gold and silver of exquisite workmanship, curtains, coverlets, and robes of cotton, fine as silk, of rich and various dyes, interwoven with featherwork that rivaled the delicacy of painting. There were more than 30 loads of cotton cloth in addition. Among the articles was the Spanish helmet sent to the capital, and now returned, filled to the brim with grains of gold. But the things which excited the most admiration were 2 circular plates of gold and silver, as large as carriage wheels. One, representing the sun, was richly carved with plants and animals, no doubt denoting the Aztec century. It was 30 palms in circumference, and was valued at 20,000 pesos de oro. The silver wheel of the same size weighed 50 marks. Footnote. Robertson cites Bernal Diaz as reckoning the value of the silver plate at 20,000 pesos, or about 5,000 pounds. But Bernal Diaz speaks only of the value of the gold plate, which he estimates at 20,000 pesos de oro, a different affair from the pesos, dollars, or ounces of silver with which the historian confounds them. As the mention of the peso de oro will often recur in these pages, it will be well to make the reader acquainted with its probable value. Nothing more difficult than to ascertain the actual value of the currency of a distant age. So many circumstances occur to embarrass the calculation, besides the general depreciation of the precious metals, such as the adulteration of specific coins and the like. Senior Clemenson, the secretary of the Royal Academy of History, in the 6th volume of his Memorias, has computed with great accuracy the value of the different denominations of the Spanish currency at the close of the 15th century, the period just preceding that of the conquest of Mexico. He makes no mention of the peso de oro in his tables, but he ascertains the precise value of the gold ducat, which will answer our purpose as well. Oviedo, a contemporary of the conquerors, informs us that the peso de oro and the castellano were of the same value, and this was precisely 1/3 greater than the value of the ducat. Now the ducat, as it appears from Clemenson, reduced to our currency, would be equal to $8.75. The peso de oro, therefore, was equal to $11.67, or £2 12 shillings and 6 sterling. Keeping this in mind, it will be easy for the reader to determine the actual value of pesos de oro of any sum that may be hereafter mentioned. When Cortez and his officers had completed their survey, the ambassadors courteously delivered the message of Montezuma. It gave their master great pleasure, they said, to hold this communication with so powerful a monarch as the King of Spain, for whom he felt the most profound respect. He regretted much that he could not enjoy a personal interview with the Spaniards, but the distance of his capital was too great, since the journey was beset with difficulties, and with too many dangers from formidable enemies, to make it possible. All that could be done, therefore, was for the strangers to return to their own land, with the proofs thus afforded them of his friendly disposition. Cortez, though much chagrined by this decided refusal of Montezuma to admit his visit, concealed his mortification as he best might, and politely expressed his sense of the emperor's munificence. It made him only the more desirous, he said, to have a personal interview with him. He should feel it indeed impossible to present himself again before his own sovereign, without having accomplished this great object of his voyage, and one who had sailed over 2,000 leagues of ocean, held lightly the perils and fatigues of so short a journey by land. He once more requested them to become the bearers of his message to their master, together with a slight additional token of his respect. This consisted of a few fine Holland shirts, a Florentine goblet, gilt and somewhat curiously enamelled with some toys of little value, a sorry return for the solid magnificence of the royal present. The ambassadors may have thought as much. At least they showed no alacrity in charging themselves either with the present or the message, and on quitting the Castilian quarters, repeated their assurance that the general's application would be unavailing. The splendid treasure which now lay dazzling the eyes of the Spaniards raised in their bosoms very different emotions, according to the difference of their characters. Some it stimulated with the ardent desire to strike at once into the interior, and possess themselves of a country which teemed with such boundless stores of wealth. Others looked on it as the evidence of a power altogether too formidable to be encountered with their present insignificant force. They thought, therefore, that it would be most prudent to return and report the proceedings to the governor of Cuba, where preparations could be made commensurate with so vast an undertaking. There can be little doubt as to the impression made on the bold spirit of Cortez, on which difficulties ever operated as incentives rather than discouragements to enterprise. But he prudently said nothing, at least in public, preferring that so important a movement should flow from the determination of his whole army rather than from his own individual impulse. Meanwhile, the soldiers suffered greatly from the inconveniences of their position, amidst the burning sands and the pestilent effluvia of the neighboring marshes, while the venomous insects of those hot regions left them no repose, day or night. 30 of their number had already sickened and died, a loss that could be ill afforded by the little band. To add to their troubles, the coldness of the Mexican chiefs had extended to their followers, and the supplies for the camp had not only been much diminished, but the prices set on them were exorbitant. The position was equally unfavorable for the shipping, which lay on an open roadstead, exposed to the fury of the first norte which should sweep the Mexican Gulf. The general was induced by these circumstances to dispatch 2 vessels, under Francisco de Montejo, with Alaminos for his pilot, to explore the coast in a northerly direction, and to see if a safer port and more commodious quarters for the army could not be found there. After a lapse of 10 days, the Mexican envoys returned. They entered the Spanish quarters with the same formality as on the former visit, bearing with them additional presents of rich stuffs and metallic ornaments, which, though inferior in value to those before brought, were estimated at 3,000 ounces of gold. Besides these, there were 4 precious stones of a considerable size, resembling emeralds, called by the natives chalchuites, each of which, as they assured the Spaniards, was worth more than a load of gold, and was designed as a mark of particular respect for the Spanish monarch. Unfortunately, they were not worth as many loads of earth in Europe. Montezuma's answer was in substance the same as before. It contained a positive prohibition for the strangers to advance nearer to the capital, and expressed the confidence that, now they had obtained what they most desired, they would return to their own country without unnecessary delay. Cortez received this unpalatable response courteously, though somewhat coldly, and turning to his officers exclaimed, "This is a rich and powerful prince indeed, yet it shall go hard, but we will one day pay him a visit in his capital." While they were conversing, the bell struck for vespers. At the sound, the soldiers, throwing themselves on their knees, offered up their orisons before the large wooden cross planted in the sands. As the Aztec chiefs gazed with curious surprise, Cortez thought it a favorable occasion to oppress them with what he conceived to be a principal object of his visit to the country. Father Olmedo accordingly expounded, as briefly and clearly as he could, the great doctrines of Christianity, touching on the atonement, the passion, and the resurrection, and concluding with assuring his astonished audience that it was their intention to extirpate the idolatrous practices of the nation, and to substitute the pure worship of the true God. He then put in their hands a little image of the Virgin with the infant Redeemer, requesting them to place it in their temples instead of their sanguinary deities. How far the Aztec lords comprehended the mysteries of the faith, as conveyed through the double version of Aguilar and Marina, or how well they perceived the subtle distinctions between their own images and those of the Roman Church, we are not informed. There is a reason to fear, however, that the seed fell on barren ground, for, when the homily of the good father ended, they withdrew with an air of dubious reserve, very different from their friendly manners at the first interview. The same night every hut was deserted by the natives, and the Spaniards saw themselves suddenly cut off from supplies, in the midst of a desolate wilderness. The movement had so suspicious an appearance, that Cortez apprehended an attack would be made on his quarters, and took precautions accordingly, but none was meditated. The army was at length cheered by the return of Montejo from his exploring expedition, after an absence of 20 days. He had run down the Gulf as far as Panuco, where he experienced such heavy gales in attempting to double that headland, that he was driven back, and had nearly foundered. In the whole course of the voyage he had found only one place, tolerably sheltered from the north winds. Fortunately, the adjacent country, well watered by fresh running streams, afforded a favorable position for the camp, and thither, after some deliberation, it was determined to repair. End of Book 2, Chapter 6.
Book 2, Chapter 7 of the History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 2, Chapter 7. There is no situation which tries so severely the patience and discipline of the soldier as a life of idleness in camp, where his thoughts, instead of being bent on enterprise and action, are fastened on himself, and the inevitable privations and dangers of his condition. This was particularly the case in the present instance, where, in addition to the evils of a scanty subsistence, the troops suffered from excessive heat, swarms of venomous insects, and the other annoyances of a sultry climate. They were, moreover, far from possessing the character of regular forces, trained to subordination under a commander whom they had long been taught to reverence and obey. They were soldiers of fortune, embarked with him in an adventure in which all seemed to have an equal stake, and they regarded their captain, the captain of a day, as little more than an equal. There was a growing discontent among the men at their longer residence in this strange land. They were still more dissatisfied on learning the general's intention to remove to the neighbourhood of the port discovered by Montejo. It was time to return, they said, and report what had been done to the governor of Cuba, and not linger on these barren shores until they had brought the whole Mexican empire on their heads. Cortez evaded their importunities as well as he could, assuring them there was no cause for despondency. Everything so far had gone on prosperously, and, when they had taken up a more favourable position, there was no reason to doubt they might still continue the same profitable intercourse with the natives. While this was passing, 5 Indians made their appearance in the camp one morning and were brought to the general's tent. Their dress and whole appearance were different from those of the Mexicans. They wore rings of gold, and gems of a bright blue stone in their ears and nostrils, while a gold leaf delicately wrought was attached to the underlip. Marina was unable to comprehend their language, but on her addressing them in Aztec, 2 of them, it was found, could converse in that tongue. They said they were natives of Cempoalala, the chief town of the Totonacs, a powerful nation who had come upon the great plateau many centuries back, and descending its eastern slope, settled along the sierras and broad plains which skirt the Mexican Gulf towards the north. Their country was one of the recent conquests of the Aztecs, and they experienced such vexatious oppressions from their conquerors as made them very impatient of the yoke. They informed Cortez of these and other particulars. The fame of the Spaniards had reached their master, who sent these messengers to request the presence of the wonderful strangers in his capital. This communication was eagerly listened to by the general, who, it will be remembered, was possessed of none of these facts laid before the reader, respecting the internal condition of the kingdom, which he had no reason to suppose other than strong and united. An important truth now flashed on his mind, as his quick eye descried in this spirit of discontent a potent lever by the aid of which he might hope to overturn this barbaric empire. He received the mission of the Totonacs most graciously, and, after informing himself as far as possible of their dispositions and resources, dismissed them with presents, promising soon to pay a visit to their lord. Meanwhile, his personal friends, among whom may be particularly mentioned Alonso Hernandez de Puertocarrero, Cristoval de Olid, Alonso de Avila, Pedro de Alvarado, and his brothers were very busy in persuading the troops to take such measures as should enable Cortez to go forward in those ambitious plans for which he had no warrant from the powers of Velasquez. To return now, they said, was to abandon the enterprise on the threshold which, under such a leader, must conduct to glory and incalculable riches. To return to Cuba would be to surrender to the greedy governor the little gains they had already got. The only way was to persuade the general to establish a permanent colony in the country, the government of which would take the conduct of matters into its own hands, and provide for the interests of its members. It was true Cortez had no such authority from Velasquez, but the interests of the sovereigns, which were paramount to every other, imperatively demanded it. These conferences could not be conducted so secretly, though held by night, as not to reach the ears of the friends of Velasquez. They remonstrated against the proceedings as insidious and disloyal. They accused the general of instigating them, and, calling on him to take measures without delay for the return of the troops to Cuba, announced their own intention to depart, with such followers as still remained true to the governor. Cortez, instead of taking umbrage at this high-handed proceeding, or even answering in the same haughty tone, mildly replied that nothing was further from his desire than to exceed his instructions. He indeed preferred to remain in the country and continue his profitable intercourse with the natives, but since the army thought otherwise, he should defer to their opinion and give orders to return as they desired. On the following morning proclamation was made for the troops to hold themselves in readiness to embark at once aboard the fleet which was to sail for Cuba. Great was the sensation caused by their general's order. Even many of those before clamorous for it with the usual caprice of men whose wishes are too easily gratified now regretted it. The partisans of Cortez were loud in their remonstrances. They were betrayed by the general, they cried, and thronging around his tent, called on him to countermand his orders. We came here, said they, expecting to form a settlement if the state of the country authorized it. Now it seems you have no warrant from the governor to make one, but there are interests higher than those of Velasquez which demand it. These territories are not his property, but were discovered for the sovereigns, and it is necessary to plant a colony to watch over their interests, instead of wasting time in idle barter, or still worse, of returning, in the present state of affairs, to Cuba. If you refuse, they concluded, we shall protest against your conduct as disloyal to their highnesses. Cortez received this remonstrance with the embarrassed air of one by whom it was altogether unexpected. He modestly requested time for deliberation, and promised to give his answer on the following day. At the time appointed he called the troops together and made them a brief address. There was no one, he said, if he knew his own heart, more deeply devoted than himself to the welfare of his sovereigns, and the glory of the Spanish name. He had not only expended his all, but incurred heavy debts to meet the charges of this expedition, and had hoped to reimburse himself by continuing his traffic with the Mexicans. But if the soldiers thought a different course advisable, he was ready to postpone his own advantage to the good of the state. He concluded by declaring his willingness to take measures for settling a colony in the name of the Spanish sovereigns, and to nominate a magistracy to preside over it. For the alcaldes he selected Puerto Carrero and Montejo, the former cavalier his fast friend, and the latter the friend of Velasquez, and chosen for that very reason a stroke of policy which perfectly succeeded. The regidores, alguacil, treasurer, and other functionaries were then appointed, all of them his personal friends and adherents. They were regularly sworn into office, and the new city received the title of Villa Rica de Veracruz, the rich town of the True Cross, a name which was considered as happily intimating that union of spiritual and temporal interests to which the arms of the Spanish adventurers in the New World were to be devoted. Thus, by a single stroke of the pen, as it were, the camp was transformed into a civil community, and the whole framework and even title of the city were arranged before the site of it had been settled. The new municipality were not slow in coming together, when Cortez presented himself cap in hand before that august body, and laying the powers of Velasquez on the table, respectfully tendered the resignation of his office of Captain General, which indeed, he said, had necessarily expired, since the authority of the governor was now superseded by that of the magistracy of Villarica de Veracruz. He then, with a profound obeisance, left the apartment. The council, after a decent time spent in deliberation, again requested his presence. There was no one, they said, who, on mature reflection, appeared to them so well qualified to take charge of the interests of the community both in peace and in war, as himself, and they unanimously named him, in behalf of their Catholic highnesses, Captain General and Chief Justice of the colony. He was further empowered to draw, on his own account, 1/5 of the gold and silver which might hereafter be obtained by commerce or conquest from the natives. Thus clothed with supreme civil and military jurisdiction, Cortez was not backward in exerting his authority. He found speedy occasion for it. The transactions above described had succeeded each other so rapidly that the governor's party seemed to be taken by surprise, and had formed no plan of opposition. When the last measure was carried, however, they broke forth into the most indignant and opprobrious invectives, denouncing the whole as a systematic conspiracy against Velasquez. These accusations led to recrimination from the soldiers of the other side, until from words they nearly proceeded to blows. Some of the principal cavaliers, among them Velázquez de Leon, a kinsman of the governor, Escobar, his page, and Diego de Ordaz, were so active in instigating these turbulent movements, that Cortes took the bold measure of putting them all in irons, and sending them on board the vessels. He then dispersed the common file by detaching many of them with a strong party under Alvarado to forage the neighbouring country and bring home provisions for the destitute camp. During their absence, every argument that cupidity or ambition could suggest was used to win the refractory to his views. Promises, and even gold, it is said, were liberally lavished, till by degrees their understandings were opened to a clearer view of the merits of the case. And when the foraging party reappeared with abundance of poultry and vegetables and the cravings of the stomach, that great laboratory of dissatisfaction, whether in camp or capital, were appeased, good humour returned with good cheer, and the rival factions embraced one another as companions in arms, pledged to a common cause. Even the high-mettled hidalgos on board the vessels did not long withstand the general tide of reconciliation, but one by one gave in their adhesion to the new government. What is more remarkable is, that this forced conversion was not a hollow one, but from this time forward several of these very cavaliers became the most steady and devoted partisans of Cortes. Such was the address of this extraordinary man, and such the ascendancy which in a few months he had acquired over these wild and turbulent spirits. By this ingenious transformation of a military into a civil community, he had secured a new and effectual basis for future operations. He might now go forward without fear of check or control from a superior, at least from any other superior than the crown, under which alone he held his commission. In accomplishing this, instead of incurring the charge of usurpation, or of transcending his legitimate powers, he had transferred the responsibility, in a great measure, to those who had imposed on him the necessity of action. By this step, moreover, he had linked the fortunes of his followers indissolubly with his own. They had taken their chance with him, and whether for weal or for woe, must abide the consequences. He was no longer limited to the narrow concerns of a sordid traffic, but sure of their co-operation, might now boldly meditate, and gradually disclose those lofty schemes which he had formed in his own bosom for the conquest of an empire. Harmony being thus restored, Cortes sent his heavy guns on board the fleet and ordered it to coast along the shore to the north as far as the Xiahuitzla, the town near which the destined port of the new city was situated, proposing, himself at the head of his troops, to visit Cempoalala on the march. The road lay for some miles across the dreary plains in the neighbourhood of the modern Vera Cruz. In this sandy waste no signs of vegetation met their eyes, which, however, were occasionally refreshed by glimpses of the blue Atlantic, and by the distant view of the magnificent Orizaba, towering with his spotless diadem of snow far above his colossal brethren of the Andes. As they advanced, the country gradually assumed a greener and richer aspect. They crossed a river, probably a tributary of the Rio de la Antigua, with difficulty on rafts, and on some broken canoes that were lying on the banks. They now came in view of very different scenery, wide rolling plains covered with a rich carpet of verdure and overshadowed by groves of cocoas and feathery palms, among whose tall slender stems were seen deer and various wild animals with which the Spaniards were unacquainted. Some of the horsemen gave chase to the deer and wounded, but did not succeed in killing them. They saw also pheasants and other birds, among them the wild turkey, the pride of the American forest, which the Spaniards described as a species of peacock. On their route they passed through some deserted villages in which were Indian temples, where they found censers and other sacred utensils and manuscripts of the agave fibre, containing the picture writing in which probably their religious ceremonies were recorded. They now beheld also the hideous spectacle with which they became afterwards familiar, of the mutilated corpses of victims who had been sacrificed to the accursed deities of the land. The Spaniards turned with loathing and indignation from a display of butchery which formed so dismal a contrast to the fair scenes of nature by which they were surrounded. They held their course along the banks of the river towards its source when they were met by 12 Indians sent by the cacique of Cempoalala to show them the way to his residence. At night they bivouacked in an open meadow where they were well supplied with provisions by their new friends. They left the stream on the following morning and, striking northerly across the country, came upon a wide expanse of luxuriant plains and woodland, glowing in all the splendour of tropical vegetation. The branches of the stately trees were gaily festooned with clustering vines of the dark purple grape, variegated of convolvuli, and other flowering parasites of the most brilliant dyes. The undergrowth of prickly aloe, matted with wild rose and honeysuckle, made in many places an almost impervious thicket. Amid this wilderness of sweet-smelling buds and blossoms fluttered numerous birds of the parrot tribe, and clouds of butterflies whose gaudy colours, nowhere so gorgeous as in the tierra caliente, rivalled those of the vegetable creation, while birds of exquisite song, the scarlet cardinal and the marvellous mockingbird, that comprehends in his own notes the whole music of a forest, filled the air with delicious melody. The hearts of the stern conquerors were not very sensible to the beauties of nature, but the magical charms of the scenery drew forth unbounded expressions of delight, and as they wandered through this terrestrial paradise, as they called it, they fondly compared it to the fairest regions of their own sunny land. As they approached the Indian city, they saw abundant signs of cultivation in the trim gardens and orchards that lined both sides of the road. They were now met by parties of the natives of either sex, who increased in numbers with every step of their progress. The women as well as men mingled fearlessly among the soldiers, bearing bunches and wreaths of flowers, with which they decorated the neck of the general's charger, and hung a chaplet of roses about his helmet. Flowers were the delight of these people. They bestowed much care in their cultivation, in which they were well seconded by a climate of alternate heat and moisture, stimulating the soil to the spontaneous production of every form of vegetable life. The same refined taste, as we shall see, prevailed among the warlike Aztecs. Many of the women appeared, from their richer dress and numerous attendants, to be persons of rank. They were clad in robes of fine cotton, curiously coloured, which reached from the neck in the inferior orders, from the waist to the ankles. The men wore a sort of mantle of the same material, in the Moorish fashion, over their shoulders, and belts or sashes about the loins. Both sexes had jewels and ornaments of gold round their necks, while their ears and nostrils were perforated with rings of the same metal. Just before reaching the town, some horsemen who had rode in advance returned with the amazing intelligence that they had been near enough to look within the gates, and found the houses all plated with burnished silver. On entering the place, the silver was found to be nothing more than a brilliant coating of stucco, with which the principal buildings were covered, a circumstance which produced much merriment among the soldiers at the expense of their credulous comrades. Such ready credulity is a proof of the exalted state of their imaginations, which were prepared to see gold and silver in every object around them. The edifices of the better kind were of stone and lime, or bricks dried in the sun; the poorer were of clay and earth. All were thatched with palm leaves, which, though a flimsy roof apparently for such structures, were so nicely interwoven as to form a very effectual protection against the weather. The city was said to contain from 20 to 30,000 inhabitants. This is the most moderate computation, and not improbable. Slowly and silently the little army paced the narrow and now crowded streets of Cempoalala, inspiring the natives with no greater wonder than they themselves experienced at the display of a policy and refinement so far superior to anything they had witnessed in the New World. The cacique came out in front of his residence to receive them. He was a tall and very corpulent man, and advanced leaning on two of his attendants. He received Cortez and his followers with great courtesy, and, after a brief interchange of civilities, assigned the army its quarters in a neighbouring temple, into the spacious courtyard of which a number of apartments opened, affording excellent accommodations for the soldiery. Here the Spaniards were well supplied with provisions, meat cooked after the fashion of the country, and maize made into bread cakes. The general received also a present of considerable value from the cacique, consisting of ornaments of gold and fine cottons. Notwithstanding these friendly demonstrations, Cortes did not relax his habitual vigilance, nor neglect any of the precautions of a good soldier. On his route, indeed, he had always marched in order of battle, well prepared against surprise. In his present quarters he stationed his sentinels with like care, posted his small artillery so as to command the entrance, and forbade any soldier to leave the camp without orders under pain of death. The following morning Cortes, accompanied by 50 of his men, paid a visit to the lord of Cempoalala in his own residence. It was a building of stone and lime, standing on a steep terrace of earth, and was reached by a flight of stone steps. It may have borne resemblance in its structure to some of the ancient buildings found in Central America. Cortes, leaving his soldiers in the courtyard, entered the mansion with one of his officers and his fair interpreter, Doña Marina. A long conference ensued, from which the Spanish general gathered much light respecting the state of the country. He first announced to the chief that he was the subject of a great monarch who dwelt beyond the waters, that he had come to the Aztec shores to abolish the inhuman worship which prevailed there, and to introduce the knowledge of the true God. The cacique replied that their gods, who sent them the sunshine and the rain, were good enough for them, that he was a tributary of a powerful monarch also, whose capital stood on a lake far off among the mountains. A stern prince, merciless in his exactions, and, in case of resistance, or any offence, sure to wreak his vengeance by carrying off their young men and maidens to be sacrificed to his deities. Cortes assured him that he would never consent to such enormities. He had been sent by his sovereign to redress abuses and to punish the oppressor, and, if the Totonacs would be true to him, he would enable them to throw off the detested yoke of the Aztecs. The cacique added that the Totonac territory contained about 30 towns and villages, which could muster 100,000 warriors, a number much exaggerated. There were other provinces of the empire, he said, where the Aztec rule was equally odious, and between him and the capital lay the warlike republic of Tlaxcala, which had always maintained its independence of Mexico. The fame of the Spaniards had gone before them, and he was well acquainted with their terrible victory at Tabasco. But still he looked with doubt and alarm to a rupture with the great Montezuma, as he always styled him, whose armies on the least provocation would pour down from the mountain regions of the west, and rushing over the plains like a whirlwind, sweep off the wretched people to slavery and sacrifice. Cortes endeavoured to reassure him by declaring that a single Spaniard was stronger than a host of Aztecs. At the same time, it was desirable to know what nations would cooperate with him, not so much on his account as theirs, that he might distinguish friend from foe, and know whom he was to spare in this war of extermination. Having raised the confidence of the admiring chief by this comfortable and politic vaunt, he took an affectionate leave, with the assurance that he would shortly return and concert measures for their future operations, when he had visited his ships in the adjoining port and secured a permanent settlement there. The intelligence gained by Cortes gave great satisfaction to his mind. It confirmed his former views, and showed indeed the interior of the monarchy to be in a state far more distracted than he had supposed. If he had before scarcely shrunk from attacking the Aztec empire, in the true spirit of a knight errant, with his single arm, as it were, what had he now to fear when one half of the nation could be thus marshalled against the other? In the excitement of the moment his sanguine spirit kindled with an enthusiasm which overleaped every obstacle. He communicated his own feelings to the officers about him, and before a blow was struck, they already felt as if the banners of Spain were waving in triumph the towers of Montezuma. Taking leave of the hospitable Indian on the following day, the Spaniards took the road to Chiahuitztla, about 4 leagues distant, near which was the port discovered by Montejo, where their ships were now riding at anchor. They were provided by the cacique with 400 Indian porters, tamanes, as they were called, to transport the baggage. These men easily carried 50 pounds weight 5 or 6 leagues in a day. They were in use all over the Mexican Empire, and the Spaniards found them of great service henceforth in relieving the troops from this part of their duty. They passed through a country of the same rich, voluptuous character as that which they had lately traversed, and arrived early next morning at the Indian town, perched like a fortress on a bold rocky eminence that commanded the gulf. Most of the inhabitants had fled, but 15 of the principal men remained, who received them in a friendly manner, offering the usual compliments of flowers and incense. The people of the place, losing their fears, gradually returned. While conversing with the chiefs, the Spaniards were joined by the worthy cacique of Cempoalala, borne by his men on a litter. He eagerly took part in their deliberations. The intelligence gained here by Cortez confirmed the accounts already gathered of the feelings and resources of the Totonac nation. In the midst of their conference they were interrupted by a movement among the people, and soon afterwards 5 men entered the great square or market-place where they were standing. By their lofty port, their peculiar and much richer dress, they seemed not to be of the same race as these Indians. Their dark glossy hair was tied in a knot on the top of the head. They had bunches of flowers in their hands, and were followed by several attendants, some bearing wands with cords, others fans, with which they brushed away the flies and insects from their lordly masters. As these persons passed through the place, they cast a haughty look on the Spaniards, scarcely deigning to return their salutations. They were immediately joined in great confusion by the Totonac chiefs, who seemed anxious to conciliate them by every kind of attention. The general, much astonished, inquired of Marina what it meant. She informed him they were Aztec nobles, empowered to receive the tribute for Montezuma. Soon after, the chiefs returned with dismay painted on their faces. They confirmed Marina's statement, adding that the Aztecs greatly resented the entertainment afforded the Spaniards without the emperor's permission, and demanded, in expiation, 20 young men and women for sacrifice to their gods. Cortez showed the strongest indignation at this insolence. He required the Totonacs not only to refuse the demand, but to arrest the persons of the collectors and throw them into prison. The chiefs hesitated, but he insisted on it so peremptorily that they at length complied, and the Aztecs were seized, bound hand and foot, and placed under a guard. In the night the Spanish general procured the escape of 2 of them, and had them brought secretly before him. He expressed his regret at the indignity they had experienced from the Totonacs, told them he would provide means for their flight, and tomorrow would endeavour to obtain the release of their companions. He desired them to report this to their master, with assurances of the great regard the Spaniards entertained for him, notwithstanding his ungenerous behaviour in leaving them to perish from want on his barren shores. He then sent the Mexican nobles down to the port, whence they were carried to another part of the coast by water, for fear of the violence of the Totonacs. They were greatly incensed at the escape of the prisoners, and would have sacrificed the remainder at once, but for the Spanish commander, who evinced the utmost horror at the proposal, and ordered them to be sent for safe custody on board the fleet. Soon after they were permitted to join their companions. This artful proceeding, so characteristic of the policy of Cortez, had, as we shall see hereafter, all the effect intended on Montezuma. By order of Cortez, messengers were dispatched to the Totonac towns to report what had been done, calling on them to refuse the payment of further tribute to Montezuma. But there was no need of messengers. The affrighted attendants of the Aztec lords had fled in every direction, bearing the tidings, which spread like wildfire through the country, of the daring insult offered to the majesty of Mexico. The astonished Indians, cheered with the sweet hope of regaining their ancient liberty, came in numbers to Ahuetzla to see and confer with the formidable strangers. The more timid, dismayed at the thoughts of encountering the power of Montezuma, recommended an embassy to avert his displeasure by timely concessions. But the dexterous management of Cortez had committed them too far to allow any reasonable expectation of indulgence from this quarter. After some hesitation, therefore, it was determined to embrace the protection of the Spaniards, and to make one bold effort for the recovery of freedom. Oaths of allegiance were taken by the chiefs to the Spanish sovereigns, and duly recorded by Godoy, the royal notary. Cortez, satisfied with the important acquisition of so many vassals to the crown, set out soon after for the distant port, having first promised to revisit Cempoalala, where his business was but partially accomplished. The spot selected for the new city was only half a league distant, in a wide and fruitful plain, affording a tolerable haven for the shipping. Cortez was not long in determining the circuit of the walls, and the sites of the fort, granary, town house, temple, and other public buildings. The friendly Indians eagerly assisted by bringing materials, stone, lime, wood, and bricks dried in the sun. Every man put his hand to the work. The general laboured with the meanest of the soldiers, stimulating their exertions by his example as well as voice. In a few weeks the task was accomplished, and a town rose up, which, if not quite worthy of the aspiring name it bore, answered most of the purpose for which it was intended. It served as a good point d'appui for future operations, a place of retreat for the disabled, as well as for the army in case of reverses, a magazine for stores and for such articles as might be received from or sent to the mother country, a port for the shipping, a position of sufficient strength to overawe the adjacent country. It was the first colony, the fruitful parent of so many others, in New Spain. It was hailed with satisfaction by the simple natives, who hoped to repose in safety under its protecting shadow. Alas! they could not read the future, or they would have found no cause to rejoice in this harbinger of a revolution more tremendous than any predicted by their bards and prophets. It was not the good Quetzalcoatl who had returned to claim his own again, bringing peace, freedom, and civilization in his train. Their fetters indeed would be broken, and their wrongs be amply avenged on the proud head of the Aztec, but it was to be by that strong arm which should bow down equally the oppressor and the oppressed. The light of civilization would be poured on their land, but it would be the light of a consuming fire, before which their barbaric glory, their institutions, their very existence and name as a nation would wither and become extinct. Their doom was sealed when the white man had set his foot on their soil. End of Book 2, Chapter 7.
Book 2, Chapter 8 of History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 2, Chapter 8. Another Aztec embassy. Destruction of idols. Dispatches sent to Spain. Conspiracy in the camp. The fleet sunk. While the Spaniards were occupied with their new settlement, they were surprised by the presence of an embassy from Mexico. The account of the imprisonment of the royal collectors had spread rapidly through the country. When it reached the capital, all were filled with amazement at the unprecedented daring of the strangers. In Montezuma, every other feeling, even that of fear, was swallowed up in indignation, and he showed his wonted energy in the vigorous preparations which he instantly made to punish his rebellious vassals, and to avenge the insult offered to the majesty of the empire. But when the Aztec officers liberated by Cortez reached the capital, and reported the courteous treatment they had received from the Spanish commander, Montezuma's anger was mitigated, and his superstitious fears, getting the ascendancy again, induced him to resume his former timid and conciliatory policy. He accordingly sent an embassy consisting of 2 youths, his nephews, and 4 of the ancient nobles of his court to the Spanish quarters. He provided them, in his usual munificent spirit, with a princely donation of gold, rich cotton stuffs, and beautiful mantles of the plumage or feather embroidery. The envoys, on coming before Cortez, presented him with the articles, at the same time offering the acknowledgment of their master for the courtesy he had shown in liberating his captive nobles. He was surprised and afflicted, however, that the Spaniards should have countenanced his faithless vassals in their rebellion. He had no doubt they were the strangers whose arrival had been so long announced by the oracles, and of the same lineage with himself. From deference to them, he would spare the Totonacs while they were present, but the time for vengeance would come. Cortez entertained the Indian chieftains with frank hospitality. At the same time, he took care to make such a display of his resources as, while it amused their minds, should leave a deep impression of his power. He then, after a few trifling gifts, dismissed them with a conciliatory message to their master, and the assurance that he should soon pay his respects to him in his capital, where all misunderstandings between them would be readily adjusted. The Teutonic allies could scarcely credit their senses when they gathered the nature of this interview. Notwithstanding the presence of the Spaniards, they had looked with apprehension to the consequences of their rash act, and their feelings of admiration were heightened into awe for the strangers who, at this distance, could exercise so mysterious an influence over the terrible Montezuma. Not long after, the Spaniards received an application from the cacique of Zempoalla to aid him in a dispute in which he was engaged with a neighboring city. Cortez marched with a part of his forces to his support. On the route, Juan Moria, a common soldier, robbed the native of a couple of fowls. Cortez, indignant at this violation of his orders before his face, and aware of the importance of maintaining a reputation for good faith with his allies, commanded the man to be hung up at once by the roadside, in face of the whole army. Fortunately for the poor wretch, Pedro de Alvarado, the future conqueror of Quiche, was present, and ventured to cut down the body while there was yet life in it. He, probably, thought enough had been done for example, and the loss of a single life unnecessarily was more than the little band could afford. The anecdote is characteristic as showing the strict discipline maintained by Cortez over his men and the freedom assumed by his captains, who regarded him on terms nearly of equality, as a fellow adventurer with themselves. This feeling of companionship led to a spirit of insubordination among them, which made his own post as commander the more delicate and difficult. On reaching the hostile city, but a few leagues from the coast, they were received in an amicable manner, and Cortez, who was accompanied by his allies, had the satisfaction of reconciling these different branches of the Totonac family with each other without bloodshed. He returned to Zempoalla, where he was welcomed with joy by the people, who were now impressed with as favorable an opinion of his moderation and justice as they had before been of his valor. In token of his gratitude, the Indian cacique delivered to the general 8 Indian maidens, richly dressed, wearing collars and ornaments of gold, with a number of female slaves to wait on them. They were daughters of the principal chiefs, and the cacique requested that the Spanish captains might take them as their wives. Cortez received the damsels courteously, but told the cacique that they must first be baptized, as the sons of the church could have no commerce with idolaters. He then declared that it was a great object of his mission to wean the natives from their heathenish abominations, and besought the Totonac lord to allow his idols to be cast down, and the symbols of the true faith to be erected in their place. To this the other answered as before, that his gods were good enough for him, nor could all the persuasion of the general, nor the preachings of Father Olmedo induce him to acquiesce. Mingled with his polytheism, he had conceptions of a supreme and infinite being, creator of the universe, and his darkened understanding could not comprehend how such a being could condescend to take the form of humanity with its infirmities and ills, and wander about on earth, the voluntary victim of persecution from the hands of those who his breath had called into existence. He plainly told the Spaniards that he would resist any violence offered to his gods, who would indeed avenge the acts themselves by the instant destruction of their enemies. But the zeal of the Christians had mounted too high to be cooled by remonstrance or menace. During their residence in the land, they had witnessed more than once the barbarous rites of the natives, their cruel sacrifices of human victims, and their disgusting cannibal repasts. Their souls sickened at these abominations, and they agreed with one voice to stand by their general when he told them that heaven would never smile on their enterprise if they countenanced such atrocities, and that, for his own part, he was resolved the Indian idols should be demolished that very hour, if it cost him his life. To postpone the work of conversion was a sin. In the enthusiasm of the moment, the dictates of policy and ordinary prudence were alike unheeded. Scarcely waiting for his commands, the Spaniards moved toward one of the principal teocallis, or temples, which rose high on a pyramidal foundation, with a steep ascent of stone steps in the middle. The cacique, divining their purpose, instantly called his men to arms. The Indian warriors gathered from all quarters, with shrill cries and a clashing of weapons, while the priests, in their dark cotton robes, with disheveled tresses matted with blood, flowing wildly over their shoulders, rushed frantic among the natives, calling on them to protect their gods from violation. All was now confusion, tumult, and warlike menace, where so lately had been peace and the sweet brotherhood of nations. Cortez took his usual prompt and decided measures. He caused the cacique and some of the principal inhabitants and priests to be arrested by his soldiers. He then commanded them to quiet the people, for if an arrow was shot against the Spaniard, it should cost every one of them his life. Marina, at the same time, represented the madness of resistance and reminded the cacique that, if he now alienated the affections of the Spaniards, he would be left without a protector against the terrible vengeance of Montezuma. These temporal considerations seem to have had more weight with the Totonac chieftain than those of a more spiritual nature. He covered his face with his hands, exclaiming that the gods would avenge their own wrongs. The Christians were not slow in availing themselves of his tacit acquiescence. 50 soldiers, at a signal from their general, sprang up the great stairway of the temple, entered the building on the summit, the walls which were black with human gore, tore the huge wooden idols from their foundations, and dragged them to the edge of the terrace. Their fantastic forms and features, conveying a symbolic meaning which was lost on the Spaniards, seemed in their eyes only the hideous lineaments of Satan. With great alacrity they rolled the colossal monsters down the steps of the pyramid, amid the triumphant shouts of their own companions and the groans and lamentations of the natives. There they consummated the whole by burning them in the presence of the assembled multitude. The same effect followed as in Cozumel. The Totonacs, finding their deities incapable of preventing or even punishing this profanation of their shrines, conceived a mean opinion of their power compared with that of the mysterious and formidable strangers. The floors and walls of the teocalli were then cleansed, by command of Cortez, from their foul impurities. A fresh coating of stucco was laid on them by the Indian masons, and an altar was raised, surmounted by a lofty cross, and hung with garlands of roses. A procession was next formed, in which some of the principal Totonay priests, exchanging their dark mantles for robes of white, carried lighted candles in their hands, while an image of the Virgin, half smothered under the weight of flowers, was borne aloft, and as the procession climbed the steps of the temple, was deposited above the altar. Mass was performed by Father Olmedo, and the impressive character of the ceremony and the passionate eloquence of the good priests touched the feeling of the motley audience, until Indians as well as Spaniards, if we may trust the chronicler, were melted into tears and audible sobs. An old soldier named Juan de Torres, disabled by bodily infirmity, consented to remain and watch over the sanctuary and instruct the natives in its services. Cortez, then embracing his Totonac allies, now brothers in religion as in arms, set out once more for the Villa Rica, where he had some arrangements to complete, previous to his departure for the capital. He was surprised to find that a Spanish vessel had arrived there in his absence, having on board 12 soldiers and 2 horses. It was under the command of a captain named Saucedo, a cavalier of the ocean, who had followed in the track of Cortez in quest of adventure. Though small, they afforded a very seasonable body of recruits for the little army. By these men, the Spaniards were informed that Velasquez, the governor of Cuba, had lately received a warrant from the Spanish government to establish a colony in the newly discovered countries. Cortez now resolved to put a plan in execution which he had been some time meditating. He knew that all the late acts of the colony, as well as his own authority, would fall to the ground without the royal sanction. He knew, too, that the interest of Velasquez, which was great at court, would, as soon as he was acquainted with his succession, be wholly employed to circumvent and crush him. He was resolved to anticipate this movement and to send a vessel to Spain with dispatches addressed to the emperor himself, announcing the nature and extent of his discoveries, and to obtain, if possible, the confirmation of his proceedings. In order to conciliate his master's good will, he further proposed to send him such a present as should suggest the lofty ideals of the importance of his own service to the crown. To effect this, the royal gift he considered inadequate. He conferred with his officers and persuaded them to relinquish their share of the treasure. At his insistence, they made a similar application to the soldiers, representing that it was the earnest wish of the general, who set the example by resigning his own fifth, equal to the share of the crown. It was but little that each man was asked to surrender, but the whole would make a present worthy of the monarch for whom it was intended. By this sacrifice they might hope to secure his indulgence for the past and his favor for the future, a temporary sacrifice that would be well repaid by the security of the rich possessions which awaited them in Mexico. A paper was then circulated among the soldiers, which all who were disposed to relinquish their shares were requested to sign. Those who declined should have their claims respected and receive the amount due to them. No one refused to sign, thus furnishing another example of the extraordinary power obtained by Cortez over these rapacious spirits, who, at his call, surrendered up the very treasures which had been the great object of their hazardous enterprise. A complete inventory of the articles received from Montezuma is contained in the Carta de Vera Cruz. The following are a few of the items: 2 collars made of gold and precious stones, 100 ounces of gold ore, that their highnesses might see in what state the gold came from the mines, 2 birds made of green feathers, with feet, beaks, and eyes of gold, and in the same piece with them animals of gold, resembling snails, a large alligator's head of gold, a bird of green feathers, with feet, beak, and eyes of gold, 2 birds made of thread and feather work, having the quills of their wings and tails, their feet, eyes, and the ends of their beaks of gold, standing upon 2 reeds covered with gold, which are raised on balls of feather work and gold embroidery, one white and the other yellow, with 7 tassels of feather work hanging from each of them, a large wheel of silver weighing 40 marks, and several smaller ones of the same metal, a box of feather work embroidered on leather, with a large plate of gold weighing 70 ounces in the midst, 2 pieces of cloth woven with feathers, another with variegated colors, and another worked with black and white figures, a large wheel of gold with figures of strange animals on it, and worked with tufts of leaves, weighing 3,800 ounces, a fan of variegated feather work with 37 rods plated with gold, 5 fans of variegated feathers, 4 of which have 10, and the other 13 rods embossed with gold, 16 shields of precious stones with feathers of various colors hanging from their rims, 2 pieces of cotton very richly wrought with black and white embroidery, 6 shields, each covered with a plate of gold, with something resembling a golden mitre in the center. He accompanied this present with a letter to the emperor, in which he gave a full account of all that had befallen him since his departure from Cuba, of his various discoveries, battles, and traffic with the natives, their conversion to Christianity, his strange perils and sufferings, many particulars respecting the lands he had visited, and such as he could collect in regard to the great Mexican monarchy and its sovereign. He stated his difficulties with the governor of Cuba, the proceedings of the army in reference to colonization, and besought the emperor to confirm their acts as well as his own authority, expressing his entire confidence that he should be able, with the aid of his brave followers, to place the Castilian crown in possession of this great Indian empire. This was the celebrated first letter, as it is called, of Cortez, which has hitherto eluded every search that has been made for it in the libraries of Europe. Its existence is fully established by references to it, both in his own subsequent letters and in the writings of contemporaries. Its general purport is given by his chaplain, Gomara. The importance of the document has doubtless been much overrated, and should it ever come to light, it will probably be found to add little of interest to the matter contained in the letter from Vera Cruz, which has formed the basis of the preceding portion of our narrative. He had no sources of information beyond those open to the authors of the latter document. He was even less full and frank in his communications, if it be true that he suppressed all notice of the discoveries of his two predecessors. The magistrates of the Villa Rica, in their epistle, went over the same grounds with Cortez, concluding with an emphatic representation of the misconduct of Velasquez, whose venality, extortion, and self-devotion to his personal interests, to the exclusion of those of his sovereigns, as well as his own followers, they placed in a most clear and unenviable light. They implored the government not to sanction his interference with the new colony, which would be fatal to its welfare, but commit the undertaking to Hernando Cortez as the man most capable, by his experience and conduct, of bringing it to a glorious termination. With this letter went also another in the name of the citizen soldiers of Villa Rica, tendering their dutiful submissions to the sovereigns and requesting the confirmation of their proceedings, above all that of Cortez as their general. The selection of the agents for the mission was a delicate matter, as on the result might depend the future fortunes of the colony and its commander. Cortez entrusted the affair to two cavaliers on whom he could rely, Francisco de Montejo, the ancient partisan of Velasquez, and Alonso Hernandez de Puerto Carrero, the latter officer a near kinsman of the Count of Medellin, and it was hoped his high connections might secure a favorable influence at court. Together with the treasure, which seemed to verify the assertion that the land teemed with gold as abundantly as that whence Solomon drew the same precious metal for his temple, several Indian manuscripts were sent. Some were of cotton, others of the Mexican aguave. Their unintelligible characters, says a chronicler, excited little interest in the conquerors. As evidence of the intellectual culture, however, they formed higher objects of interest to a philosophic mind than those costly fabrics which attested only the mechanical ingenuity of the nation. 4 Indian slaves were added as specimens of the natives. They had been rescued from the cages in which they were confined for sacrifice. One of the best vessels of the fleet was selected for the voyage, manned by 15 seamen and placed under the direction of the pilot Alaminos. He was directed to hold his course through the Bahama Channel north of Cuba, or Fernandina as it was then called, and on no account to touch that island or any other in the Indian Ocean. With these instructions, the good ship took its departure on the 26th of July, freighted with the treasures and the good wishes of the community of the Villa Rica de Vera Cruz. After a quick run, the emissaries made the island of Cuba, and in direct disregard of orders, anchored before Darien on the northern side of the island. This was done to accommodate Montejo, who wished to visit a plantation owned by him in the neighborhood. While off the port, a sailor got on shore, and crossing the island to St. Iago, the capital, spread everywhere tidings of the expedition until they reached the ears of Velasquez. It was the first intelligence which had been received of the armament since its departure, and as the governor listened to the recital, it would not be easy to paint the mingled emotions of curiosity, astonishment, and wrath which agitated his bosom. In the first sally of passion, he poured a storm of invectives on the heads of his secretary and treasurer, the friends of Cortez, who had recommended him as the leader of the expedition. After somewhat relieving himself in this way, he dispatched 2 fast-sailing vessels to Darien with orders to seize the rebel ship, and, in case of her departure, to follow and overtake her. But before the ships could reach that port the bird had flown, and was far on her way across the broad Atlantic. Stung with mortification at his fresh disappointment, Velasquez wrote letters of indignant complaint to the government at home and to the fathers of St. Jerome in Hispaniola, demanding redress. He obtained little satisfaction from the last. He resolved, however, to take it into his own hands, and set about making formidable preparations for another squadron which should be more than a match for that under his rebellious officer. He was indefatigable in his exertions, visiting every part of the island and straining all his resources to effect his purpose. The preparations were on a scale that necessarily consumed many months. Meanwhile, the little vessel was speeding her prosperous way across the waters, and after touching at one of the Azores, came safely into the harbor of St. Lucar in the month of October. However long it may appear in the more perfect nautical science of our day, it was reckoned a fair voyage for that. Of what befell the commissioners on their arrival, their reception at court, and the sensation caused by their intelligence, I defer the account to a future chapter. Shortly after the departure of the commissioners, an affair occurred of a most unpleasant nature. A number of persons, with the priest Juan Diaz at their head, ill affected for some cause or other towards the administration of Cortez, or not relishing the hazardous expedition before them, laid a plan to seize one of the vessels, make the best of their way to Cuba, and report to the governor the fate of the armament. It was conducted with so much secrecy that the party had got their provisions, water, and everything necessary for the voyage on board without detection, when the conspiracy was betrayed on the very night they were to sail by one of their own number, who repented the part he had taken in it. The general caused the persons implicated to be instantly apprehended. An examination was instituted. The guilt of the parties was placed beyond a doubt. Sentence of death was passed on 2 of the ringleaders. Another, the pilot, was condemned to lose his feet, and several others to be whipped. The priest, probably the most guilty of the whole, claiming the usual benefit of clergy, was permitted to escape. One of those condemned to the gallows was named Escudero, the very alguacil who, the reader may remember, so stealthily apprehended Cortez before the sanctuary in Cuba. The general, on signing the death warrants, was heard to exclaim, "Would that I had never learned to write." The arrangements being now fully settled at the Villa Rica, Cortez sent forward Alvarado, with a large part of the army, to Zempoala, where he soon after joined them with the remainder. The late affair of the conspiracy seems to have made a deep impression on his mind. It showed him that there were timid spirits in the camp on whom he could not rely, and who, he feared, might spread the seeds of disaffection among their companions. Even the more resolute, on any occasion of disgust or disappointment hereafter, might falter in purpose, and getting possession of the vessels, abandon the enterprise. This was already too vast, and the odds were too formidable to authorize expectations of success with diminutions of numbers. Experience showed that this was always to be apprehended, while means of escape were at hand. The best chance of success was to cut off these means. He came to the daring resolution to destroy the fleet, without the knowledge of his army. When arrived at Zempoala, he communicated his design to a few of his devoted adherents, who entered warmly into his views. Through them he readily persuaded the pilots, by means of those golden arguments which weigh more than any other with ordinary minds, to make such a report of the condition of the fleet as suited his purpose. The ships, they said, were grievously racked by the heavy gales they had encountered, and, what was worse, the worms had eaten into their sides and bottoms until most of them were not seaworthy. Some, indeed, could scarcely now be kept afloat. Cortez received the communication with surprise, for he could well dissemble, observed Las Casas, with his usual friendly comment, when it suited his interest. "If it be so," he exclaimed, "we must make the best of it. Heaven's will be done. He then ordered 5 of the worst conditioned to be dismantled, their cordage, sails, iron, and whatever was movable to be brought on shore and the ships to be sunk. A survey was made of the others, and, on a similar report, 4 more were condemned in the same manner. Only one small vessel remained. When the intelligence reached the troops in Semopala, it caused the deepest consternation. They saw themselves cut off by a single blow from friends, family, country. The stoutest hearts quailed before the prospect of being thus abandoned on a hostile shore, a handful of men arrayed against a formidable empire. When the news arrived of the destruction of the 5 vessels first condemned, they had acquiesced in it as a necessary measure, knowing the mischievous activity of the insects in these tropical seas. But when this was followed by the loss of the remaining 4, suspicions of the truth flashed on their minds. They felt they were betrayed. Murmurs, at first deep, swelled louder and louder, menacing open mutiny. Their general, they said, had led them like cattle to be butchered in the shambles. The affair wore a most alarming aspect. In no situation was Cortez ever exposed to greater danger from his soldiers. His presence of mind did not desert him at this crisis. He called his men together, and employing the tones of persuasion rather than authority, assured them that a survey of the ships showed that they were not fit for service. If he had ordered them to be destroyed, they should consider also that his was the greatest sacrifice, for they were his property, all, indeed, he possessed in the world. The troops, on the other hand, would derive one great advantage from it, by the addition of 100 able-bodied recruits, before required to man the vessels. But even if the fleet had been saved, it could have been of little service in their present expedition, since they would not need it if they succeeded, while they would be too far in the interior to profit by it if they failed. He besought them to turn their thoughts in another direction. To be thus calculating chances and means of escape was unworthy of brave souls. They had set their hands to work. To look back as they advanced would be their ruin. They had only to resume their former confidence in themselves and their general, and success was certain. As for me, he concluded, I have chosen my part. I will remain here while there is one to bear me company. If there be any so craven as to shrink from sharing the dangers of our glorious enterprise, let them go home in God's name. There is still one vessel left. Let them take that and return to Cuba. They can tell there how they deserted their commander and their comrades, and patiently wait until we return loaded with the spoils of the Aztecs. The politic orator had touched the right chord in the bosom of the soldiers. As he spoke, their resentment gradually died away. The faded vision of future riches and glory, rekindled by his eloquence, again floated before their imaginations. The first shock over, they felt ashamed of their temporary distrust. The enthusiasm for their leader revived, for they felt that under his banner only they could hope for victory, and they testified the revulsion of their feelings by making the air ring with their shouts, "To Mexico! To Mexico!" The destruction of his fleet by Cortez is perhaps the most remarkable passage in the life of this remarkable man. History indeed affords examples of a similar expedients in emergencies somewhat similar, but none where the chance of success was so precarious and defeat would be so disastrous. Had he failed, it might well seem an act of madness, yet it was the fruit of deliberate calculation. He had set fortune, fame, life itself, all upon the cast, and must abide the issue. There was no alternative in his mind but to succeed or perish. The measure he adopted greatly increased the chance of success, but to carry it into execution in the face of an incensed and desperate soldiery was an act of resolution that has few parallels in history. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Book 3, Chapter 1 of History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 3, Chapter 1. While at Cempoalala, Cortez received a message from Escalante, his commander at Villarica, informing him there were 4 strange ships hovering off the coast, and that they took no notice of his repeated signals. This intelligence greatly alarmed the general, who feared they might be a squadron sent by the governor of Cuba to interfere with his movements. In much haste he set out at the head of a few horsemen, and, ordering a party of light infantry to follow, posted back to Villarica. The rest of the army he left in charge of Alvarado and of Gonzalo de Sandoval, a young officer who had begun to give evidence of the uncommon qualities which have secured to him so distinguished a rank among the conquerors of Mexico. Escalante would have persuaded the general, on his reaching the town, to take some rest, and allow him to go in search of the strangers, but Cortez replied with the homely proverb, "A wounded hare takes no nap," and, without stopping to refresh himself or his men, pushed on 3 or 4 leagues to the north, where he understood the ships were at anchor. On the way he fell in with 3 Spaniards just landed from them. To his eager inquiries whence they came, they replied that they belonged to a squadron fitted out by Francisco de Garay, governor of Jamaica. This person, the year previous, had visited the Florida coast, and obtained from Spain, where he had some interest at court, authority over the countries he might discover in that vicinity. The 3 men, consisting of a notary and 2 witnesses, had been sent on shore to warn their countrymen under Cortez to desist from what was considered an encroachment on the territories of Garay. Probably neither the governor of Jamaica nor his officers had any very precise notion of the geography and limits of these territories. Cortez saw at once there was nothing to apprehend from this quarter. He would have been glad, however, if he could by any means have induced the crews of the ship to join his expedition. He found no difficulty in persuading the notary and his companions, but when he came in sight of the vessels, the people on board, distrusting the good terms on which their comrades appeared to be with the Spaniards, refused to send their boat ashore. In this dilemma Cortez had recourse to a stratagem. He ordered 3 of his own men to exchange dresses with the newcomers. He then drew off his little band in sight of the vessels, affecting to return to the city. In the night, however, he came back to the same place and lay in ambush, directing the disguised Spaniards, when the morning broke and they could be discerned, to make signals to those on board. The artifice succeeded. A boat put off filled with armed men, and 3 or 4 leapt on shore. But they soon detected the deceit, and Cortez, springing from his ambush, made them prisoners. Their comrades in the boat, alarmed, pushed off at once for the vessels, which soon got under way, leaving those on the shore to their fate. Thus ended the affair. Cortez returned to Cempoalala with the addition of 6 able-bodied recruits, and, what was of more importance, relieved in his own mind from the apprehension of interference with his operations. He now made arrangements for his speedy departure from the Totonac capital. The forces reserved for the expedition amounted to about 400 foot and 15 horse, with 7 pieces of artillery. He obtained also 1,300 Indian warriors and 1,000 tamanes, or porters, from the cacique of Cempoalala to drag the guns and transport the baggage. He took 40 more of their principal men as hostages, as well as to guide him on the way, and serve him by their counsels among the strange tribes he was to visit. They were of essential service to him throughout the march. The remainder of his Spanish force he left in garrison at Villarica de Vera Cruz, the command of which he had entrusted to the alguacil Juan de Escalante, an officer devoted to his interests. The selection was judicious. It was important to place there a man who would resist any hostile interference from his European rivals, on the one hand, and maintain the present friendly relations with the natives, on the other. Cortez recommended the Totonac chiefs to apply to his officer in case of any difficulty, assuring them that, so long as they remained faithful to their new sovereign and religion, they should find a sure protection in the Spaniards. Before marching, the general spoke a few words of encouragement to his own men. He told them they were now to embark in earnest on an enterprise which had been the great object of their desires, and that the blessed Saviour would carry them victorious through every battle with their enemies. Indeed, he added, this assurance must be our stay, for every other refuge is now cut off, but that afforded by the providence of God and your own stout hearts. He ended by comparing their achievements to those of the ancient Romans, in phrases of honeyed eloquence far beyond anything I can repeat, says the brave and simple-hearted Bernal Diaz who heard them. Cortez was indeed master of that eloquence which went to the soldiers' hearts, for their sympathies were his, and he shared in that romantic spirit of adventure which belonged to them. "We are ready to obey you," they cried as with one voice. "Our fortunes, for better or worse, are cast with yours." Taking leave, therefore, of their hospitable Indian friends, the little army, buoyant with high hopes and lofty plans of conquest, set forward on the march to Mexico, the 16th of August, 1519. After some leagues of travel over roads made nearly impassable by the summer rains, the troops began the gradual ascent, more gradual on the eastern than the western declivities of the Cordilleras, which leads up to the tableland of Mexico. At the close of the second day they reached Jalapa, a place still retaining the same Aztec name that it has communicated to the drug raised in its environs, the medicinal virtues of which are now known throughout the world. Still winding their way upward, the army passed through settlements containing some hundreds of inhabitants each, and on the fourth day reached a strong town, as Cortez terms it, standing on a rocky eminence, supposed to be that now known by the Mexican name of Naulinco. Here they were hospitably entertained by the inhabitants, who were friends of the Totonacs. Cortez endeavoured, through Father Olmedo, to impart to them some knowledge of Christian truths, which were kindly received, and the Spaniards were allowed to erect a cross in the place, for the future adoration of the natives. Indeed, the route of the army might be tracked by these emblems of man's salvation, raised wherever a willing population of Indians invited it. The troops now entered a rugged defile, the Bishop's Pass, as it is called, capable of easy defence against an army. Very soon they experienced a most unwelcome change of climate. Cold winds from the mountains mingled with rain, and, as they rose still higher, with driving sleet and hail drenched their garments, and seemed to penetrate to their very bones. The Spaniards, indeed, partially covered by their armour and thick jackets of quilted cotton, were better able to resist the weather, though their long residence in the sultry regions of the valley made them still keenly sensible to the annoyance. But the poor Indians, natives of the Tierra Caliente, with little protection in the way of covering, sunk under the rude assault of the elements, and several of them perished on the road. The aspect of the country was as wild and dreary as the climate. Their route wound along the spur of the huge Cofre of Perote, which borrows its name from the coffer-like rock on its summit. It is one of the great volcanoes of New Spain. It exhibits now, indeed, no vestige of a crater on its top, but abundant traces of volcanic action at its base, where acres of lava, blackened scoriae and cinders proclaim the convulsions of nature, while numerous shrubs and mouldering trunks of enormous trees among the crevices attest the antiquity of these events. Working their toilsome way across this scene of desolation, the path often led them along the border of precipices, down whose sheer depths of 2,000 or 3,000 feet the shrinking eye might behold another climate, and see all the glowing vegetation of the tropics choking up the bottom of the ravines. After 3 days of this fatiguing travel, the way-worn army emerged through another defile, the Sierra del Agua. They soon came upon an open reach of country with a genial climate, such as belongs to the temperate latitudes of southern Europe. They had reached the level of more than 7,000 feet above the ocean, where the great sheet of tableland spreads out for hundreds of miles along the crests of the Cordilleras. The country showed signs of careful cultivation, but the products were, for the most part, not familiar to the eyes of the Spaniards. Fields and hedges of the various tribes of the cactus, the towering organum, and plantations of aloes with rich yellow clusters of flowers on their tall stems, affording drink and clothing to the Aztec, were everywhere seen. The plants of the torrid and temperate zones had disappeared, one after another, with the ascent into these elevated regions. The glossy and dark-leaved banana, the chief, as it is the cheapest, aliment of the countries below, had long since faded from the landscape. The hardy maize, however, still shone with its golden harvests in all the pride of cultivation, the great staple of the higher equally with the lower terraces of the plateau. Suddenly the troops came upon what seemed the environs of a populous city, which, as they entered it, appeared to surpass even that of Cempoalala in the size and solidity of its structures. These were of stone and lime, many of them spacious and tolerably high. There were 13 teocallis in the place, and in the suburbs they had seen a receptacle in which, according to Bernal Diaz, were stored 100,000 skulls of human victims, all piled and ranged in order. He reports the number as one he had ascertained by counting them himself. Whatever faith we may attach to the precise accuracy of his figures, the result is almost equally startling. The Spaniards were destined to become familiar with this appalling spectacle as they approached nearer to the Aztec capital. The lord of the town ruled over 20,000 vassals. He was tributary to Montezuma, and a strong Mexican garrison was quartered in the place. He had probably been advised of the approach of the Spaniards, and doubted how far it would be welcome to his sovereign. At all events, he gave them a cold reception, the more unpalatable after the extraordinary sufferings of the last few days. To the inquiry of Cortez whether he were subject to Montezuma, he answered with real or affected surprise, "Who is there that is not a vassal to Montezuma?" The general told him with some emphasis that he was not. He then explained whence and why he came, assuring him that he served a monarch who had princes for his vassals as powerful as the Aztec monarch himself. The cacique in turn fell nothing short of the Spaniard in the pompous display of the grandeur and resources of the Indian emperor. He told his guest that Montezuma could muster 30 great vassals, each master of 100,000 men. His revenues were immense, as every subject, however poor, paid something. They were all expended on his magnificent state and in support of his armies. These were continually in the field, while garrisons were maintained in most of the large cities of the empire. More than 20,000 victims, the fruit of his wars, were annually sacrificed on the altars of his gods. His capital, the cacique said, stood in a lake in the centre of a spacious valley. The lake was commanded by the emperor's vessels, and the approach to the city was by means of causeways several miles long, connected in parts by wooden bridges, which, when raised, cut off all communication with the country. Some other things he added in answer to queries of his guest, in which, as the reader may imagine, the crafty or credulous cacique varnished over the truth with a lively colouring of romance. Whether romance or reality the Spaniards could not determine. The particulars they gleaned were not of a kind to tranquillize their minds, and might well have made bolder hearts than theirs pause ere they advanced. But far from it. The words which we heard, says the stout old cavalier, so often quoted, however they may have filled us with wonder, made us, such is the temper of the Spaniard, only the more earnest to prove the adventure, desperate as it might appear. In further conversation, Cortez inquired of the chief whether his country abounded in gold, and intimated a desire to take home some, as specimens to his sovereign. But the Indian lord declined to give him any, saying it might displease Montezuma. Should he command it, he added, my gold, my person, and all I possess shall be at your disposal. The general did not press the matter further. The curiosity of the natives was naturally excited by the strange dresses, weapons, horses, and dogs of the Spaniards. Marina, in satisfying their inquiries, took occasion to magnify the prowess of her adopted countrymen, expatiating on their exploits and victories, and stating the extraordinary marks of respect they had received from Montezuma. This intelligence seems to have had its effect, for soon after the cacique gave the general some curious trinkets of gold of no great value indeed, but as a testimony of his goodwill. He sent him also some female slaves to prepare bread for the troops, and supplied the means of refreshment and repose, more important to them in the present juncture than all the gold of Mexico. The Spanish general, as usual, did not neglect the occasion to inculcate the great truths of revelation on his host, and to display the atrocity of the Indian superstitions. The cacique listened with civil but cold indifference. Cortez, finding him unmoved, turned briskly round to his soldiers, exclaiming that now was the time to plant the cross. They eagerly seconded his pious purpose, and the same scenes might have been enacted as at Cempoalala, with perhaps very different results, had not Father Olmedo with better judgment interposed. He represented that to introduce the cross among the natives in their present state of ignorance and incredulity would be to expose a sacred symbol to desecration so soon as the backs of the Spaniards were turned. The only way was to wait patiently the season when more leisure should be afforded to instill into their minds a knowledge of the truth. The sober reasoning of the good father prevailed over the passions of the martial enthusiasts. The Spanish commander remained in the city 4 or 5 days to recruit his fatigued and famished forces. Their route now opened on a broad and verdant valley, watered by a noble stream, a circumstance of not too frequent occurrence on the parched tableland of New Spain. All along the river on both sides of it an unbroken line of Indian dwellings, so near as almost to touch one another, extended for 3 or 4 leagues, arguing a population much denser than at present. On a rough and rising ground stood a town that might contain 5,000 or 6,000 inhabitants, commanded by a fortress which, with its walls and trenches, seemed to the Spaniards quite on a level with similar works in Europe. Here the troops again halted and met with friendly treatment. Cortez now determined his future line of march. At the last place he had been counselled by the natives to take the route of the ancient city of Culula, the inhabitants of which, subjects of Montezuma, were a mild race, devoted to mechanical and other peaceful arts, and would be likely to entertain them kindly. Their Sempoalala allies, however, advised the Spaniards not to trust the Colulans, a false and perfidious people, but to take the road to Tlascala, that valiant little republic which had so long maintained its independence against the arms of Mexico. The people were frank as they were fearless, and fair in their dealings. They had always been on terms of amity with the Totonacs, which afforded a strong guarantee for their amicable disposition on the present occasion. The arguments of his Indian allies prevailed with the Spanish commander, who resolved to propitiate the goodwill of the Tlascalans by an embassy. He selected 4 of the principal Kempoalalans for this, and sent by them a martial gift, a cape of crimson cloth, together with a sword and a crossbow, weapons which, it was observed, excited general admiration among the natives. He added a letter in which he asked permission to pass through their country. He expressed his admiration of the valour of the Tlascalans, and of their long resistance to the Aztecs, whose proud empire he designed to humble. It was not to be expected that this epistle, indited in good Castilian, would be very intelligible to the Tlascalans, but Cortez communicated its import to the ambassadors. Its mysterious characters might impress the natives with an idea of superior intelligence, and the letters serve instead of those hieroglyphical missives which formed the usual credentials of an Indian ambassador. The Spaniards remained 3 days in this hospitable place after the departure of the envoys, when they resumed their progress. Although in a friendly country, they marched always as if in a land of enemies, the horse and light troops in the van, with the heavy armed and baggage in the rear, all in battle array. They were never without their armour, waking or sleeping, lying down with their weapons by their sides. This unintermitting and restless vigilance was perhaps more oppressive to the spirits than even bodily fatigue. But they were confident in their superiority in a fair field, and felt that the most serious danger they had to fear from Indian warfare was surprise. "We are few against many, brave companions," Cortez would say to them. "Be prepared, then, not as if you were going to battle, but as if actually in the midst of it." The road taken by the Spaniards was the same which at present leads to Tlascala, not that, however, usually followed in passing from Vera Cruz to the capital, which makes a circuit considerably to the south towards Puebla, in the neighbourhood of the ancient Culula. They more than once forded the stream that rolls through this beautiful plain, lingering several days on the way in hopes of receiving an answer from the Indian Republic. The unexpected delay of the messengers could not be explained, and occasioned some uneasiness. As they advanced into a country of rougher and bolder features, their progress was suddenly arrested by a remarkable fortification. It was a stone wall 9 feet in height and 20 in thickness, with a parapet a foot and a half broad raised on the summit for the protection of those who defended it. It had only one opening in the centre, made by 2 semicircular lines of wall, overlapping each other for the space of 40 paces, and affording a passageway between, 10 paces wide, so contrived, therefore, as to be perfectly commanded by the inner wall. This fortification, which extended more than 2 leagues, rested at either end on the bold natural buttresses formed by the sierra. The work was built of immense blocks of stone nicely laid together without cement, and the remains still existing, among which are rocks of the whole breadth of the rampart, fully attest its solidity and size. This singular structure marked the limits of Tlascala, and was intended, as the natives told the Spaniards, as a barrier against the Mexican invasions. The army paused, filled with amazement at the contemplation of this cyclopean monument, which naturally suggested reflections on the strength and resources of the people who had raised it. It caused them, too, some painful solicitude as to the probable result of their mission to Tlascala and their own consequent reception there. But they were too sanguine to allow such uncomfortable surmises long to dwell in their minds. Cortez put himself at the head of his cavalry, and calling out, "Forward, soldiers, the Holy Cross is our banner, and under that we shall conquer," led his little army through the undefended passage, and in a few moments they trod the soil of the free republic of Tlascala. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2. Of the History of the Conquest of Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Conquest of Mexico by William H. Prescott. Book 3, Chapter 2. Before advancing further with the Spaniards into the territory of Tlascala, it will be well to notice some traits in the character and institutions of the nation, in many respects the most remarkable in Anahuac. The Tlascalans belonged to the same great family with the Aztecs. They came on the Grand Plateau about the same time with the kindred races at the close of the 12th century, and planted themselves on the western borders of the Lake of Tezcuco. Here they remained many years engaged in the usual pursuits of a bold and partially civilized people. From some cause or other, perhaps their turbulent temper, they incurred the enmity of surrounding tribes. A coalition was formed against them, and a bloody battle was fought on the plains of Poyhahuatlan, in which the Tlascalans were completely victorious. Disgusted, however, with residence among nations with whom they found so little favor, the conquering people resolved to migrate. They separated into 3 divisions, the largest of which, taking a southern course by the great volcan of Mexico, wound round the ancient city of Cholula, and finally settled in the district of country overshadowed by the Sierra of Tlascala. The warm and fruitful valleys locked up in the embraces of this rugged brotherhood of mountains afforded means of subsistence for an agricultural people, while the bold eminences of the Sierra presented secure positions for their towns. After the lapse of years, the institutions of the nation underwent an important change. The monarchy was divided first into 2, afterwards into 4 separate states, bound together by a sort of federal compact, probably not very nicely defined. Each state, however, had its lord or supreme chief, independent in his own territories, and possessed of coordinate authority with the others in all matters concerning the whole republic. The affairs of government, especially all those relating to peace and war, were settled in a senate or council, consisting of the 4 lords with their inferior nobles. The lower dignitaries held of the superior, each in his own district, by a kind of feudal tenure, being bound to supply his table and enable him to maintain his state in peace, as well as to serve him in war. In return, he experienced the aid and protection of his suzerain. The same mutual obligations existed between him and the followers among whom his own territories were distributed. Thus a chain of feudal dependencies was established, which, if not contrived with all the art and legal refinements of analogous institutions in the Old World, displayed their most prominent characteristics in its personal relations, the obligations of military service on the one hand and protection on the other. This form of government, so different from that of the surrounding nations, subsisted till the arrival of the Spaniards, and it is certainly evidence of considerable civilization that so complex a polity should have so long continued undisturbed by violence or fraction in the Confederate States, and should have been found competent to protect the people in their rights and the country from foreign invasion. The lowest order of the people, however, do not seem to have enjoyed higher immunities than under the monarchical governments, and their rank was carefully defined by an appropriate dress, and by their exclusion from the insignia of the aristocratic orders. The nation, agricultural in its habits, reserved its highest honours, like most other rude, unhappily also civilized nations, for military prowess. Public games were instituted, and prizes decreed to those who excelled in such manly and athletic exercises as might train them for the fatigues of war. Triumphs were granted to the victorious general who entered the city leading his spoils and captives in long procession, while his achievements were commemorated in national songs, and his effigy, whether in wood or stone, was erected in the temples. It was truly in the martial spirit of republican Rome. An institution not unlike knighthood was introduced, very similar to one existing also among the Aztecs. The aspirant to the honours of this barbaric chivalry watched his arms and fasted 50 or 60 days in the temple, then listened to a grave discourse on the duties of his new profession. Various whimsical ceremonies followed. When his arms were restored to him, he was led in solemn procession through the public streets, and the inauguration was concluded by banquets and public rejoicings. The new knight was distinguished henceforth by certain peculiar privileges, as well as by a badge intimating his rank. It is worthy of remark that this honour was not reserved exclusively for military merit, but was the recompense also of public services of other kinds, as wisdom in council, or sagacity and success in trade. For trade was held in as high estimation by the Tlascalans as by the other people of Anahuac. The temperate climate of the tableland furnished the ready means for distant traffic. The fruitfulness of the soil was indicated by the name of the country, Tlaxcala, signifying the land of bread. Its wide plains, to the slopes of its rocky hills, waved with yellow harvests of maize, and with the bountiful maguey, a plant which, as we have seen, supplied the materials for some important fabrics. With these, as well as the products of agricultural industry, the merchant found his way down the sides of the Cordilleras, wandered over the sunny regions at their base, and brought back the luxuries which nature had denied to his own. The various arts of civilization kept pace with increasing wealth and public prosperity. At least these arts were cultivated to the same limited extent, apparently, as among the other people of Anahuac. The Tlascalan tongue, says the national historian, simple as beseemed that of a mountain region, was rough compared with the polished Tezcucan, or the popular Aztec dialect, and therefore not so well fitted for composition. But they made like proficiency with the kindred nations in the rudiments of science. Their calendar was formed on the same plan. Their religion, their architecture, many of their laws and social usages were the same, arguing a common origin for all. Their tutelary deity was the same ferocious war god as that of the Aztecs, though with a different name. Their temples, in like manner, were drenched with the blood of human victims, and their boards groaned with the same cannibal repasts. Though not ambitious of foreign conquest, the prosperity of the Tlascalans in time excited the jealousy of their neighbours, and especially of the opulent state of Cholula. Frequent hostilities arose between them, in which the advantage was almost always on the side of the former. A still more formidable foe appeared in later days in the Aztecs, who could ill brook the independence of Tlascala, when the surrounding nations had acknowledged, one after another, their influence or their empire. Under the ambitious Axayacatl, they demanded of the Tlascalans the same tribute and obedience rendered by other people of the country. If it were refused, the Aztecs would raze their cities to their foundations, and deliver the land to their enemies. To this imperious summons, the little republic proudly replied. Neither they nor their ancestors had ever paid tribute or homage to a foreign power, and never would pay it. If their country was invaded, they knew how to defend it, and would pour out their blood as freely in defense of their freedom now, as their fathers did of yore, when they routed the Aztecs on the plains of Puyahuatlan. This resolute answer brought on them the forces of the monarchy. A pitched battle followed, and the sturdy republicans were victorious. From this period hostilities between the two nations continued with more or less activity, but with unsparing ferocity. Every captive was mercilessly sacrificed. The children were trained from the cradle to deadly hatred against the Mexicans, and even in the brief intervals of war, none of those intermarriages took place between the people of the respective countries which knit together in social bonds most of the other kindred races of Anahuac. In this struggle the Tlascalans received an important support in the accession of the Otomis, or Otomis, as usually spelt by Castilian writers, a wild and warlike race originally spread over the tableland north of the Mexican Valley. A portion of them obtained a settlement in the Republic, and were speedily incorporated in its armies. Their courage and fidelity to the nation of their adoption showed them worthy of trust, and the frontier places were consigned to their keeping. The mountain barriers by which Tlaxcala is encompassed afforded many strong natural positions for defense against invasion. The country was open towards the east, where a valley of some 6 miles in breadth invited the approach of an enemy. But here it was that the jealous Tlascalans erected the formidable rampart which had excited the admiration of the Spaniards, and which they manned with a garrison of Otomis. Efforts for their subjugation were renewed on a greater scale after the accession of Montezuma. His victorious arms had spread down the declivities of the Andes to the distant provinces of Vera Paz and Nicaragua, and his haughty spirit was chafed by the opposition of a petty state, whose territorial extent did not exceed 10 leagues in breadth by 15 in length. He sent an army against them under the command of a favourite son. His troops were beaten, and his son was slain. The enraged and mortified monarch was roused to still greater preparations. He enlisted the forces of the cities bordering on his enemy, together with those of the empire, and with this formidable army swept over the devoted valleys of Tlaxcala. But the bold mountaineers withdrew into the recesses of their hills, and, coolly awaiting their opportunity, rushed like a torrent on the invaders, and drove them back, with dreadful slaughter, from their territories. Still, notwithstanding the advantages gained over the enemy in the field, the Tlascalans were sorely pressed by their long hostilities with a foe so far superior to themselves in numbers and resources. The Aztec armies lay between them and the coast, cutting off all communication with that prolific region, and thus limited their supplies to the products of their own soil and manufacture. For more than half a century they had neither cotton nor cacao, nor salt. Indeed, their taste had been so far affected by long abstinence from these articles that it required the lapse of several generations after the conquest to reconcile them to the use of salt at their meals. During the short intervals of war, it is said, the Aztec nobles, in the true spirit of chivalry, sent supplies of these commodities as presents, with many courteous expressions of respect to the Tlascalan chiefs. This intercourse, we are assured by the Indian chronicler, was unsuspected by the people, nor did it lead to any further correspondence, he adds, between the parties prejudicial to the liberties of the republic, which maintained its customs and good government inviolate, and the worship of its gods. Such was the condition of Tlascala at the coming of the Spaniards, holding, it might seem, a precarious existence under the shadow of the formidable power which seemed suspended like an avalanche over her head, but still strong in her own resources, stronger in the indomitable temper of her people, with a reputation established throughout the land for good faith and moderation in peace, for valor in war, while her uncompromising spirit of independence secured the respect even of her enemies. With such qualities of character, and with an animosity sharpened by long deadly hostility with Mexico, her alliance was obviously of the last importance to the Spaniards in their present enterprise. It was not easy to secure it. The Tlascalans had been made acquainted with the advance and victorious career of the Christians, the intelligence of which had spread far and wide over the plateau. But they do not seem to have anticipated the approach of the strangers to their own borders. They were now much embarrassed by the embassy demanding a passage through their territories. The Great Council was convened, and a considerable difference of opinion prevailed in its members. Some, adopting the popular superstition, supposed the Spaniards might be the white and bearded men foretold by the oracles. At all events, they were the enemies of Mexico, and as such might co-operate with them in their struggle with the empire. Others argued that the strangers could have nothing in common with them. Their march throughout the land might be tracked by the broken images of the Indian gods and desecrated temples. How did the Tlascalans even know that they were foes to Montezuma? They had received his embassies, accepted his presents, and were now in the company of his vassals on the way to his capital. These last were the reflections of an aged chief, one of the four who presided over the republic. His name was Xicontecatl. He was nearly blind, having lived, as is said, far beyond the limits of a century. His son, an impetuous young man of the same name with himself, commanded a powerful army of Tlascalan and Otomi warriors near the eastern frontier. It would be best, the old man said, to fall with this force at once on the Spaniards. If victorious, the latter would then be in their power. If defeated, the Senate could disown the act as that of the general, not of the republic. The cunning counsel of the chief found favour with his hearers, though assuredly not in the spirit of chivalry, nor of the good faith for which his countrymen were celebrated. But with an Indian, force and stratagem, courage and deceit were equally admissible in war, as they were among the barbarians of ancient Rome. The Kempoalalan envoys were to be detained under pretence of assisting at a religious sacrifice. Meanwhile, Cortez and his gallant band, as stated in the preceding chapter, had arrived before the rocky rampart on the eastern confines of Tlascala. From some cause or other, it was not manned by its Otomi garrison, and the Spaniards passed in, as we have seen, without resistance. Cortez rode at the head of his body of horse, and ordering the infantry to come on at a quick pace, went forward to reconnoitre. After advancing 3 or 4 leagues, he descried a small party of Indians, armed with sword and buckler in the fashion of the country. They fled at his approach. He made signs for them to halt, but seeing that they only fled the faster, he and his companions put spurs to their horses and soon came up with them. The Indians, finding escape impossible, faced round, and instead of showing the accustomed terror of the natives at the strange and appalling aspect of a mounted trooper, they commenced a furious assault on the cavaliers. The latter, however, were too strong for them, and would have cut their enemy to pieces without much difficulty, when a body of several thousand Indians appeared in sight, and coming briskly on to the support of their countrymen. Cortez, seeing them, dispatched one of his party in all haste to accelerate the march of his infantry. The Indians, after discharging their missiles, fell furiously on the little band of Spaniards. They strove to tear the lances from their grasp, and to drag the riders from the horses. They brought one cavalier to the ground, who afterwards died of his wounds, and they killed 2 of the horses, cutting through their necks with their stout broadswords, if we may believe the chronicler, at a blow. In the narrative of these campaigns there is sometimes but one step, and that a short one, from history to romance. The loss of the horses, so important and so few in number, was seriously felt by Cortez, who could have better spared the life of the best rider in the troop. The struggle was a hard one, but the odds were as overwhelming as any recorded by the Spaniards in their own romances, where a handful of knights is arrayed against legions of enemies. The lances of the Christians did terrible execution here also, but they had need of the magic lance of Astolfo, that overturned myriads with a touch to carry them safe through so unequal a contest. It was with no little satisfaction, therefore, that they beheld their comrades rapidly advancing to their support. No sooner had the main body reached the field of battle than, hastily forming, they poured such a volley from their muskets and crossbows as staggered the enemy. Astounded rather than intimidated by the terrible report of the firearms, now heard for the first time in these regions, the Indians made no further effort to continue the fight, but drew off in good order, leaving the road open to the Spaniards. The latter, too well satisfied to be rid of the annoyance to care to follow the retreating foe, again held on their way. Their route took them through a country sprinkled over with Indian cottages, amidst flourishing fields of maize and maguey, indicating an industrious and thriving peasantry. They were met here by 2 Tlascalan envoys, accompanied by 2 of the Kempoalalans. The former, presenting themselves before the general, disavowed the assault on his troops as an unauthorized act, and assured him of a friendly reception at their capital. Cortez received the communication in a courteous manner, affecting to place more confidence in its good faith than he probably felt. It was now growing late, and the Spaniards quickened their march, anxious to reach a favourable ground for encampment before nightfall. They found such a spot on the borders of a stream that rolled sluggishly across the plain. A few deserted cottages stood along the banks, and the fatigued and famished soldiers ransacked them in quest of food. All they could find was some tame animals resembling dogs. These they killed and dressed without ceremony, and garnishing their unsavoury repast with the fruit of the tuna, the Indian fig, which grew wild in the neighbourhood, they contrived to satisfy the cravings of appetite. A careful watch was maintained by Cortez, and companies of 100 men each relieved each other in mounting guard through the night. But no attack was made. Hostilities by night were contrary to the system of Indian tactics. By break of day on the following morning, it being the 2nd of September, the troops were under arms. Besides the Spaniards, the whole number of Indian auxiliaries might now amount to 3,000, for Cortez had gathered recruits from the friendly places on his route, 300 from the last. After hearing mass, they resumed their march. They moved in close array. The general had previously admonished the men not to lag behind, or wander from the ranks a moment, as stragglers would be sure to be cut off by their stealthy and vigilant enemy. The horsemen rode 3 abreast, the better to give one another support, and Cortez instructed them in the heat of fight to keep together, and never to charge singly. He taught them how to carry their lances, that they might not be wrested from their hands by the Indians, who constantly attempted it. For the same reason they should avoid giving thrusts, but aim their weapons steadily at the faces of their foes. They had not proceeded far when they were met by the 2 remaining Kempoalalan envoys, who, with looks of terror, informed the general that they had been treacherously seized and confined in order to be sacrificed at an approaching festival of the Tlascalans, but in the night had succeeded in making their escape. They gave the unwelcome tidings also that a large force of the natives was already assembled to oppose the progress of the Spaniards. Soon after they came in sight of a body of Indians, about 1,000, apparently all armed and brandishing their weapons as the Christians approached, in token of defiance. Cortez, when he had come within hearing, ordered the interpreters to proclaim that he had no hostile intentions, but wished only to be allowed a passage through their country, which he had entered as a friend. This pacific declaration was met, as usual on such occasions, by a shower of darts, stones, and arrows, which fell like rain on the Spaniards, rattling on their stout harness, and in some instances penetrating to the skin. Galled by the smart of their wounds, they called on the general to lead them on, till he sounded the well-known battle cry, "St. Jago, and at them!" The Indians maintained their ground for a while with spirit, when they retreated with precipitation, but not in disorder. The Spaniards, whose blood was heated by the encounter, followed up their advantage with more zeal than prudence, suffering the wily enemy to draw them into a narrow glen or a defile, intersected by a little stream of water, where the broken ground was impracticable for artillery as well as for the movements of cavalry. Pressing forward with eagerness to extricate themselves from their perilous position, to their great dismay, on turning an abrupt angle of the pass, they came in presence of a numerous army choking up the gorge of the valley, and stretching far over the plains beyond. To the astonished eyes of Cortez, they appeared 100,000 men, while no account estimates them at less than 30,000. As this was only one of several armies kept on foot by the Tlascalans, the smallest amount is probably too large. The whole population of the state, according to Clavigero, who would not be likely to underrate it, did not exceed 500,000 at the time of the invasion. They presented a confused assemblage of helmets, weapons, and many-coloured plumes, glancing bright in the morning sun, and mingled with banners, above which proudly floated one that bore as a device the heron on a rock. It was the well-known ensign of the house of Tecatla, and as well as the white and yellow stripes on the bodies, and the like colours on the feather mail of the Indians, showed that they were the warriors of Xicotencatl. As the Spaniards came in sight, the Tlascalans set up a hideous war cry, or rather whistle, piercing the ear with its shrillness, and which, with the beat of their melancholy drums, that could be heard for half a league or more, might well have filled the stoutest heart with dismay. This formidable host came rolling on towards the Christians, as if to overwhelm them by their very numbers. But the courageous band of warriors, closely serried together, and sheltered under their strong panoplies, received the shock unshaken, with the broken masses of the enemy, chafing and heaving tumultuously around them, seemed to recede only to return with new and accumulated force. Cortez, as usual in the front of danger, in vain endeavoured at the head of the horse to open a passage for the infantry. Still his men, both cavalry and foot, kept their array unbroken, offering no assailable point to their foe. A body of the Tlascalans, however, acting in concert, assaulted a soldier named Moran, one of the best riders in the troop. They succeeded in dragging him from his horse, which they dispatched with 1,000 blows. The Spaniards on foot made a desperate effort to rescue their comrade from the hands of the enemy, and from the horrible doom of the captive. A fierce struggle now began over the body of the prostrate horse. 10 of the Spaniards were wounded when they succeeded in retrieving the unfortunate cavalier from his assailants, but in so disastrous a plight that he died on the following day. The horse was borne off in triumph by the Indians, and his mangled remains were sent, a strange trophy, to the different towns of Tlaxcala. The circumstance troubled the Spanish commander, as it divested the animal of the supernatural terrors with which the superstition of the natives had usually surrounded it. To prevent such a consequence, he had caused the 2 horses killed on the preceding day to be secretly buried on the spot. The enemy now began to give ground gradually, borne down by the riders and trampled under the hoofs of their horses. Through the whole of this sharp encounter the Indian allies were of great service to the Spaniards. They rushed into the water and grappled their enemies with the desperation of men who felt that their only safety was in the despair of safety. "I see nothing but death for us," exclaimed a Kempoalalan chief to Marina. "We shall never get through the pass alive." "The God of the Christians is with us," answered the intrepid woman, "and he will carry us safely through." Amidst the din of battle the voice of Cortez was heard cheering on his soldiers. "If we fail now," he cried, "the cross of Christ can never be planted in the land. Forward, comrades! When was it ever known that a Castilian turned his back on a foe?" Animated by the words and heroic bearing of their general, the soldiers, with desperate efforts, at length succeeded in forcing a passage through the dark columns of the enemy, and emerged from the defile on the open plain beyond. Here they quickly recovered their confidence with their superiority. The horse soon opened a space for the manoeuvres of artillery. The close files of their antagonists presented a sure mark, and the thunders of the ordnance, vomiting forth torrents of fire and sulphurous smoke, the wide desolation caused in their ranks, and the strangely mangled carcasses of the slain, filled the barbarians with consternation and horror. They had no weapons to cope with these terrible engines, and their clumsy missiles, discharged from uncertain hands, seemed to fall ineffectual on the charmed heads of the Christians. What added to their embarrassment was the desire to carry off the dead and wounded from the field, a general practice among the people of Anahuac, but which necessarily exposed them, while thus employed, to still greater loss. 8 of their principal chiefs had now fallen, and Xicotencatl, finding himself wholly unable to make head against the Spaniards in the open field, ordered a retreat. Far from the confusion of a panic-struck mob, so common among barbarians, the Tlascalan force moved off the ground with all the order of a well-disciplined army. Cortez, as on the preceding day, was too well satisfied with his present advantage to desire to follow it up. It was within an hour of sunset, and he was anxious before nightfall to secure a good position, where he might refresh his wounded troops and bivouac for the night. Gathering up his wounded, he held on his way without loss of time, and before dusk reached a rocky eminence called Tzompactepetl, or the hill of Tzompak, crowned by a sort of tower or temple. His first care was given to the wounded, both men and horses. Fortunately, an abundance of provisions was found in some neighbouring cottages, and the soldiers, at least all who were not disabled by their injuries, celebrated the victory of the day with feasting and rejoicing. As to the number of killed or wounded on either side, it is matter of loosest conjecture. The Indians must have suffered severely, but the practice of carrying off the dead from the field made it impossible to know to what extent. The injury sustained by the Spaniards appears to have been principally in the number of their wounded. The great object of the natives of Anahuac in their battles was to make prisoners, who might grace their triumphs and supply victims for sacrifice. To this brutal superstition the Christians were indebted, in no slight degree, for their personal preservation. To take the reports of the conquerors, their own losses in action were always inconsiderable. But whoever has had occasion to consult the ancient chroniclers of Spain in relation to its wars with the infidel, whether Arab or American, will place little confidence in numbers. According to Cortez, not a Spaniard fell, though many were wounded in these actions so fatal to the infidel. Diaz allows one. The events of the day had suggested many topics for painful reflection to Cortez. He had nowhere met with so determined a resistance within the borders of Anahuac. Nowhere had he encountered native troops so formidable for their weapons, their discipline, and their valor. Far from manifesting the superstitious terrors felt by the other Indians at the strange arms and aspect of the Spaniards, the Tlascalans had boldly grappled with their enemy, and only yielded to the inevitable superiority of his military science. How important would the alliance of such a nation be in a struggle with those of their own race, for example, with the Aztecs? But how was he to secure this alliance? Hitherto all overtures had been rejected with disdain, and it seemed probable that every step of his progress in this populous land was to be fiercely contested. His army, especially the Indians, celebrated the events of the day with feasting and dancing, songs of merriment and shouts of triumph. Cortez encouraged it, well knowing how important it was to keep up the spirits of his soldiers. But the sounds of revelry at length died away, and in the still watches of the night many an anxious thought must have crowded on the mind of the general, while his little army lay buried in slumber in its encampment around the Indian hill. End of Book 3, Chapter 2.